제발 화이팅!
화이팅 로스터 화이팅.
BDD 선수 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf as we bring you the final day of the week. And this one, on paper, looks like it might be a short day, but I think we all know better. Because I did my I'm gonna let people peek behind the veil, right?
Yeah.
I cast a curse the heck out of today. I was like, there is no chance, there's no chance that it can be anything but a 4-0. Very cut and dry. Obviously, Genji wins, DK wins. And so if this is in fact a 6-game banger,
You said on paper, and Valdez isn't here today. It's his day off.
Oh, that's true. There's no one to be the paper police.
Yeah, we're not really looking at the papers too closely. So I think looking at this, obviously there is a 41-game difference. Like, I just keep liking to remind everyone that in this longer season, the numbers get big. It's a 41-game difference between Genji and KT in terms of the performance on the year. There's 2 international tournaments, a difference between Genji and KT roster on the year. But KT have been the Genji upsetters before. They may also be on a 4-loss streak, whereas Genji's on a 3-winning streak at the moment after the loss to T1. But I want to say at least there's a chance, okay? KT, as they say, could do the most KT thing ever and stop Genji's streak a second time.
They could do that. And honestly, KT also has 5 champions on the Rift.
That's right.
They have a Nexus, Genji has a Nexus. You know, theoretically, it's even footing between these 2 squads. It could just go either way.
Look, I mean, look, Chovy may be 20-25 player of the split with nearly double the second most Pog points, which is Viper and Zeus, but the fact that Viper's on that list and Chovy has double Viper right now, like, I know that means a lot. BDD is also in this list and not actually, he's below half of Chovy's palm points. But I'm just saying, like, it could happen tonight, Atlas.
It could happen. And also what could happen is Chovy could get another when in doubt Chovy POM, and we could have him be actually double as,
and
oh God, also, the good news continues.
I know also, like, it may look like Duckdom is 8-29 against Ruler and hasn't really taken that many of these wins. But he's looking for his first head-to-head LCK match win against Ruler. And the first has to start somewhere if it's going to happen, Atlas. So I'm just saying, look, I know it looks like this should be a 2-0, but it could happen. I mean, look, Duckdom, he's playing with Wade today. This was a really rough start in this duo at the beginning of the year. Arguably, most were saying the worst bottom 2v2 we had in the LCK, as far back as LCK Cup. Like, at that point, Berserker and Life looked way better.
Yep.
And Peter has had you know, at the second half of the season here, had some rough games, and they decided to call Way up. It didn't look great in their last series, to be honest, but I give Way a week. We'll see if he looks better here today. It's going to be tough to look good when you're in the Legend group and you're playing against, you know, Ruler and Duro, who's one of our best supports, but we'll see how he performs tonight.
Yeah. I've got another fun fact for you. If, you know, you are a Genji fan looking to make sure that any doubts are quashed entirely, KT at the moment, since we returned from MSI, has a lower win rate than the DN Freaks.
That's true.
There is
so does Nongshim, but
yeah, there's Legend and Rise group stuff that's going on there, but it is kind of insane that is something that we can actually say as Chovy. That's a lot of firsts.
Yeah.
He gets too much gold, Wolf. Look at this.
Now, you may
second place?
You may be looking at this and thinking, okay, Chovy has a lot of 1s, BDD has a lot of 2s.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe second best mid laner.
Impressive that BDD has so many 2s.
Well, we know that BDD has been one of the best performing mid laners all year long. Like, really, I think second to Chovy. And with Zeka's downturn, I think we saw much earlier on this year, a lot of people are putting BDD second right now. Faker has had a big upswing, actually, towards the end of where we are right now, like in recent games.
Yeah, this week was a good Faker week.
Absolutely, but BDD being the second best mid laner still means
upside down sign.
And at least his signs are both right side up here.
Yep.
And that's a problem, Atlas, because Chovy is unquestionably the best mid laner in the LCK, and player of the split is almost guaranteed. We're actually just a few wins away from that, which would be one of the fastest you could ever get. Obviously, it's a longer season, different format, but Gen G today, the question becomes, will they win like they did against T1, where if you give them just one edge, just a small lead, just a small win, they take over the entire game? We saw T1 do the same, right? In both their games yesterday and in the win they took over Gen G, that extremely dominant game 1.
Yep.
These are our 2 best teams in the LCK and probably the best teams in the world. And teams like this, right now in this meta, are so good at snowballing. So for KT, the first step is to stop that one from starting to roll down the hill.
Roll your own snowball, KT.
Yeah!
That's what we gotta do. You fight fire with, or ice with, snow with snow. That's what you gotta do.
I mean, every giant snowball that rolls down a hill could start off as like an ice cube, practically.
Exactly. That's the kind of thinking that we need. We need a, I came from nothing, now we're here type thinking. And here might be losing 0-2 to Gen G, or it might not. Okay, and it's the might nots that we need to hang on to provide any semblance of a competitive atmosphere between these two squads, because it's tough. It certainly is.
I've been pretty disappointed with some of the draft reads, to be honest, Atlas, that we've had from our teams this week, especially in regards to Wukong and Yunara. If Wukong is banned, it seems Yunara is first pickable. We have seen that many times. It has been very difficult to stop and shut down this champion.
Actually think that if you look at it from the other side, though, there's been so many of these blue side Wukong bans into Yunara first pick.
Yeah.
Like half the teams have been getting it right.
Now, I think teams should realize that maybe you should ban Yunara on red side if the Wukong is banned early.
Yeah. I think it's probably a good idea. The Vi as well is definitely a big giveaway ban, although we've seen that even the Vi is not necessarily enough to hold her down if things go out of hand. So, let's dive into the draft here for game number 1. KT will be on the blue side. They are the home team. They theoretically have that advantage moving into this one. Let's see whether it's actually going to work out, as Gwen first pick is what they're looking for.
Yeah, and if that gets banned, Perfect can still play Rumble. It's been his best pick career, so...
He is on blue side.
He is on blue side. That's a good point. As Pantheon is going to be taken away, of course. No Wukong just yet. The Azir will follow. And let's see if KT want to ban Wukong in that final spot, or if they'll leave it over to Gen G. As we started the discussion this week with, okay, red side teams should really consider banning Wukong, but now it's more on the blue side teams, because if you ban the Wukong on red side, then they get the first pick Yunara.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you know, then they get first pick Wukong, and then they feel really good. So it's a bit awkward for red siders here in this third ban.
Yeah, we'll see whether the Wukong is actually going to come through here, because theoretically, if it's not banned, then you can almost feel a lot better about getting your hands on the Yunara yourself. If you're able to just first pick the Wukong, picking Yunara into it does seem a little bit more difficult.
Hey, Gen G, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, we learn, we improve, we at the end of the week finally solved it.
Yeah. I mean, this happened like a lot this week already.
Yeah.
We have seen a fair bit.
But a few teams kind of not doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
But not our legend group.
We had
Gen G.
some Rise issues yesterday, perhaps. But we're going to first pick Trundle and give Gwen away.
Yeah, with Aurora banned, with also Wukong up.
Oh, it does feel better, though, because Gen G couldn't pick the Rumble, but KT can, because they're on blue side. So theoretically, the matchup isn't horrible.
Yeah.
And they can play Trundle Rumble, which is, you know, rhymes.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I think Gwen and Wukong has been the strongest melee topside on this patch. And I think that Gen G would be wise to take it. They could go for Xin Zhao if they prefer that.
It doesn't feel great into Trundle.
But why would you do that when you could just play Wukong? Wukong is not a counter to Trundle by any means, but it is not a matchup that the Trundle necessarily feels great about. You still get some real value out of the Subjugate, but sometimes you kind of get knocked into the air. They don't have to grab it here because the Trundle's already locked in, so they'll prioritize the Talia. And no Azir here, but we'll see what BD's answer is going to be the Talia, because since you're already locked in the Trundle, the Orianna doesn't feel very good. As Perfect is just going to throw a bit of a curveball and take the Ambessa. This has been such a common response to the Gwen. And it's been polarizing because it looks horrible when you fall behind, but when you get ahead, it's definitely playable. Very high value into backline. You know, with Teamfight 3, you get access to the backline. And they'll go for the Vi, actually, instead of the Wukong here, once they see the Ryze and the Ambessa playing a little bit more towards the front side, instead of going to necessarily play like more Peel and just kind of go toe-to-toe with Gwen and brute force your way through.
Not to mention the 1-2 punch, no pun intended, of the Taliyah Vi is very, very
crazy strong. And usually this duo isn't up. So,
yeah.
Like, I was thinking about Wukong Gwen, but kind of
honestly,
this is busted Taliyah Vi.
Yeah, the Wukong Gwen would have been fine as well. Wukong doesn't have the greatest time into the Trundle, but it's all right. I don't think they're too worried about it because Vi just kind of works, you know? You press your R button, someone dies. It's generally how it works if you do have enough follow-up, and I think that Gen G will have that.
This draft just becomes so simple for Gen G now with the obvious fact that their composition has a ton of front-loaded damage, but also pick potential with the Weaver's Wall setup that you can then use to try to get a shove and a Vi engage. It's very difficult to play objectives if you are KT. What KT do have, though, is that additional power of the global in this Ryze that can get them in or out of team fights. Taliyah, similar story, but can't move the whole team around. They take away a safe pick in the Xayah and a lane bully in the Lucian. The Sivir, great ban. Kai'Sa, amazing with what Gen G has. And this is where things get a little bit more interesting. Varus is, of course, banned already. Yunara is already gone.
Yeah, there's six 80 carry bans, so a lot has been taken away.
Could just play Jhin, I guess, and...
I mean, Jhin is the next tier list pick, but...
I mean, you have a lot of...
a Caitlyn or a Jinx or something as well.
Yeah, you have a Vi, Taliyah, but if you had Wukong, I'd feel better about the Jhin. It's a little bit more sturdy of a front line. The Corki is going to be the option. It is blind, which is quite uncommon to see with the Corki, but very safe pick and wins a lot of lane matchups and will spike at 2 items right when your composition is really starting to come online, when your Gwen is starting to become more of a menace in team fights. So
what is Dom going to do? That's the question.
Yeah, with Wei here, hasn't been the strongest 2v2 presence. Looking a lot better with Peter in that regard. And Peter's best days, that is to say.
Yeah.
Alistar hasn't seen a look in this draft just yet. The Jhin has worked really well with Trundle and Ambessa in the past because the Trundle sets up a pillar, makes it really easy for Jhin to follow up. Same with the Ambessa. And when the Ambessa gets on top of somebody, Jhin can follow up. Rel is... not in a great spot, in my opinion. It depends on your comp. This comp doesn't have a lot of combo power with it.
Like, they needed engage. I guess this is fine, but it doesn't make me feel, oh yes, this is what
I would have rather seen Nautilus, because at least you can press R on Corki. So
yeah.
That would have felt pretty okay. Vi is a similar situation, but see what this final pick will be here in the bottom lane. As Alistar is still up.
Yeah, I think Zero maybe just is a cow. Nico is available as well.
I mean, this just means this lane that maybe Dom was thinking was going to be okay is now kind of a rough one that he's not going to have a lot of fun in. And it's just more engage for this comp that already has so much of it. The pick potential is high. The Nico is not a traditional like melee engage champion, but can give you a lot of power as Gwen. If anyone gets rooted trying to close the gap onto Ruler, who already has an escape as well, then they're probably just going to get blown up. If you get rooted, then you get seismic shoved and you die. And the Vi ultimate is just not even a factor in those types of situations. I look at the Trundle here and I think Corki doesn't care. If you're trying to pillar a Taliyah, you're going to get shoved and blown up. Nico is not going to be the one who you catch with that. And these first pick Trundles, I think, have really been punished a lot by some of our best teams. Blind Trundle, not infallible. And I think this draft for Gen G can kind of run circles around it.
I think they should be able to. We'll see whether KT can come out swinging. There are, like, I mean, it does have some explosive potential. I'm just very worried about that bottom side of the map because already Wei's debut wasn't exactly what we wanted. It was, unfortunately, what we expected, but it just didn't really hit home their first time of asking. So this is going to be very, very difficult if they are going to play through that bottom side of the map. I think waiting for a lane swap is going to be aim of the game here, and Reliance pretty heftily here on Perfect and BDD to make these lanes work. See how it goes. We jump into the Rift for game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the Rift for game number 1. Gen G and KT facing off. KT with blue side. I don't know whether they necessarily got the maximum value out of blue side. Of course, these first pick Trundles have been hit or miss. Sometimes it works. We have seen Trundles be completely ridiculous. But this doesn't feel like a big hit for me. Especially when there was like, even Wukong was available.
Yeah.
Like, that's the crazy part. Of course, like people don't like picking it into the Trundle, but he has so much utility that I don't think Canyon would have really minded. He just sort of picked his poison, decided that the Vi was going to be the choice.
Well, now you can use it as a draft edge. If you end up losing this game as Gen G, you have blue side, and then you still have the Wukong available, so there's so much flexibility there.
Yeah, the Yunara question mark is still a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. So those both still being open means we kind of reset in that. Again, that's assuming a Gen G loss, so that's you're already feeling pretty good that probably end up in game 2 where red side again. All that aside, I think you really kind of summarized it quite well in that BDD and Perfect really need to have great game plans, or rather great game performances. We know the game plan, which is to win lane as best as you can. Not necessarily at level 1 here for BDD, but the Ambessa into the Gwen has been such a skill-based matchup. It's been like many of our matchups we've seen into the Gwen, like Jack's Gwen, where you absolutely can win. But if you're playing against Keen and your nameplate says Perfect, it's a lot of confidence, I would say, to expect that this one is going to go well.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficulty. As Ruler Enduro doing exactly what this composition is going to do, and that is win lane, shove, harass, and generally have a good time. This is going to be lane swap waiting room for KT for the majority of the time. Just 100%. Try your best to get as many minions as possible.
They could have just gone toe-to-toe with Engaged and picked Nautilus, but they're like, nah, let's just pick Nico because it wins automatically, by the way.
Yeah, and KT could have picked Nico themselves.
Yes.
Which might have been okay. That being said, I mean, I think Leona was already up, and Leona Corki would probably actually be kind of all right in the lane anyway. So it was never going to be a great time here for KT, bottom side of the map. Unless they went Caitlyn Lux or something, like did something ridiculous, but they needed Engage, so they couldn't do that.
Yeah, Jin in this draft too is really so reliant on this Ambessa being relevant. And if we see Perfect fall behind, it becomes a lot more difficult for Duck Dog to play the game because Jin, as we've talked about so much, which is why at many metas where we haven't really had that strong bruiser top laners, you have been a big Jin hater because it's like, well, I mean, this champ isn't really an AD carry. They have a comp that has a Trundle and an Ambessa, so Jin definitely can get work done. And is a little bit less immobile, technically, with like a Rise to help him out, but again, if Perfect falls behind and this Gwen is just bullying him, and he can't even really enter team fights, then the Jin doesn't work. Yeah. And it's not Duck Tom's fault in that case, but this is how it is.
He is still Jin. And, you know, I've tried to turn a new leaf, you know, to like open my heart to Jin possibilities, you know. And it's sort of worked. I'm less against it.
Yeah,
still
it's
just
been better.
He doesn't feel like a champion that does a lot of damage, you know, as the game goes on. You know,
it's not satisfying when you clean up a team fight.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, hold on, reloading. Yeah. I'll get there.
And, like, you see Sivers getting more and more items, and you know, like you've seen, there's examples of this champion will just kill everyone if we wait late enough. Seismic Shove not going to quite find BDD here. Like, Jinx is another point there. Even Caitlyn can do it. Like, there's a lot of champs that can get stuff done. Speaking of Doc Dump, I mean, his Aphelios is one of those. Yeah. Absolutely. Although it wasn't the other day because his gun management was horrific.
Yeah, the gun management was a slight problem. The cow that flew out of the river also did a problem.
I felt really bad though because I was quoting Dracos and I was like, oh yeah, Dracos really loves how he controls his guns, and then he just basically messed it up all game.
Yeah, he like had Caliburn out half the time in team fights. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Ducktom Aphelios I've come to love and rant about.
My favorite was like hitting a 4-man ult with Gravitum Severum, which just doesn't do anything. Yeah. It was ungood, but it's all right. We'll see whether he does get his hands on an Aphelios later on in the series. Maybe he can make up for it. I mean, we know that he can definitely do better.
If you compare all those champions you mentioned, the Aphelios, the Jinx, Zeri, etc., to Jin, let's just say Jin's not really in the top 3. I don't have the numbers, but I can pretty confidently say I don't think he's in the top 3 AD carries for pentakills.
I don't know.
I just don't think so.
Yeah. Have we ever seen one?
That's a good question that I don't have the answer to, but maybe...
It might have happened. Like, I mean, we've seen, like, Jins get really fed in the early game, so maybe he just, you know, runs after them while he's reloading and kills the last 3 people, you know?
It would be funny if we just get the update in like 5 minutes. So like, actually, Ruler is the only Jin player who has pentakill or something like that.
I think that's the truth.
I feel like it would be Guma who has it, you know?
If anyone was to have one over the last few years, it would definitely be Guma, but I personally don't remember it.
No, same.
Maybe there are some T1 fans that remember and they're like, oh, these idiots, they don't know one of the most memorable moments in League of Legends
remember,
history.
we were talking about Aphelios, I remember the first pentakill in the LCK for Guma on Aphelios, which I think was actually in a T1 Genji matchup.
Ooh, I forgot that it was against Genji.
Yeah.
That was back when it was truly 200 years.
Yeah. That was a very Aphelios favored meta. Like, Aphelios was often first pick on blue side back then. About it. Crazy how things have changed. That was when Gale Force was a thing.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, this is an Atlas Wolf cast. We're talking about the past.
Yeah, no, exactly.
4 years ago, remember this thing? The lane swap actually here for Duro and Ruler, as they want to take Perfect out of the game, which, when you think about it, like you were talking about how it's a tough matchup for Duckdom away, like kind of unplayable, but if they can just make this unplayable for Perfect, all those things I was talking about, yeah, he might fall behind this skill-based matchup to Gwen. Well, he's certainly not going to be getting ahead if he is laning into Corki Nico.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. I assume Genji kind of did this, like, to guess, like, to catch the lane swap, right? Like, off a reset, we're going to head towards the top side of the map. They can play around the grubs as well. Drake was actually taken very early here by Cuz,
yeah.
While we were reminiscing. So that's actually a big pickup and very early as far as the Drake take is concerned. So Cuz going to be off to the races there.
Look at the timing of this back here for Keen in the bottom lane. Crashes a wave. Some CS will be lost here for Perfect as the swap comes through the top side here for Duckdom away. And Grubs aren't up for 30 seconds, so Ruler and Duro get a free back here. Keen will get the same. Doesn't have teleport, but doesn't need it because he has the crash. So that tempo advantage they got from the faster lane swap not only hurts the Ambassador, who's now 20 CS behind, but will still give them the opportunity to contest Grubs here in 15 seconds. This is Genji macro at its finest.
And it's just controlling the tempo of the game, right? This is what happens when you have this winning bottom lane matchup. You get to move first, you get to crash the wave, they have to spend the extra time, and we talk about tempo vibes a lot. This is just tempo.
Yeah, exactly.
They just have the regular good old tempo. They also have the tempo vibes as well.
Yeah. Despite my
really
attempts,
what we're talking about.
Despite my attempts during the key points of the match to try to maybe swing it the other way.
Unfortunately, tempo vibes do not listen to narrative.
No, the key points also were very clearly on the Genji tempo vibes side.
Yeah.
The Wolf is saying maybe it's an upset, but the stats and everything else that's on the screen is saying otherwise. Well, I mean,
if you want to look at positives, do you see any deaths for KT?
No.
Yeah.
They have a Dragon lead, and they have Cryo on Grubs for a moment.
They have taken infinity% more objectives than Genji so far this game. Never mind, Duro's going to come in, find the double pop blossom. Duckdom is able to get some shots off, but that is still first blood onto the enemy jungle. Immediately answered there as BDD does get a kill, but down goes Wei at the same time, and Genji going to alleviate that whole issue when it comes to the feats of strength things, as not quite the skill there. Duckdom went down to 1 health though, that's kind of crazy.
Well, when your Rel has level 6 on Grub Fight and gets a 3-man Magnet Storm, and then Jin autos 1 time, that's when you wonder if the Rel was the right choice, right? When you're talking about supports, they wanted the engage. Obviously, Rel could get a lot more done in this comp later on. Duckdom a little greedy here, but Canyon doesn't have ult. He does have a ton of vision control. Now it looks like they're not going to commit too low on the health bars for Ruler.
It was also a Steel Caps Jin. Like his only item was Steel Caps.
So this whole fight to me is about the fact that
Perfect is dead.
Okay, well that issue with the Gwen getting ahead, we kind of check that box here for the Genji composition.
Yeah.
And like white it out maybe out of the KT win cons and pretend it's not real. Maybe there's another win con they can find for this Jin. Okay.
Yep. Snare is not going to connect, as Duro was looking for an angle with Chovy, but not going to quite find it there.
This is going to be one of those games where Genji's macro outpaces the color commentary and the replays, isn't it? You know, where I'm like, okay, let me explain this last fight. Oh, never mind, we're moving on to the next one.
Yep, let's explain this fight.
Duro is a little ahead of the curve here in terms of his disguise, but he still tricks Perfect, and that's that.
Yep.
The last
I'm
fight,
glad we got the replay.
the last fight was more interesting to me because Cuz wanted to hold his smite. I wanted to actually get the first grub without smiting, and then Canyon queued in and stole it from him, and then he was out of position because they wanted to then contest with his smite. So you get the first grub without smite, contest with smite with the Rel ultimate, and then they lost the fight. Genji were faster on the play, and that's like what really went down in that first fight on the grubs where they lost it. And then Genji get a free kill, and Ruler gonna get a third of Duckdom, nearly half of Duckdom's health bar here in this exchange.
Yeah, let's not do fourth bullets when there's a fast bomb available. Let's just not do that, I guess. Maybe that's not going to be a thing that you're allowed to do.
Don't think so.
Yeah, Duckdom does at least now have his serrated Dirk, so he does do a bit more damage. But still not feeling fantastic. 2,000 gold the lead here for Genji. There's Canyon just wandering around the lane. They do manage to spot out this ward. They will be able to clear it. And 22 seconds until this Ocean Drake.
Yeah.
Fox is not working today.
No, he's off.
So, and we've been inundated by Chemtech Souls.
We have had a lot. We've had a lot of Hextech Souls as well.
Yeah,
But it's not going to be a Hextech Soul this game, so it feels like it's Chemtech Soul, yeah?
it's like Tech Week. It's Tech Week here.
Yeah.
The LCK, I guess. As Canyon is going to start this one up, we will be able to see which tech we're going to get. Well, it's actually only Chemtech is possible.
I would love to see a Tech Crunch article about the prevalence of Chemtech Souls in the LCK this year, and across multiple years. Like, I can see the headline now, like, have there been just one too many Chemtech Souls in the LCK?
What's the deal with Chemtech Souls in the LCK?
We collaborated with Tech Foundry.
Oh my god, Wolf.
And it's Chemtech Soul, by the way. Yeah, we already knew this, but just to show you guys factually that it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's Tech Week. We're celebrating Tech Week, and so really, really glad that you could all make it out. Hope your lanyards aren't too tight.
So this bottom lane here, Duckdom can't get to the turret to farm. Like, plates are going down. The Gwen is denying farm on the top side, not crashing that in, so Perfect is not going to get money there. And so a 1-kill Gwen has a 1.1k gold lead. And yeah, it's a Genji game, isn't it?
It is feeling pretty Genji gaming.
So it may look like right now, let's say at 12:40, a 2.5k gold lead, 2.6k gold lead here for Genji.
Yeah.
There are 3 kills to 1, but maybe KT could upset the Atlas.
Look, it ain't over till it's over, right? And it's not. It's still quite early days.
Yeah.
Looking for some plates to go down.
Plates
and
are
things
still
like
up,
that.
yeah.
There's 0 turrets taken around the rift. You know, we haven't exploded the map or anything, and there is going to be in 2 minutes' time a Rift Herald to fight around. Maybe that's going to be the theory. As, yeah, Duckdom has given up on trying to shoot Ruler with 4th bullets.
He's like, turret's still perforated, man. I'm just going to get one more tick.
Yeah, he's walking after him. It's a little bit scary. Okay. Sometimes you
Round
throw
more?
a captive audience at them as there's the flash as BDD comes in. He flashes on over. Ruler just gets out of the way, though. And so now BDD, it's all a bit dark. That Deadly Flourish was so sick, but the Mega Cone is just going to keep Ruler alive, and I guess he just never really was in any trouble. It's once again Perfect is dead. He is going to dash a bunch, but the scissors is still there.
By the way, Chovy is landing into a Rel. Like, Chovy had Weaver's Wall and could have impacted the play up their top side if he wanted to, or could have come down and tried to catch BDD and win that. He ends up just taking a plate in mid, and there's just no farm picked up here for KT as BDD flashes, misses the root. As it's a dodge from Ruler at the same time, you know, tomato, tomato, whatever, but he doesn't get it. He uses his flash, uses his Realm Warp. They don't get the kill. They get both summoners on a Corki who has Valkyrie, and this Ambessa is no longer in the game. And now the Jhin is probably not going to be able to do a whole lot in this one. And it's not about Duckdom's individual performances, although some of the trades he took against Ruler we raised our eyebrows at.
I mean, I think it's his Jin's been fine.
Yeah, it's like Duro, who's ruining Perfect's life as well. It's not even like Perfect lost lane to Keen. Duro tricked him as a minion in the bottom lane, has a really cool blast cone engage to your top side, and catches him there. And I mean, now it's 1.1k becomes 1.8k here for Keen as a Riftmaker. Yeah, and Chovy's just Chovying, you know?
Yeah, the Gwen is really becoming a problem, if she wasn't already. And now it's a 4,000 gold lead. Like, it's just it's not fair. It's not allowed. Why is it a 4,000 gold lead? Why is it a 4,000? I mean, they got first turret, and they have just taken all of the things that they would like. Rift Herald might go over to KT here, but, I mean, what's the cost? Every single time, Genji just taking so much more here.
Yeah, and like, they considered a contest here, but Duro does not have his ultimate. He will actually in 8 seconds. He really wants to make something happen, but they're not here on time. Like, Jovi also had Weaver's Wall. The fact that this Herald take seemed like it was a freebie, and Gen.G were like, I'm not sure. Maybe we could actually get that too. Because here's that Weaver's Wall.
Yep, it is going to come through just to try and take down this turret. And that should be working out here as Docton does walk up. Cuz is moving in as well. Deadly Flourish doesn't find the mark. That's a fantastic Tangle Barbs. That will be able to lock down this turret. Duro is getting my POM so far. If it isn't just, you know, keen for being massive.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a Duro angle so far.
Looking pretty good. 100% everything contribution, by the way.
If you just tuned in and you didn't see why Duro's 1-1 and 3, but you saw a 2K gold lead for Keen and a 40 CS lead 0 versus 0-2, you're like, oh man, it's Keen, but no, it's not.
Oh no, the bullying of Perfect has continued. This is just emotional warfare here. I mean, as Perfect is just not allowed to play the game.
T1 employed this strategy at the road to MSI, which was kill Perfect and you win the game. But in this game, I feel like more than a series, more than Perfect's individual performance, right? It's like he got caught by Duro twice, and then the third time they just grouped and killed him. And the Ambessa, like we talked about at the very beginning of the game, like you talked about before the game even opened, it's like, this Ambessa so important to the comp. It needs to function so that the Jhin can function. And now it's a paperweight in this game, and it's unfortunate that Scissors counter paper as well. I guess a paperweight's not paper, but
yeah,
maybe
paperweight sounds more like a rock.
Yeah, maybe maybe in this case, Keen is the paperweight, and the
wait,
paper can't
Ambessa
move?
is the Scissors?
I don't know, Atlas. Like the paper can't move.
No, I think
down,
what happened was, and this is just an unfortunate mistake, you know, is Perfect asked for a paperweight. And whoever was listening only heard the first half and just gave him paper. And then he took paper into the fight against Scissors, and we all know how that goes.
Yeah.
It's a clerical error.
It could happen.
And hopefully, you know, if we can't chrono break it, we can address it in the next game.
Have you considered that Scissors could also be used as a temporary paperweight? Like, it's heavy enough to keep the paper down. In most cases.
That's a really good point. And theoretically as well, if you did crush paper enough, you could make it heavy enough to be a paperweight itself.
Yeah.
But I just don't think that that's the paper that they were offered. Wow, this tangent has really gone very, very far.
Not much has happened except KT got a Chemtech Dragon.
They did get some money.
Objective bounty available.
As Wei is just here. He is amongst it. As Chovi's going to come on over, doesn't get the shove. Wei's able to walk it off.
Yeah. Chovy doesn't flash for that or anything because he's like, I don't know, Wei is just here for some reason. I don't trust that. I don't like that.
Yeah, flashing would have been odd.
You know, I don't think there's anything he did. He fishes for it, but he's like, nah, whatever. You can take vision for just a second.
Ruler just soaking the Deadly Flourish so that the cannon doesn't get picked up.
All right, I see an image that may have been generated.
Cursed.
I don't know, but it's got
just paper with a rock on it with Scissors on top of the rock, like all three of them at once.
Yeah.
That's not even a game anymore. That's just cheating.
I mean, the next thing they should put up on the prompter is like paper with Wayne the Rock Johnson on top of it. And Keen on top of Wayne the Rock Johnson, and then it's like, that's where Perfect is.
Yeah, watching him do arts and crafts. It's all right. Public execution comes through. Perfect actually getting involved for once as Keen will get a taste of Perfect's medicine. And it doesn't feel fantastic. That's PDD getting another kill for himself at the same time. But in the meantime, yeah, Chovy is also picking up an inner turret.
Canyon is going to catch Duckers.
Never mind.
Canyon's going to catch Duckers?
Oh, no. You were so good. You were so good. Okay. He's going to be spotted. It's fine.
Woo! Canyon's going to catch Duckers?
Okay, he is going to catch him. He thought that he was safe. Does flash out of the way, though, and now the rest of KT have made their way over. The curtains have been called as Canyon gets that bullet to the face.
Okay.
And Wei misses a cannon, but that's fine. Last shot goes towards Ruler, and honestly, Doctom is playing incredibly well.
Yeah, he played that so safely. There were like 7 different times where if he's like, nah, I guess I'm safe, when he walks forward, this is just a disaster. He still survives through the Weaver's Wall engage. Now this, also here, is set up by Gen.G, right? Perfect, though, knows his teammates are nearby. And he has a really nice engage here. The follow-up is there. BDD gets here. They get the shutdown onto Keen, which is a lot of money into BDD's pockets. Zero is able to get out. And then here, Weaver's Wall comes first. As Doctom's playing it too well, and Choby's like, let's give him no space to work with here, but his flash timing on that shove, he gets behind the pillar, safety pillar,
yeah,
and then gets the shot there onto Canyon is immaculate. It's all these small wins, though, for KT. Feel like drops in the bucket, but if they keep getting more and more drops, potentially it could fill as the fans are elated because it's the first good news back-to-back here that KT has had all game. Still a 4K deficit.
I mean, they're holding on to a 4K deficit, though,
Yeah.
because that 4K deficit felt like it was there at 7 minutes into the game. It is now 20 minutes. If that hasn't gone up, that can only mean good things.
Yeah, we're definitely in the
all
right
bad
direction.
things. Yeah, all bad things, but like mainly, like it's better than if it had have gone up.
A gold graph that flatlines is a good thing for the team that's behind.
Yeah, absolutely. As Otacon is not often a good thing for the team that's behind, as Tanglebob's just barely missing. That was actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, I don't think they could do this because Chovy's about to have his Weaver's Wall back, and he can get here really quickly. I mean, Drooler almost has 2 items, he just hasn't transformed because he got it so fast. And they are looking to come over here for the contest, and it's going to take some real fancy angles from Perfect, I think, to win this fight. He's just not even committing in.
Yeah,
they're going to leave.
Splitter as Crashdown does get way out of there. Chovy going to find the shove, though, and oh no, the Rel is just being caught out, and we'll just be eating for breakfast. Keen coming on over trying to kill this ward. Perf is just teleported in, but it's a 4v5. Realm Warp to try and get KT out of there. They do, all 4 of them make it to relative safety, take a phosphorus bomb, but this is just going to be them giving over the Otacon. There's no good news
The
here
problem,
for KT.
I think the problem for KT in this moment is Stucktom will try to annoy them.
If this steal comes through, that would be funny.
It won't happen. But I think the problem for KT on the initial setup is if you don't get anything out of it, you kind of have to stay because otherwise you just give it over. But look at where Perfect is on the minimap. I want everyone to see. Like, he hasn't TP'd in. He's straight up in mid lane. And then Chovy gets his Weaver's Wall back. You didn't have an advantage enough, KT, to start this one up and look for a tricky play without your Mbessa. And now they're like, well, we have to stay here. We can play through Realm Warp.
Well, I mean, if Perfect just had have not teleported, he could have maybe got some damage on the outer turret in mid lane. Like, they were never getting this Otacon 4v5. That was just a missed opportunity. But now Duro is taking a little bit of damage here. Wei coming on over with that Shattering Strike, but Shape Splitter is one heck of an ability. Deadly Flourish not going to be helping Docdom lock down that kill. So Otacon in pocket here for Gen G, but there is a soul point opportunity for KT if they do manage to get over and take this Chemtech Dragon, which is now up and available, and they do have control of the area. Duro trying to get himself out. The flash forward from BDD to try and lock him down. Public execution is enough to finish him off, and now Keen is in amongst it, and maybe that's the way he likes it. Down goes Wei, and now the cease and desist comes through, cuz ain't tanking anything, as at least BDD gets 1 back on the back end of that play, but still, they're not taking a Dragon off this one, and it is just BDD against the world.
He's going to get Weaver's Walled in.
Here's the world, by the way.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of rocks.
And there you have it, BDD's first death of the game. And I think this may be really the final nail. So Duro's on this flank angle, right? The rest of his team is trying to collapse. This is a really greedy angle from Duro, and it's somewhat predictable. I think this is a really good read from KT. They have so much vision, actually, in this area that they know no one can peel for them. The problem is the wallets are pretty heavy, and that's an extremely fed Gwen that you just fought into a choke point for. So it doesn't work out in the follow-up after the kill Duro, but if it was an even game state, I think that would have looked really good.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
But it wasn't, and
No.
he is flashless and damages.
And the engage options from Gen G as well, if there is an overextension like this, especially when Keen is so fed. Like, look at this, there's 4 people.
And he has
4
W,
people.
so he just missed and like takes not even like 10% of his health bar, it feels like.
Yeah, he was just like, I think I'm fine. And he was. So, Keen, like, this is what happens when you have a Gwen that's 2,600 gold ahead.
Yeah.
They did manage to gank him that one time, that was cool.
Like, he has upgraded steel caps and a arm guard in inventory, so he has a lot of armor on top of the resistance he's going to get from his mist. And the fact that he has Riftmaker. Only 1 Chemtech Dragon worth of extra healing.
Yeah, Wei was looking for something. He still is. The full wraparound, but it hasn't really worked out.
He just wanted to hang out with our boy Pool Bay up there real quick. And
yeah. All right, there's the seismic shove. Perfect going to lose half of his health bar just from that alone. Deadly Flourish is going to be the answer here, though, as now Cuz is going to turn up. Pop Blossom going wide, does get the flash out as a cease and desist from Canyon. Looks almost suicidal, but Keen makes his way in, and BDD is getting cut down, but loads of flashes going to be utilized. The Talia has fallen, and Keen now frontlining, but no one else is there to help out. And KT, They just take both solo laners with no response from Gen.G.
Yeah, Gen.G trying to, I think, really break the rules of League of Legends a little bit in that fight. That engage from Canyon looked like maybe it was going to be saved there by Keen, but then he has to go in. The rest of the team can't follow up.
He doesn't even have his Rabadons yet.
No, he doesn't. But with all these kills that he's been fed over, he's got to be getting very close. That's going to be a big spike of damage and otherwise a very safe build for this Rise. It's going to be a huge, huge spike for him when he does complete it. And, I mean, Gen.G kind of dropped the ball here at a critical moment with Baron up. Toby does not have TP. Canyon is alive here with Smite, of course, on this buy, but it's a one-way ticket if he is going to steal. Gen.G have to somehow poke through this, but I think this is just gone.
Well, let's see whether they can actually get in there and make this one a 50-50 because Ruler's got a lot of poke. The turn is going to come through. The pillar is fantastic. Way finding some CC. As now, Perfect trying to get himself out of there. Ruler is just doing so much damage. Way is dead as an afterthought, and KT... Yeah, an optimistic Baron.
I actually thought the Baron take was okay, but you either have to burn it and commit or turn faster, and Way's positioning on the turn was not there. He didn't have his ult because he used it in the last fight. So he was kind of on the top of the Baron there that didn't get a crash down. The turn was really awkward. And then Chovy shows up. Like, if you're just a little bit faster before that Talia shows up, maybe you could do it, but like, watch this again, or we're going to go back to this play here, which is pretty absurd. It's a heavy commitment onto Perfect, and then Canyon takes a lot of damage, gets rooted here. Duckdom, again, having a great performance on this Jhin despite the game state. BD's on this flank angle. They use him to try to taxi Canyon out, and that's where TP comes through for Keen. Top side of the fight, of course, completely a wash here for Gen.G, and then Keen's like, all right, I did it once, I'll do it again. Not quite enough resistances this time.
Yeah, Gen.G, off the back of this, will be able to pick themselves up the Baron. And so, yeah, the good news for KT is swiftly eradicated. The Realm Warp there from BDD was actually so cute around this this last fight. Getting out of the way of Keen, gets back underneath the turret. Already got a bunch of flashes out, as you can see. Rulers and Chovies both on cooldown. Keen's going to be the next one up and available. Duckdom at least has his, and so does BDD. So KT right now with a few more summoner options, I guess, if there is going to be a fight. But the problem is there is now a Baron, and there is just like, it's an 8,000 gold lead. This is the problem. Like, you give them anything and it's like, oh, whoopsies, we now have an extra 3,000 gold. It's not like some teams, they win a skirmish or a fight and it's like they barely move the needle. If you lose a fight to Gen.G, it's almost like you can't ever play the game again.
Yeah, it feels like that from minute one, you know? You give them an edge in any lane, and then just play through it like Duro did in the top lane, right? And
yeah,
the top matchup, I should say, because his first play was bottom side, but you guys know what I mean. He shut Perfect out of the game. Perfect still has had some impactful plays because he still is Ambessa, and his ultimate still locks down a target, and BDD is quite big, does have his death cap. But I think the way that last fight went was a lot of greed from Gen.G punished. And maybe they're a little bit less greedy next time. And this time the lead is so much bigger. The wallets are even heavier, if you can imagine it. That Keen didn't have to use his arm guard. Wasn't going to be enough to save him in that last fight, so he saved it. So he still has that. We'll have his Zhonya's fairly soon. You have to imagine he's had that arm guard for so long.
Yeah, very soon.
And I mean, they're just going to get this dragon for free. And for them, they're kind of just going, well, we've got all three lanes pushing. The only way we lose this game is if we try to hard push a little bit too far like we did last time. And just wait, take the dragon safely, 4-1 it a little bit with our Talia, and we probably won't get an inhib off this Baron, but our lead is so big that we just go straight to the next Baron.
Yeah, there's only 30 seconds left, so it's not likely that they're going to be able to do too much with it.
Yeah, I don't think they get anything unless KT mess this up.
Yeah, it's a pretty fresh reset, so Gen.G still wanting to try and utilize this last 20 seconds. As Duro doesn't be finding anyone there with the Blooming Burst. As Gen.G will be able to get this wave at least to test KT.
Chovy does have a nice angle here.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall is just going to bring them all out of the way. Seismic Shove is going to go wide, but look at that turret. Well, I mean, you can't because it's gone in an instant. Blink of an eye and it does go down. And they just take the inhibitor turret. Now they're going to look for a turnaround, spend some of that money. They're 9,000 gold in the lead.
Well, they didn't quite get the inhibitor. They got the turret though.
There you go.
And that's the power of Talia 4-1 when you have that much control. Chovy just sits on an angle and goes, well, if they look for a fight, we turn it into a 5v2 with an 8,000 gold lead and kill them and win the game. If they don't fight, I just say, well, you guys can't even defend your turret anymore, and put the Weaver's Wall up and kill it. And, you know, if KT try to contest there haphazardly, they die, lose the game. And yeah, so Gen.G really can't lose there as long as they just play it even marginally well. And it's Gen G, our best team. That's 22-1. So
they're pretty good. They're pretty good. One thing that has been plaguing KT is farming minions. And it has continued.
Yeah.
As it's an 80 CS lead here for Keen over Perfect. Perfect has been the one that's really just struggled to last hit stuff.
I mean, he just hasn't been allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, but like this has been a case for the last 3 matches for KT. He just hasn't been able to get onto the map at the right times to be able to get farm. And I think I was trying to make excuses, right? Like he's been giving farm over to Docdom, he's been letting BDD take his lane, things like that, making sacrifices for the team. But like, look at these numbers for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, he got hard focused early and hasn't been able to pick up the slack since. And if he tries to, against a Taliyah side lane, he would just get collapsed on and die. Not that he could really ever get pressure. It would only be if like someone was missing in the lane that he's laning in. And unfortunately for him, like the lead that was 40 CS kind of turned into 50, 60, and it's ballooned. And then he's been joining team fights like crazy because he's trying to be the catalyst to get them back in the game instead of side laning. Yeah. But like, for example, there was that moment where he TP'd Otacon to just do nothing, where he could have gotten some of that deficit back, for sure. He has a Hex Trigger, which is like the saddest thing to have into a like almost full build Gwen. It feels like, I mean, practically full build for what contemporary League of Legends looks like.
Kane decided because he hadn't broken his arm guard yet, he's like, well, I'll just build a Death Cap.
Yeah. Because
I've already got Zhonya's. It's just the one-time use version.
Exactly.
Not too bad at all.
He's probably like, oh, Hex Trigger, I guess I'll have to buy a Void Staff later if this game continues.
At least Perfect is now moving down to a minion wave towards that bottom side, so he's going to be collecting that. Baron's going to be up in 30 seconds time.
This is kind of
precisely what Gen G are looking for.
Yeah, this is kind of the MO we talked about for Gen G. Like, see if we can get inhibitor. Oh, can't. Oh, whatever. We'll wait for the next Baron. It's up in 20, and
I mean, they're just going to take this inner turret because there's no one here.
I don't think they should commit Chovy's ult for it, but they don't have to. And all they have to do now is Weaver's Wall KT away. And like, what can KT even do here? Like, they have no vision, they have no entry, and if anybody dies trying to even like jostle for position here, like jockey for position, Doctom's like, I can clear a wave. That's it. That's all I can do. Then they just lose the game. Like, Gen G don't do Baron. They walk down mid and end. So this is where things are basically impossible. There is no optimal play for KT here.
Oh, feels like he may have found Kane, but the seismic shove is there from Chovy. It's going to push him away. Ruler has 4 items.
Yeah, he just got that cheeky back off because they didn't start Baron right away. So he's just going to walk over here with big 4th item.
Oh, Duro, he finds both carries even after the flash. Cease and desist comes in. Down goes Doctom immediately. The Nico is going to fall, and at least they get... No, they're not going to get beat. Oh, there it is. Down he goes. A double kill for Keen as Chovy's throwing rocks around. Perfect does have to flash as BDD gets a Void Staff from the grave that he might be able to use in game 2, because I think it's likely that this one is just over. Flash out from Cuz, and he just gets Phosphorus bombed to the face. That Infinity Edge is working real well here for Ruler as he finds a double kill. And Gen G collect the ace, and they will win this game. And guys, it wasn't close.
It was not close, not even for a moment. There was like one hiccup on the top side, but otherwise, start to finish, Gen G dominant. And maybe Gen G and Arnold trying to talk to Secretary General of the LCK, be like, I think next year we might have to change the format. We have 3 groups. We have Rise group, we have Legend group, we have the Gen G group where Gen G just chills, you know, takes a vacation, and we'll see you in playoffs. Because right now,
maybe
I don't know.
Gen G's group is they just like go over and face the best teams in the LPL or something. They do like a world tour to get like different experience. I don't know.
I don't remember who I was talking with about this. Maybe it was Wadid, maybe it was Valdez. We were joking about maybe Gen G and T1 just shouldn't be in the LCK. They should just do a world tour.
Yeah.
Where they have to beat the #1 seed from every region in a circle, and once they do that, they get the privilege to come back to the LCK. And if they don't, if they lose at any time, they have to reset the circle.
Yeah.
And we'll just completely ruin every other region as well, Atlas.
That sounds really like difficult, but very cool. It's like a sports anime type of vibe. I'm into it. Yeah, Gen G did way more damage than KT. KT just kind of fell off a cliff in this game. I think a lot can be said about things that happened in draft, but I think a lot of it was outside of that. And the way Gen G just
You
shut
said
KT out was just too good.
You said at the beginning, Perfect and BDD need to have a really good game for this draft to work.
And half of that came true.
BDD did, but Perfect did not.
Yeah.
He got focused.
And the bottom lane was a disaster, as we expected. But there is the ability to right the ship. We'll see whether KT can do so as we go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down, and then we'll have that game number 2.
나 옆에 돌아볼게 이거. 야 간다. 간다. 나 없다 얘들아. 노플. 라이즈 맞아. 라이즈 노플이다. 라이즈 노플. 여기 맞아. 노플. 자, 일로 갔네. 바로 안 됐다. 노플. 바로는 어때요? 끝내러 가자. 아, 오케이. 몸을 조금만 더 해줄래? 아 뭐야 이거는? 거리에요. 앞에서? 와우, 우리 팀은 킬 먹는데 도가 탔어요. 이야, 저도 골프들이야? 왜 이렇게 세? 피가 떴는데. 아, 나 어깨 다운 하냐? 뭐요? 나 어깨 다운해.
everyone, welcome to the space here on this Sunday in the LCK. It is Gen G up 1-0 over KT. An early lead helped them coast through to the mid game where KT had some fight back, but in the end, Gen G closed it on out as the #1 seed here in the LCK. Digon alongside Chronicler and Woodid to break down that last one. Unique little draft vibe here as Trundle blind on the blue side. Maybe not the best strat.
Yeah, I don't think the draft was the problem, though. I think as we see more and more of this, you know, in theory, Rise and Legend Group would give us evenly matched, super cool, back and forth, the cream of the crop versus the people trying to fight their flaws. Instead, we just get T1 and Gen G beating up on everyone else.
Well,
it's mean. It's rude. I don't like it.
I still see the idea, you know. I think KT have been tried so many playmakers from Cuz, but it's not working out. So I think they are trying to more control way. Like, for example, you just do the early objectives and then you just win by rotations. But yeah, I mean, it was working out pretty well for their early game, but the mid game, the team fight has been the issue with the Trundle. The playmaking is not there.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons why it's been difficult against Gen G is this man on your screen right here. Duro on the Nico, finding awesome engages throughout this game.
And I have noticed that the discourse around Nico is changing a little bit. And I think it's warranted, because I think this is great from Duro. But the fact that you can prime your ult and then flash was, I think, many of the reasons why this fight and many other fights in this game, including what I think was the fight that actually ended up ending the game, just don't really feel like they're very playable. I also wanted to highlight, as we have yet another shout out to Tempo Vibes, love the italics there, actually really well done. Is just how quickly a game against Gen G goes from like, okay, you know, they're a little behind, and then 4 minutes later, like 4 turrets. I want you to really think about what that means for where you can be on the map at any given point. And this wasn't even the cleanest game from Gen G. They kind of, you know, went about in circles and took a couple of bad fights because they started getting sloppy halfway through. But a 4K gold deficit and 4 turrets down, you just don't get to be anywhere on the map.
Yeah, so normally these Tempo Vibes comes from the sideline push. So they are technically better in a personal mechanically, but I feel like they're just good on catching sides. So we've seen a lot perfect getting caught on side, and I think that actually gives tons of gold for Gen G. That kind of follows up with the turret push as well. So it's all about the silent push, and I guess the Tempo Vibe is the side lane, right?
And Tempo Vibes is whatever you want it to be with it.
Well, whatever. I should not describe.
It's fine. You just need to listen more.
Yeah,
to so
actually,
he explains it very clearly.
My bad.
Actually.
Yeah, there's actually
it's
a PowerPoint.
But anyway,
there's a PowerPoint as.
All right.
Yeah. Look, that explains it as well as he can.
I mean, while I'm talking, I was like realizing that it's maybe about the side lane push, you know?
No, you're talking about actual tempo in a very smart manner. That's not what Tempo Vibes are about.
Yeah.
Just and the vibes. With the
Let's take a look at the second highlight where Gen G were vibing yet again. It started off with Duro getting punished for all those engages, but everything was used by KT in this fight, which allowed Gen G to clean up.
So yeah, this is the thing that I talk about why Trundle is not great in the blue side first pick. So the thing I hate the most from Trundle is you can always predict and expect what he's gonna do in the team fight. So there's nothing that witness the unexpectation from the pick. But whenever the Gwen is there, whenever the picks like Talia, there is something that you can actually do more than the normal champion, like Trundle, you know? So I feel like even though they got one player from Gen G, that lineup, the straight up line for Gwen was just on point there.
I also, obviously a lot of discourse is going to be about Perfect specifically because he has really been struggling. I also want to again draw attention to the fact that like it's not just that Perfect is struggling in the 1v1, which he is, but he's also getting like repeatedly free-manned, he's getting ganked, there's so much attention being paid to putting out his player, which partially is just not knowing when to drop the turret again. But I also want to draw attention to the fact that while that's happening, KT doesn't get anything anywhere else. I think Perfect is kind of the punching bag, but for me, it's more about how KT as a unit right now doesn't really seem to have any recompense, right? If we see that, why isn't Cuz being able to get substantial objectives? Why aren't they able to set up dives with Wei? Because Duro was making a lot happen on the map, right? And obviously he's been performing really well. But it really does, to me, signal again that KT, barring one specific member, and I think Doctum also has been fine, just isn't working right now.
But I still like the team fight they had, KT, in the first place. But the issue is the follow-up. So whenever they win the team fight, they connect to the objective. But you have to think about who's going to engage next, because you already use all the abilities from the support and you have the Trundle jungle. Then you might think about how do we turn, because Trundle cannot turn correctly. So it's going to like make you another issues about like after doing the Nasher. So that's the point where KT fallen. So I feel like they need to think about what they're going to do for.
And after that Gwen got fed, I feel like the game was just kind of over. King carried from there on out, even though it was a bit of back and forth.
A lot of footage for KT to look back on and make these improvements to try and make this playoff push, but they've got to go ahead and get themselves some wins and get the confidence going. Well, let's send it on over to our two confident casters. It's Atlas and Wolf.
Chovy, Canyon, and Cloud Templar. I guess it's the triple C's or something like that this guy was a huge fan of. Thank you so much for the breakdown there, guys. I did like what Chronicler was saying about Perfect. I think that, you know, him falling super far behind is often a product of what other teams are doing to him.
Yeah.
The thing is, he's making himself the target, because after he falls behind, it looks like he gets completely lost and cannot do anything afterwards. So he's the perfect target to make sure that KT can do nothing in the video game. Just needs to be a little bit better at picking up the scraps where he can find them and holding on to the game. We'll see whether he can here in this next one as we dive into the draft for Game 2. KT with that blue side once again, and so maybe it's the Wukong first pick into Yunara action thing or something.
Yunara Wukong is still the focus here. Once again, the Aurora will be banned, even though Gwen was already played.
I mean, it's Keen. He's very, very good at the champion.
So they're just going to take that away. The Varus will follow again on blue side, interestingly. So hoping for maybe a red side Wukong ban that I don't think we're going to see. I think it'll be the Yunara ban
they have to ban it themselves if the Yunara doesn't get banned, isn't going to get banned.
I think Genji might just ban it again, and we just reset, and then Wukong gets banned here.
So they'll take it away themselves, because they want to first pick the Yunara. They don't want to risk Ruler just picking it up himself, even if it is going to be into a Wukong, so you can understand that.
Are we just going to, like, what is the plan here is where I get most interested. Are we just going to go for Rumble first pick? Are we going for Orianna first pick? Like, what's the game plan? We're just going to lock away the jungler. That's cool in terms of, okay, we're at the top of the tier list here, but what does it necessarily mean against a player who has been so heralded throughout his very long career of having tons of answers to meta picks? Like his Skarner, he has been the best Skarner answerer to Xin Zhao since round 1, by the way.
Yep.
But also with a massive champion pool. So now you give over the Skarner, and we'll see what Genji grab with it. But identity-wise here, would have rather seen KT show something that's a little bit more rock solid than I picked the best pick that's left.
Oh, it could be a Malphite angle. We'll see where they decide to go.
All right, well, this doesn't necessarily need to have a strong partner, the Skarner. You know, there's picks that it works really well with, like Rumble, which they may just take here, and I think is probably the best option.
Not on red side.
I think it doesn't matter that much in terms of what Genji are going to get done. I know it's bugged, yes, and like it does a little bit less damage, but we've been doing it for a long time, Atlas.
We have, but I still don't like it, and they're still going to do it.
Team doesn't care.
Yeah. Well, let's see whether Perfect can capitalize.
So, like, there's a world where you expected Rumble and Skarner to come out after picking Xin Zhao, and you have an answer. Just picking the answer that's in the textbook, if you look up Rumble, like, there's like a section where it says, like, acceptable counters at the bottom. It says Ornn there, so that does work. But what is the comp going to look like is what I'm more curious about, because I see Annie, Xin Zhao, Ornn, and I go, well, I hope Duck Dom's on a hyper carry, a real big one. Maybe an Aphelios? That'd be cool. I could be down for that.
Nah, give me the Jinx. I want Jinx to finally make her way back. I think that champion is very good. Outranges a whole bunch of stuff. They will probably be able to see the AD carry face up. So that could be the opportunity as Chovy. I think like this.
Chovy loves
both
Galio
teams,
Danny.
Both teams really want big old hyper carries.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think that while Ornn is good into Rumble, the Rumble usually gets a lot of lane prio. And we'll see if Perfect can weather the storm there. You should be able to, right?
Yep.
They'll take away the Illusion, which I find to be interesting. Both teams want the hyper carry, right? The Sivir ban, I think, would have been, like, both teams would love to have that pick, but since Gen G get to pick first, it's KT who has to ban it again on blue side here.
Yeah, it's an especially good pick for Gen G at the moment.
Yeah, it's just crazy for them. Yeah, 100%.
Let's see the next one here for Gen G.
I think Zeri is a fine ban. Like, weirdly enough, anything that can do really well in late game team fights where you have this front line and the ornaments feels good. Kai'Sa, I don't think that... I'm glad that they banned that for KT's sake. Yeah, me too. I know Kai'Sa has a crazy win rate right now and is doing really well, but I don't think KT really intending on following up on an Annie stun with Kai'Sa in this draft too much.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are certainly angles where, you land a really good ult from the Ornn and make something happen.
We are setting up for the Giga Jinx angle.
Oh, it's the Jinx angle.
Okay, this maybe not necessarily as Giga Jinx, but still. I mean, it's jinxable. This is jinxable. Still jinxable for sure. It's also Apheliosable, I do feel.
Yeah, true.
It's also Caitlynable, but I don't think they're going to do it. As Ezreal, everyone thinks this champ is in a really rough spot right now, and clearly Gen G are concerned about the dive opportunities that KT's comp does allow. They're going to, they ban Kai'Sa and they go for the safe Ezreal here. Xayah will be the response.
It just doesn't fill me with joy. Still, they do manage to get the Lovers Duo. That is very, very powerful. I believe it's Elk and On that are like 10-1 on this combo over in the LPL.
The thing about the Xayah into this draft, if it wasn't Ezreal, I'd be like, yeah, great. Like, you are running into Skarner, Galio. Like, they're going to be in your auto attack range. You're going to get a ton of feather value. You have great turn in this draft. But into the Ezreal means that setup on objectives becomes a lot harder. It's not unplayable, but it's certainly, Ruler has all the cards. Like, he holds, the ball's in his court when we set up 4 5v5s. And if Gen G have prio, which, look at the stats for that, it's pretty Gen G favor. They usually do have objective control. They usually do have vision control. They're usually massively ahead in gold when we get to the late game. It's a little bit concerning. And then Poppy's up, so you picked Rakan. And Duro's just like, well, I know what the answer to that is. I just, if you're going to go straight into Xin Zhao and then you're going to go, aha, they picked Rumble, I see that, and I just go Ornn, then I want to see something that this comp comes together. I'm like, damn, I really liked how they rounded that out. I really love the hyper carry potential there. And Xayah can be that late game win con, can do well with Ornn. Ornn can set up the Xayah because the Ornn Horn gives you the opportunity to then close that gap and then do that massive damage. But I do think there were better options. Jinx was one of the ones that I was excited to potentially see.
I like the Jinx angle. I do think that because it's Xayah Rakan, I didn't see the Rakan being left up. Yes, straight into a Poppy. That doesn't feel fantastic. But as far as just how the draft looks from KT, it looks fantastic. Like, if you saw this and it wasn't KT that was at the start of everyone's name, you'd be like, oh, okay, we could have a game on our hands. And honestly, I think this one's going to be a possibility. Yeah, it's relatively short range, but there's not a massive amount of range on the side of Gen G either. It's, yes, Ezreal theoretically outranges it, but not by that much, and it's not going to be as much of a big deal. See whether KT can utilize it, though. That's the big problem.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift to see whether KT can bring us to the 3-game banger. And I think and also I want to delve into the Ornn situation as well, because Ornn only needs levels.
True.
Right? Doesn't need farm.
He didn't have a ton of those levels last game either, but
hey, he had more levels than he had farm.
That's true.
On a relative basis.
Yeah, sure.
Game to game. So I do think that this is going to suit them a little bit better. Cuz is on a champion that he can get things done early with, and he can pair with BDD to get those skirmishes happening as well. Wei can help out. I think like a lot of it will come down to execution, but the tools at KT's disposal should be enough. Like, we're not going to be blaming Draft by the end of this one, unless Gen.G loses, which we might a little bit, because I don't like this one as much. I think that, as you mentioned earlier, Ezreal not in a fantastic position at the moment. They're not representing a massive amount of DPS, depending on what build Chovy goes and how far ahead they can get, but I think it will be relying a little bit on a snowball.
I don't think Duro really wants to charge in here, but was posturing aggressively. Here's a question that KT has to answer, okay? Who does BDD engage on in 5v5 fights when they don't have prio? Does he just stun Canyon and pray that like Perfect gets the knockup and Duck Dom's damage is enough on 3 items later on to kill Canyon? Is it Chovy who's going to be, you know, going for a Galio build where he isn't that tanky, doesn't have that much armor? They try to burst him down with some of Duck Dom's damage. Because when you're playing into this comp for Gen.G and you're behind, like, BDD can't just like hide on bush because he has to walk towards Gen.G, who are the ones who have the vision control. So if you lose control, if you lose tempo, not tempo vibes,
yeah,
but if you lose tempo, because KT do not have tempo vibes, not even a little bit.
I mean, I think they should with this comp.
I mean, you're the tempo vibes guys, so like if you think.
I mean, yeah. So the tempo vibes will be like Gen.G just holding on in their lanes quite nicely. Top side should of course have push advantage for Keen, but as we saw in the mid lane, BDD is able to get some shove. BDD in this matchup, Chovy in this matchup has been able to just go even.
Yeah, he's been super good.
And that is kind of what he's doing right now, which is a little bit of a worrying sign for KT. So if they can stop that from happening, if BDD can get an advantage and him and Cuz can get around the rift, then this could be a game that KT actually has some tempo vibes in, you know?
Pretty early back here for Chovy, but there's not really much BDD can do to punish it. We'll interrupt the taunt. Jovy's like, cool, I still get my punch afterwards. Denies 1 ranged minion.
There you go.
Small advantages. Small baby steps. Like, if BD hits all 3, he's up 1 CS.
Perfect just got a cannon. This is huge news.
That is,
You might think that it's cope, but KT are doing things. Oh, never mind. Maybe this is not the things they wanted to be doing. Wait, is at least able to battle dance his way out. As Dr. Arm taking a lot of damage on the outset of the play.
The Ezreal feels so good into the Annie, so we're going to have to talk about what Ezreal feels good when he has a jungler that's going to slam somebody into a wall.
Yeah, Canyon is just going to throw a rock into this bottom lane. Decent little knock up there from Wei. It doesn't get stunned into the wall, as now Dura going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. That was not the dive that Gen.G were looking for, but they're still sticking around. They've held onto this wave, so they might be able to get another opportunity, but these health bars are not very high, and Wei is holding this wave just offside. Canyon just going to flash in, though, and there is first blood. Never mind.
All Canyon has to do
just takes a little bit longer as Ruler almost died.
Oh,
the flash! Okay, does get the flash out from Ruler, but I think the Xayah flash a little more valuable.
Yeah, at this point, given that Ezreal basically has a flash on his E, it's still a nice try there from Duck Tom. You get at least something back. But ultimately, if he got the kill there, would have felt a lot better, which is why he goes for it. If Ruler doesn't react instantly, maybe there's something to come of this. But the initial dive is really messed up here by Wei, and the block on Canyon is massive. Duro takes the turret aggro, then the flash has to come out. It's the follow-up dive, which is so difficult to deal with because all Canyon needs to do is flash in to guarantee that both he gets that engage and also the turret aggro. So that's the biggest concern. They eventually get the wave, he gets the flash on the Wei, and then Duck Dom is like, Ruler takes an extra turret shot, maybe. No, not quite.
I don't even know why the turret got angry at him. He must have hit him just after Canyon got out of range.
Yeah.
It did look like they were just out scot-free.
Yeah, I think that's just unlucky for him there in terms of the timing.
Yep.
But, I mean, that's already step 1, like a level 4 Skarner gank dive into your lane. Trades were bad, which is part of why this happened, right? Like, Wei went straight into a steadfast presence. They lost a bunch of health, and Canyon's like, well, see if we get an opportunity down here.
Yep, and now you can do that thing that you were doing before, which was talking about KT having to play from behind, because they are officially behind.
Yeah,
as of right now.
Official, they're going to lose the first dragon here. Now, Cuz is going to try to make a play topside onto Keen.
Well, Keen is going to try to recall. This is not going to work. Cuz can make the wind become the lightning.
He doesn't have his ult either, because he already used it. Try to clear the wave to get that recall. He's probably just going to have to walk out.
Yep, he is going to be able to do that.
He still has TP, though.
He misses a large wave. because he's not teleporting back to this one unless he wants to die.
Sure, he's going to have to back and then TP bottom side as Ruler is coming up. So some minions lost here, as in fact Duro is the one who TPs first. This is a little bit awkward here, as Ruler can't quite get back.
Yeah, Plate Gold is coming on over as, oh, the cannon's actually collected for Ruler. Kind of nutty that he's able to get that money. That feels very, very good. And Ruler and Duro able to set themselves back up. So, yeah, KT get a plate for the Xayah. But that is about it.
So she's only 350 behind.
There we go, there's something.
And, I mean, bottom side, Perfect went down there first in the swap, right? Didn't get a huge lead from it, but actually, like, is up on farm, is up 250 gold. Obviously, this wave will crash, and that'll diminish a little bit as Keen catches it. He had the TP. But KT were able to get at least something. Like, they have now halved the gold lead that Gen.G had at just under 1,000. So, small kickbacks here. And I'm looking at the situation for, you know, I was asking that question earlier about BDD. Who does he engage on? Who does he catch? If he could flank and catch the Rumble, that's a member that doesn't have an arcane shift or you know, a lot of health and armor and tankiness to then survive. Like, he's not gonna have big MR when that bear drops down. Like, maybe he could be the target BAD finds, but again, it's a lot of, do you have prio? Can you actually walk up? Chovy is going to leave lane here, and BDD may be able to crash a few minions away from him.
Trisha Barrage going to soften up way there a little bit. It looks like at least, you know, Dr. and Wei aren't falling any further behind or anything like that outside of losing some health bars. The CS numbers are doing all right. As Canyon's going to make his way over. Oh, never mind. It could just be doomed. As Wei not going to be... Oh, he actually waits out the Steadfast Presence, just barely survives. As the KT bottom lane do limp their way out of there. That should mean that Gen.G are easily able to take these grubs, though.
It's grubs, and also Ruler might just push this wave in and grab a plate because he can.
Chovy does get ulted back there by Cuz. Chovy gonna have to flash. Does do so to get himself out of dodge.
BDD has really been putting the pressure on in this lane. He forced Chovy to back moments before, and Chovy didn't quite have his TP up, so had to back and lost some minions there, and is now forced out completely. Now that he does have his TP up, he will be able to go straight back to lane, so it won't be the end of the world, but BD's finding these angles, finding these opportunities, finding these flashes. Certainly a small victory. Again, we talk about these small victories for KT, but getting small victories against Gen.G feel like getting massive victories. It's the hardest team to get any victory against.
But I mean, I want to go back to the tempo vibes just a bit here. I know that people are, you know, probably a bit tired of it, but it's something that I do need to talk about, because while like Chovy's getting forced back and KT's putting on the pressure, because of the fact that this bottom lane duo here from Gen.G are so far ahead and so much control and pushing Dr. away around, it's still just free grubs over to Gen.G. It's still them with 2 objectives on the map. It still feels like Gen.G just has more.
They do. And the thing about grubs in these 2 comps is that they're not the most impactful because it's Galio, Rumble, Annie, Ornn in terms of side laners. So it's not like there's a Gwen in this game or a Tristana or a Jax or a Fiora that's going to be demolishing turrets, but it still is relevant, especially when it comes to pushes later on in the game, Barons, things like that. I mean, that damage will really add up. So it's not the end of the world for KT, but still, like you said, it's +1 objective, +more map control, and, you know, further proof that Gen.G's composition absolutely can function, and it is already starting to become a problem. Like, this Ezreal Poppy play has been fantastic from Ruler and Duro. You can see how, like, Ruler set that up with his True Shot Barrage. Like, he was 2 steps ahead of, like, okay, I think I can get kill pressure here. It's just insane to watch. Duro gets on top of Wei, so he can't actually use his W to get out. He's forcing them back away. Drops the Ignite in desperation.
Well, Canyon is going to make his way in here. Does set up, but Duro does have the inside track. Dr. I'm going to come on over. He actually blast coned his way in. There's the Impale, but Cuz still keeping himself relatively safe. The flash out there from Cuz as they go back in looking for Chovy. That is going to be the kill. It goes over to Wei, unfortunately, but they'll take it. They are going to even things out. Now the stun is going to connect, and the 1-2 punch here of the Xin Zhao Annie is going to work until they are evicted from the play. And Cuz just goes down. There's the knock-up as the answer might actually be here, and there it is. Feathers get pulled back. Wei might be dead, but BDD is just going to wander his way back in. No mana to speak of, but he is still scary enough to get rid of Gen.G.
They're going to actually stop Duro's back. Small victory there.
Oh, Ruler. This could be very scary, as at least BDD is coming over there to say no, Ruler.
Yeah, he does
Not allowed.
Does not have barrier, but had a ton of health, so wants to try to force the issue there. He had cleanse, so isn't scared of a potential stun from BDD. This looks at the outset here like a bit of a overextension from KT because of the Galio ult. Canyon has Impale as well, but it kind of messes up the value there that Chovy's looking for, and then Chovy just finds himself in the middle of a team fight, which is a meat grinder. This Aya ult comes out. Canyon gets out of these feathers, which is really critical. Then KT have the numbers advantage, right? BDD gets his stun ready. Duro helped out here by his ultimate so incredibly well. Pushes BDD away, and Ruler adds so much damage. The fact that they are able to get a kill back here is just insane to me. Canyon, though, doesn't leave, so that ends up being another trade up for KT. Gold now dead even. You know, we had 1,000, then it was 500 when we last checked in, and now it's basically 0. Gen G have like 200 gold in the tank. Yep, and this game starts to feel a lot more playable after that scenario.
100%. And now Wei is going to try and get out of the way. Dom here could be in trouble, but that's going to be the snare. The quickness comes on through. The flash has to be employed to get Canyon out of trouble as the teleport in from BDD. He's looking for Ruler. Does manage to find him. True Shot Barrage just bet. Wow, Wei just didn't even flinch.
Yeah, Wei's like, I've seen a lot of True Shot.
I think he should have flinched. I don't know.
The way I look at that is he's like, man, I've seen over 10,000 True Shot Barrages. I know that one's not going to hit.
I don't know. Hitboxes in this game seem to change day to day. That's my experience.
Maybe Peter flinches. Wei's like, nah, I
guess not. That's going to bring him a little bit of tempo back.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really aggressive play that cost Canyon this flash, right? Ruler doesn't have cleanse anymore.
Oh, we've got a ward going into this brush. They spot all 4 members as the equalizer goes down. Goodbye, jungler. Thanks for the leash, says Gen G, as Canyon very comfortably steals that away. The Ornhorn going to come down as he just turns his way out of it. Oh, no. Oh, well, KT. I guess Gen G going to be thankful for the leash.
Toby not even there. You're going to get plate gold on the top side. Canyon, yeah, should just actually catch
the hidden Scorpion. The Impale went a direction.
Yeah, didn't quite catch him actually, so never mind on that one. Toby grabs plate money, and KT lose some of the lead that they had there. And I mean, Dom wants to get this plate here. It's a big wave. Is Zaya into Ezreal, and Ruler misses that. Maybe he can barely get it. Looks like he just barely will. So that's money.
Yeah, a little bit more coming back. 250 going to be the difference here. As Chovy could, he is in a lot of trouble. There's not a lot of justice in that punch. As a bear goes down, he taunts them all, and they're like, yes. And then they kill him. And that is going to be Feats of Warfare actually going over to KT. So just a turret, and they will be able to get themselves some upgraded shoes.
Yeah, that was, I liked where Chovy was going with it the last time, where there was no one to contest and they were winning the fight and he got plate gold, but then stayed for a very long time there without really any secured vision and just gets punished for it. The kill goes over to Cuz, which isn't the end of the world. Xin Zhao actually uses gold pretty well. He's got his Sundered Sky already. BD would have loved to have it, but either way, it's still a big win to pull Chovy off of the map. As you can see, he has one control ward here, but it's a full wraparound. By the time they get to the control vision, he's way ahead of it. And so it just doesn't have anybody do anything here. Good zoning there from Wei. Punch is denied. He was going to die no matter what.
Yeah. Very, very dead. And this is what we want to see, right? We want to see the Rakan and the Xin Zhao just walking over to the other damage dealers and taking names. That's precisely what they're able to do. Off the back end, it is Ruler extending that lead a little bit further. Things like this, the Ezreal is very strong right now, looking for item number 2 that should be coming in relatively soon, but with Trinity Force, it's already a big deal. We know that Ruler has been able to get a lot of work done on this champion in the past, even if we don't necessarily like it as much now. It is still Ruler, he is still Ezreal, and so it could still be a big problem with KT.
Yeah, they have a lot of control here over the river and Herald, so Ruler can push up to almost melee range on that turret without any fear. And Chovy shows up now, does have his ultimate, so skirmishing here is going to be really tricky, and Keen has a teleport TP.
No teleport for Perfect, you cannot fight this KT.
There's no way.
Yep, Duro is just going to send Cuz away, and that is a guaranteed take on the Rift Herald. KT still wanting to look for something here. I'm not sure about it as the equalizer goes down. And Wei able to use that quickness, getting himself out of the way as Doctom's so incredibly close to dead, but will be able to keep himself alive. And the question I have is like, why?
Yeah.
Why are we fighting? Why are we doing this? The flash out from Cuz gets him to safety, but why does he need to get to safety? As Wei is almost dead, he gets out, but why? BDD flashes in! And I think I know why he was looking for a kill, but I just don't know whether he's going to be able to find it, as now they're able to back away. KT, we don't have to.
No. And, like,
All right,
Canyon is just going to make sure they don't try to defend this turret, but remember when I asked the question about who does BDD ult if they don't have any prio? Those, he didn't do anything until he ulted randomly at the end, and it didn't do anything either. But, like, in that fight, he was there. He's like, hold on, maybe we can fight this. Perfect's coming up. Let's beat them here. And, like, Duck Dom living was really impressive, and I had the exact same thought in my mind. It's like, it's really cool that Duck Dom lives here. Like, watch how he plays against it. After he gets out, I'm like, however, like, he could have just not used his ult, flash, and barrier, and just been like, okay, I guess they get Herald, and our Ornn pushes a little bit in the bottom side. Perfect does show up in ults, but it doesn't matter. And BD is over here like, I can't, Wolf. There is no target. There is no target, Wolf. I got Duro. Oh, not what I wanted. And Toby gets the double, and they just have to leave. They should have left earlier.
Yeah, they didn't need to be around here at all. They could have left their Ornn in the bottom lane.
Yeah, no, I think they should have.
They should have said that, like, this Rift Herald is not going to go to us, so we can't do anything about it.
You're
like,
the Ornn comp. You don't have to force fights like that when your Ornn can't get there fast enough. And Perfect is there if he has TP and matches Keen, or...
Yeah, it's fine.
Or if
you're already too late. Cut your losses.
Yeah, if you deny Keen's teleport somehow, and then maybe you take a 4v4 there, and if you play it perfect, but they just... No.
Yeah, I don't think they read the tempo vibes.
No.
I think that might have been what happened. Gen.G have firmly got those ones in their control, despite the fact that they're not exactly massively ahead. They just seem to have the answers this game. As BDD trying to be sneaky, it is going to get spotted out there by Keen. And Wei is just going to try and push Canyon out of here. More battling, as this time Perfect does have his teleport. Now we're actually fighting for an objective. And Gen.G are in the area. Duro with a beautiful angle. True Shot Barrage just means that Cuz and Wei are already so low. They do get the redemption, so this health bar isn't too much of a problem, but Wei is going to have to try and get himself out, and I just don't know whether it's going to happen. Gets a knock-up onto Canyon here, but no one's there to follow up.
Chovy the whole time is denying entry for Perfect. He's like, you can't get in here. I'm not going to allow it. Not going to let that Ornn actually Ornn horn this fight. And we have complete control on the bottom side. Chovy's like literally chasing him to the mid turret now. He's like, yo, you are not actually coming to this objective fight. KT, I'm going to deny you the fight you shouldn't have taken last time. This time you just cannot even get there. And that's a free dragon.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
And with no cross map, no return.
No.
Wei?
Well, yeah, he didn't even have ult, so it wasn't like he was going to set up for a huge play anyway, but Equalizer goes down, and Gen.G looking to take that Drake and then move on and grab this turret. In the meantime, Chovy is in the top lane, taking the outer turret up there.
So it's Gen.G who gets the objective and the cross map, I see.
Yes. Gen.G is taking the objective and cross mapping.
It's not really a cross map if you got the objective though, so it's like a double map?
Yeah, I think it is still a cross map, but you're just doing the thing that your opponent is supposed to be doing.
Yeah. So they got objectives on both sides of the map, which goes against the... like, Newton had a law about this, I think.
Yeah, we were talking about that guy. This is an apple to the head, if ever I've seen one. We'll say that.
Yeah, it certainly might be a learning moment. It might be a bit of
a learning moment.
It might be a bit of eureka for Perfect. Not staying inside. To be fair, again, Chovy denied his entry to that fight. And I think without the Ornn, they just can't win it.
And it is beautifully played. The fact that they read the fact that there is no real way for them to do too much if they don't have the quickness, if Wei doesn't have options. And they just mark him. They make sure that he's low enough for it not to be as much of an issue.
It's like a safety check, you know, for Jin.
Yeah.
They run the check before the plane takes off. Like, all right, everything's good to go. All right, take the dragon. And KT's like, oh, I'm a problem that we might have to solve. No, I already did the check on the Ornn. I did the check on the Recon engage. We're good to go. Take that dragon. Gen.G now have choke point control with Impale.
There's also no objective to fight for, so maybe this is time for KT to fight. Yes, it precisely is, as they go in onto Canyon, who just says, and what? And the and what is nothing.
Keen had his ultimate in like 3 seconds before that fight was about to break out and had TP. Instead, because they don't need him, he just pushes top side.
Ooh, perfect, doesn't quite get the knock up there onto Chovy. As he breathes on some minions, True Shot Barrage just to clear out the wave, and that will successfully do so. I feel like they're using this Ezreal.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was literally going to say the same thing.
Tempo this
I was actually literally going to say the same thing as Rule. Every single True Shot Barrage has had a reason.
Yeah, and it's like thinning waves, making sure health bars are low, like denying fights. Like, It must be so
It's
frustrating to
pretty
play
crazy.
into.
It's pretty crazy. Like, Duro's definitely getting palm if this continues at the current rate because of his game 1 performance and also his great disengage earlier. He's 100% KP, but I don't know. Ruler is... He's trying to get a few votes. He might get a cheeky cheek out of this one. I don't know.
Yep. I reckon he can have my soup vote 100%. He's looking real good.
He's just had a phenomenal game on a pick that's really niche right now, but suits the draft, and he's won lane with it. He's got both of the kills. I don't have anything bad to say. Only positive things.
When in doubt, Otacon.
I mean, they're trying to force an unfavorable fight with the power they have.
Teleport now. Teleport now, perfect. Perfect. Teleport now.
Not teleporting now, he's teleporting far away.
Okay, he is going to teleport now, at least. As there's the knock-up on the Canyon. They want to be able to take down the jungler. He's so tanky. Still, he's able to deliver a gargoyle and flash away. Tibbers gets ulted on. True Shot Barrage this time is not going to find the mark. Neither does the equalizer really, although Doctom is so incredibly low. Chovy dives in, gets the Featherstorm out here as Doctom uses the barrier. Canyon, he manages to snipe him. Down goes the Lover's Jaw. The Ornn is picked up, and it's an instant triple for Ruler, who is now 5-0. 100% of the kills here for Gen.G.
Not 100% kill participation, although he technically is. He's just
he has
100%
that too.
Kills. Well, that may just be the backbreaker in this one. What was a relatively close game until Gen.G ended up getting too much control, and then a desperate Otacon now means KT just got nothing, and it looked so good until Canyon's Impale. Like,
yeah, there's impales and there's impales. You know, sometimes you can get a stick like stuck somewhere in your hand. Or this is like a stake to the heart, and that's what Canyon just did.
If KT pull off of the Otacon too, like then Gen.G just slow play it and then you lose out anyways. Keen has this flank angle, and by the time this Ornhorn comes out, like he solo ults Keen. And then the opportunity here with the Impale.
Oh my goodness.
Just insane. Duckdom just burned away.
Duckdom also just accidentally died offside because he did manage to get the flash off in time. I kind of thought that he was a victim of that Impale as well, but wasn't actually. It was just Ruler that hit him with a couple of abilities and he died.
It's the way it looked for Duckdom at the beginning, like his feathers into Chovy may have made it look like, or it did look like for a brief moment that Chovy maybe overextended with that play after they denied the Otacon. The equalizer was decent, but just too much Gen.G, too good of Ezreal play, and
this is Ocean Soul.
It is.
Maybe like if Ruler does get every kill in this game, maybe we do have to give him palm.
I'm kind of okay with the concept.
I do think it's probably still Duro. You might be right, but if he does get every kill in the game, that would be pretty. He just missed a cannon. Never mind, it's Duro.
Duro's still 100% KP also.
True.
In a game where his biggest wins have been setting Ruler up in lane and then otherwise peeling in team fights. I guess that's a great peel ultimates. He also has removed some big targets, like he took BDD out in one of those big fights on Dragon earlier. Does KT now just have to resort to tricks? We've talked about this a lot in the LCK. When you're behind against a team like Gen.G, you just have to go hide on bush and hope for the best.
I mean, it's Molten Edge time as well, so at least Duckdom is doing a bunch of extra damage. BDD does take down Duro as they set the trap and look to take... Canyon's drifting has been so sick today.
He's the only Skarner player in our league right now, and so he is by default the best, but if everyone was playing Skarner and I watched this game, I'd be like, well, he's the best.
Yeah. Ruler is going to take down an get himself out of the way. As Canyon, I mean, it was a cool play, but I think maybe he heard us saying that he was like super cool and stuff, and then he does that thing where he goes a little bit too far.
I don't know, we just panned over and I watched Duckdom with his ult get impaled, and I was like, that's a good play, but...
They are flashing in. Great quickness play there onto Keen as the equalizer is in a decent position. The gargoyle delivery is so good, and Keen picks up the first kill for not Ruler in this game, and Ruler is a bit angry about that, so he's going to grab another one for himself as what goes up must come down, and that equals another double here for Ruler. 7-0 here for this Ezreal, and now Wei is getting chased down. True Shot Barrage, if that connected, he was dead, but he is not.
Wei knows about True Shot Barrage, just to figure that out.
He has, now that he's been, at the receiving end of it.
Well, the idea for KT, I think, in this one is Canyon gets an Impale, and it's like, oh my god, he got knocked off, but there's no follow-up, and they're like, okay, this is our in. There's no Impale anymore. They're out of position. We can force this fight. Let's chase them down. And, like...
KT just kind of looked blindfolded.
Well, we're going a bit further back here, but Duro gets taken out initially. Canyon, the target of this, but drifts away. I'd rather see this. Okay, so Canyon has control vision here, so he just catches him on the pathing. But because of Perfect, Ruler can't close the gap there to follow up. And then they get the kill onto Canyon. Ruler has already used his shift. Flashes away. Does not actually want to continue here. And then KT, instead of just taking the W and looking for a little bit of Baron control, they're like flashing in here with Wei and Cuz to try to kill Keen. And Chovy has ultimate, gets in here, and the rest of the team is just so split now.
I mean, it was 3v5. Like, they should be making that play. It's just unfortunately, they get hit by the big old Ruler wallet in the end, and it's just doomed.
Just Duckdom can't close the gap. Like, it's Wei and a Xinjiao, like Cousin Wei go in, but then there's just not enough follow-up, and then Chovy buys enough time, and then if Duckdom was there, I think 100% you smash that fight, but he just wasn't there in time.
Yeah, well, he's here now. There you go. The Ram. All right, we get a Bellows Breath. There's a nice knock-up onto Ruler. I mean, nothing's really going to come of it as the Arcane Shift gets him out of that grand entrance, cuz, oh, the Impale's so good here from Canyon. Once again, Ruler gets his 8th. He's legendary. He already was. I mean, it's Ruler, but he's going to grab a 9th here on the back end. As Gen.G, I think they want to go home. I think they're kind of done with this one, as they are looking for their first inhibitor of the game. Keen was in the bottom lane, by the way, guys, pushing this Baron wave towards this inhibitor, and they'll take 2 at the same time, which is kind of what they've been doing all game.
Yeah, that's really a great way to put it. Atlas says, okay, maybe we get one?
Nah, it's cargo delivery. That's what's going to come on through here as Chovy puts himself in position with a great Justice Punch. The Nexus, it belongs to Gen.G now as Ruler, bobbing for apples, takes down Doctorm. BDD, the next one in trouble as they just destroy them on their fountain. And Gen.G, yeah, they'll make swift work of KT here today.
You see Ruler palm? Like, he got 10 kills.
Absolutely obliterated that game.
Yeah, I think he just kind of steals it from Duro. I actually think I have to give it to him. Like, I mean, Duro did take Perfect out of the game in game 1 and had some pretty good poppy moves in game 2, but you have a game like that, you kind of just take it away. I hate to do it because it's like sometimes you feel like you're voting for Boom Boom when you do this, but by the way, they now have qualified for round 2. They were already in playoffs and already in Worlds, but round 2. They can't get anything. They can't get anything else for the rest of the tournament.
It's gonna get to the, like, they're gonna keep winning so much that they're just gonna win. They're just gonna, like, they've qualified for first place, winning the playoffs. That's what they're gonna do. No best of 5 necessary.
Like, you know, back to the Duro thing. Like, sometimes it feels like you're voting for a Boom Boom when you vote for Ruler like this, but I don't know, man. His performance was insane. It was actually crazy. His True Shot Barrage, his
and the
game
fact that it's on Ezreal as well, like, people aren't even really playing this champion at this point in time.
You know, we often talk about players getting robbed. Ruler robbed him, and I'm sorry, he gets away with it.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the heist goes well.
Yeah.
You know, you're watching those movies and you're like, oh, like, I just really like Clive Owen. Like, the guy's really cool and, like, he's quite eloquent, and you're like, Denzel Washington's doing a great thing here, but I'm sorry, I just really like Clive Owen in this one. And that's understandable.
Yeah.
And I assume there's going to be a lot of Denzel votes out there.
Duro did catch his bag there as well. Like, he stuck the landing on that ceremony. So maybe Connor's feeling a little bit better about his Duro vote right now.
I assume that's. I'm sure he held strong. But I would have definitely been a flip-flopper. That was just such a Ruler masterclass in this game.
I mean, we'll watch all of it back, right? In this moment, like, Duro had some phenomenal plays in the early game.
I like that was like 7 buttons miss.
Yeah, that was the worst True Shot Barrage of the game from right there.
No, there was another one. One more, but the other ones were all really good.
Yeah. This Otacon attempt from KT was one of many desperation.
Why are we watching the only 2 that just don't really do anything at all?
Yeah, well,
was Ruler just carried actually this
We skipped some steps, I think, this one.
It was this. Doctorm flashed away and Ruler's like, no, you're dead.
I mean, Canyon might get a rogue vote. He had a pretty good
The
game
drifting was pretty cool.
He had some impales that were really sick in game winning, and he had some impales that was like, that's impressive, but yeah, not sure if that's, like, that was the one he missed. I'm like, it's impressive that you missed that. That was also the one where I'm like, wow, you got dunked on. Well, your team didn't know about it though, so.
Maybe there's, maybe there's like some soup viewers that are like sipping their Corona and like, they're like, this guy can drive. I mean, something like that.
Someone like Captain Flowers would probably vote for him. You know, a Skarner enjoyer
that's a very
is 100%.
I mean, he picked Skarner, so obviously that's where the captain's vote's going. That one's not too difficult to understand. But honestly, like this was.
Look at this Canyon as well, where they're like, I think maybe we can at least kill Canyon.
Yeah.
No.
범퍼에 나와리 범퍼 살려.
Good old Galio delivery.
아니야.
And look at Ruler. He's like, I took one Nexus turret down. Can I kill them all now?
By the way,
The answer is yes.
for those hoping maybe Chovy doesn't get #1, you know, for those chasing him right now, like for the Zeus out there, you're like, whew, well, it definitely isn't Chovy, right? For once.
yeah.
Like for once, it actually isn't Chovy. He can't.
I do want to see the vote spread because I'm sure it's just going to randomly steal one. But look at that. He did like as much damage as his top side combined. Did he do as much damage as his entire team? Well, like, I mean, almost. Wait, was it?
Yeah, he did.
It's almost
he did more than the
exactly.
full, yeah, he did more than Keen Canyon. No,
They
it's
did
not.
45K.
Almost,
they did about 45K.
yeah, almost as.
But it was
exactly.
very, very close to him doing like almost exactly 50%. So that'd be like a 45% of his team's damage type performance there on the Ezreal. Incredibly, incredibly impressive.
It will definitely warp some of his key player matchup stats.
This was like very close to a perfect game. As yeah, 5-0-7 on the Corki.
Any
Was a
Duro
bit of a
voters
forgettable one there, and
on the stream?
11-0-1. As obviously Chronicler is a Duro voter, but I mean, Duro played exceptionally well.
I hope I'm the tiebreaker. I hope like it was dead even until Wolf changed his vote. Because I already had the Duro vote written in and I changed it after seeing the
That's
latter
crazy.
half.
You know what? I think you've done justice today for Clive Owen and all of those people that understand my Inside Man reference that went way too long. I mean, sometimes it just happens. Sometimes it is just stolen away, and you have to just accept it.
Yeah, sometimes you just some of the intricacies of Duro and all that like just get overblown. Ruler was a player of the match.
He was.
He was a player of the match.
He was the one, and like there's boom damage votes, and then there's all the damage vote.
Yeah.
And he did all of the damage. And I don't
He boomed Chronicler as well.
I didn't even really like the Genji draft, like at all, really. But like they made it work. Like the Skarner hits differently when it's wielded by Canyon. Same can be said about the Ezreal and this Galio. And it's so beautiful that we've got the Chovy Galio experience and the Faker Galio experience. They are very different things, both amazing in their own right. And Chovy showing that Galio feels a bit like his day off champion, you know, where he's like, oh, I just want to sit back and press R on people. And that's what he did. And it looked really good while he controlled the side lanes. And we now get to have a little bit of a conversation with Ruler as well, which we don't get too much of an opportunity to do so. What is he sitting on? He's like 200 points right now?
Yeah.
It's only 2 of them. But now it is time for us, I think, to head straight over to the interview with Ruler.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Ruler on the side of Genji. Wow, the fans are so happy for you. Congratulations on the win. And you just got your 4th consecutive win and have secured a spot in the playoffs round 2. How do you feel? Feels amazing. And getting the POM always feels great. And that was such a dominating performance yet again today. Is there something that Genji tends to be careful about? Something that you guys like to watch out for? I feel like draft is really the key of this current meta, so I think that's just something that we're most careful about, the draft. And in the last team fight of game 1, Keen got a triple with Gwen, and we were actually all wondering and very excited to see if that becomes a penta, but you took the last kills. So did you think that you had to take the penta away? You know, because of the enemy's positioning, I just thought that, you know, there's no way Keen gets a penta. There's just no way. I knew that there is absolutely no chance that he could actually get a penta, and that's why I took them. And in the recent ADC champion trend, it feels like Ezreal wasn't quite of that preferred pick, but you still picked him in game 2. So how do you explain your decision? You know, I think there are other champions that got a buff, and I feel like Ezreal wasn't actually my preferred pick either. But I feel like the other teams, because Ezreal isn't being picked lately, I felt like maybe this Ezreal pick might have built tolerance, so I thought that maybe this would be an effective decision as well. So regarding Yunara, you spoke pretty highly of her, but Genji banned her in both games. So do you think Yunara belongs to the top of the tier list? Yeah, I think she definitely is a high tier pick. And I really just wanted to see how the other teams play her out. And I was really excited to play her as well, but today our decision was, let's just go ahead and ban her. So that's why we ended up not seeing her in our match today, but I hope that in the future, I will be able to see more of her. And with the bot lane's incredible zero death performance, you were today's POM. But Chovy is at 1,300 POM points and will be awarded the player of the split. So how do you feel about Chovy's sweeping all those POMs? Do you feel sad about it? No, I don't feel particularly sad. And I'm not particularly frustrated, but since he is already awarded such a huge milestone, I feel like he should probably give the POM to the rest of our teams. And Chovy actually got a POM, and I actually bought him some Korean barbecue, so I hope that this time around he is able to treat me in return since I got the POM. Back then it was the POG actually that we celebrated, so given that this is a POM, it must be more valuable, right? Yeah, I believe so. So maybe I can expect an expensive dinner. And with that, you will advance straight to playoffs round 2. And you're still halfway through the regular season. So in the remaining matches, what will you focus on? You know, there are so many competitive teams right now. And I think we just have to really look into and study what kind of draft will work the best for our team. And I think I just have to make sure that we can keep our fans happy. I'm just really glad and happy for all the support. So I want to keep on performing well for them. And it looks like your parents are here. They must be so proud of you for getting a POM today. Anything you want to say? You know, this is the first time. You know, as an alpha male, it's kind of hard for me to say and something that's soft, but I'm just really grateful that you're always watching me and supporting me, and thank you. That's the end of the interview with Genji, and back to the space. Thank you.
Ruler, a true alpha male being able to express his gratitude to Chovy for the delicious dinner he's going to get later, and of course to his parents for coming to support. A true tetonam, as they like to say here in Korea. 2-0 for Genji in this series. The Ezreal ends up being the way that Ruler gets his POM, much to the chagrin of my analysts here.
Whoa! Korean analysts.
Oh no!
I wonder what this says about the vote. You know, it really makes you think. Really,
Well, they blamed us for the comment, but now I feel we are actually
Korean
as the analysts.
There we go. That's our boys. They knew. They
are the knowers. We are able to watch the replays on the client.
Yes.
So probably that's
Actually
why
watch
we
the
actually
game.
voted, you know, because we can rewatch all the plays.
You know, I was really gonna play it up, but I did think that Ruler had an incredible game.
I agree.
Incredible game.
Yeah.
What are we voting for again, Digon?
We are voting for
Match for both games.
Yeah.
I think that if it was this is a classic example of just the second series kind of standing out more, the second game in a series standing out more. I think that Duro, what does he need to do at this point? The road for victory for Genji. That one hurts, right? And the bottom tagline, if he gets his palm stolen, I'm going to crash out. I'm not doing that. I really thought it, but actually, I actually want to ask. So many of the kills and plays were set up. This is a player that effectively debuted at the end of last year, has been on the best team in the world, and has been an integral part of it for the whole. Yes, really amazing.
Yeah.
That second game.
Yeah,
Duro
I feel
won
it.
them game 1, and Duro also set up
I
the
feel
whole
it, bro.
reason why we was fed at the beginning.
So I really like the most
crash out.
from him is actually he played two different style of the support. One is fully engaged with Nico. Second is deny enemy plays with the Poppy. So that's why I voted for him, and I'm kind of ready to open up the discussion here, but I guess it's a kind of full fact because I need to invite the viewers as well because Chijijik and Soup also voted for Ruler.
And media and Jana.
All right, guys, come here. Come over to Lowell Park. We have to open up the discussion about POM here. We are ready.
It's a nice discussion, right, with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's
right now,
going
buddy.
to be, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, well, dude, you've been so intense. Wasn't it yesterday? You were like, I'll punch them in the face if they didn't vote for the way that I thought. All right, let's take a look at what the Korean cast had to say there. Support, he's great to play with. Great mechanics. Go.
Well, I don't like this comment. That's kind of boring, man.
Ah,
This is
Helios.
This is the best one.
Would you?
Would you do
No, I don't accept
No,
this.
it doesn't really work.
Yo, Crony, we should go hard on them because they always blame us. But he always uses the duo.
No. I never get flamed.
I guess they are actually team with us this time. So
I like them, but I do think this says doo-doo, not Duro.
yeah, that's true.
Oh.
And he's always using this meme all the time again. Like he always wants to deal with the good players.
The votes offset.
That's actually for the next one.
All right,
If they end up winning there, Helios. Sounds like there's a little bit of division between.
This is
Duro
actually
camp. Let's see rules.
a top tier Pommen. It's actually really good. I don't agree with the vote for obvious reasons. It's a great Pommen though.
I agree.
Big banger. Actually, really enjoy that.
The meta here to scoring the comments is getting more and more intense. So hopefully you at home are enjoying this. Took me back to season 2, pure vibes, pure roots. That's basically like the diaper thing that he said.
Oh, I think he's memeing about his own meme, by the way.
Yes.
Right?
I don't know.
All right, this is a deep meme.
The CJ? Yeah. All right, we'll explain that one later. With an ADC like this, you better give up that pen.
Oh, that's just biased because he used to be an AD carry. I see how it is. Don't look at how many times I voted for junglers, by the way. That's unrelated. We don't have to get
Hey man, Prince knows a thing about pentas is the only player to get pentas in 3 major regions. There it is. Those are your palm votes. Ruler getting it this time. As Gen.G get the 2-0 over KT here in the Legend group. Let's take a look at the draft though, because it was questionable at the end.
So yeah, here we already saw Gen.G picked Azura on 4th. And they picked Zaya and Rakan into it. This is... I just don't understand why you do that. Because you normally think that it's a bad matchup into Ezreal. And also, enemy support can counterpick your matchup, which is Poppy. It completely denies what Rakan can do in the team fight or the skirmishes. And it was actually main issue for the KT when it comes to the mid-late game. So I think it was just... fine draft in the first phase, but it was kind of horrible decision making after them seeing the Azure on 4-5. So I think they should just go for like something else that actually do something against Azure.
Yeah, we also saw how little Dr. got to play the game. I also think Zaya into Rumble, even that alone, like just Rumble ult can force your ultimate. And then the fact that Poppy was open was kind of adding insult to injury. But it's also a testament to the champion pool for Gen.G, right? That they feel the need to ban that Bard. Yeah, not a great ending to the draft here for KT.
Yeah. As we take a look at the standings, I feel like and I said it after game 1, we got a lot of footage for KT to review and improve because they still can slide into playoffs there. They don't have to play play-ins. They've got a lot of learning lessons across these 3 great teams that we've had here in the LCK. Draft, Rumble getting dove, poor Perfect just getting dove all the time, no counterplay. So there is an opportunity for KT to grow despite the fact that they are on a 5-game losing streak. The only team they've beaten here in the Legend group is Nongshim.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, it's not only because of the draft or like coaching staff, like the player issue has been the main part for KT for like so many, I think it's been like 2 weeks now.
Also, bring back Peter. I'm sorry, Ray. I wanted to be a believer. I was a believer at the beginning of the year. I think they've just looked worse. Even though Peter has some lows, I think it's clear that he does bring both some highs as well as some intangibles that KT was really relying on.
All right, well, that does it for our final Legend game of the week. Now it's time for some Rise. The DN Automotive Freaks play for their season lives yet again up against D plus Kia, and I'm sure Chronicler won't be a mess throughout this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that matchup for you in just a little bit.
makes me stronger.
아이고 안녕하세요. 오랜만입니다.
오늘 머리를 멋지게 하셨네요.
잘 지내셨어요?
네, 잘 지냈죠.
한 번 더.
안녕하세요. 저는 오늘 분석 데스크를 함께할 이은빈입니다.
어때요? LCK 아나운서 한 1년 됐나?
네, 이제 1년 조금 넘었어요.
이제 좀 완벽히 녹아드신 것 같아요.
아, 아니요. 저 아직 그래서 지금 이거 하려고.
욕심이 많으면 어떻게 녹아들려면
해야죠. 잘해야죠.
뭘 더 잘하고 싶어요?
그러니까 뭔가 저는 그냥 안정적인 진행 말고 거기에 뭔가 더 있어야 되는 곳인 것 같다라는 걸 좀 느끼긴 해요. 풀템님만 봐도 재밌잖아요. 듣는 것도 재밌고 보는 것도 재밌잖아요. 그런 요소가 좀 필요하다.
크템님은 재미, 혜진님은 상큼한 진행,
시베님은 당당함.
저한테도 있어야 될 것 같은 그런 생각이 드는 거죠. 있나요? 없죠. 아직.
아니 그 제목은 들으셨어요? 프로그램 설명이나 이런 거 좀 들으셨나?
뭔가.
근데 저희가 이제 목표가 더 커졌어요. 아니, 솔랭 불만이긴 해요. 은비님이 원래 아기 토끼잖아요. 아기 토끼를 원래 싫다고 했던 거 우리가 어떻게 보고
네, 지금은 너무 감사하게 생각하고 있어요.
이번 프로젝트를 통해서 다른 캐릭터가 씌워질 거예요. 아기 토끼라고.
좋은데요?
헤딩 보셨죠?
네네네. 제가 그거예요?
악귀가 되는 거예요.
제가 악기예요?
네. 솔랭을 겁나게 해서 롤 악귀들을 다시 끌어모으는 거예요.
알겠습니다.
솔랭은 좀 해보셨어요?
솔랭 근데 진짜
얼마나 했지?
거의 안 왔어요. 저 솔랭.
왜? 솔랭 왜 안 해봤어요?
두려워서. 진짜 뭐는 모르고 그냥 해봤어요. 아무것도 모를 때 뭐야 이거 그냥 한번 해봐야지 하고 했는데 뭐야 이거 했는데도 그거 솔랭이라고 생각하면 더 떨려가지고 잘 안 되더라고요.
5승 8패 승률 38%.
지금 제 거 보고 계시는
승률이 38%야. 아이언 승률이 지금 12점. 언제야? 뭐야 이거? 이거 플렉스네. 이거 자랭이네. 솔랭은 빵프로네. 승률이 빵프로야.
다 졌어요?
그래도 서폿을 하시네요.
근데 이제 서포트 안 하려고 원딜을 하고 싶어요.
왜요?
제가 막 딜 넣고 게임 주도하고 하고 싶어요.
그러면 원딜하면 하고 싶은 챔프 있어요?
저 요즘 자야.
자야?
네. 되게 날렵하고 막 올 때, 기타 막 올 때 그런 때 쾌감이 재밌고.
혹시 이렇게 막 손재주 좋아요?
되게 안 좋아요.
안 좋아요?
네.
내가 여기 티어까진 가고 싶다 이런 생각도
있죠.
어디?
골드.
골드.
왜 비웃? 말을 하는 비웃어.
아니 골드.
아니 그냥 가고 싶은 거는 말할 수 있잖아요.
골드 가야죠. 갈 수 있죠. 골드를 가야지. 선생님이 있다면 어떤 선생님?
근데 좀 무서운 선생님 말고요. 저 이제 칭찬을 먹고 잘하는 스타일이어가지고 제가 질문도 마음껏 하면 이런 질문을 해도 친절하게 다 알려주시는 그런 선생님이.
약간 호구 같은 스타일이 나오구나.
그러니까. 내가 뭐래도 우쭈쭈.
우쭈쭈 해주고.
그 정도는 아닌데 채찍 주셔도 한 번씩 당근은 이만큼
이만큼.
지는 그런 거.
선생님이 성격 엄청 빡센 사람. 엄청 무서워. 진짜.
맞죠? 아니면 막 앞에서는 강한 척하고
카메라 꺼지면 뒤에 가서 그래.
네,
녹화 끝나면?
그런 스타일. 저 여기 롤파크 앞에서 본 적도 있어요.
실수하고
무던하게 긁어요 여기. 근데 여기 롤파크 앞에 그 영풍구 앞에 벤치.
온다. 지금 온다. 지금 온다.
아 근데 진짜 그때
아 마음이 여리네. 어떡해. 이거 앞뒤가 이거 아직 앞뒤가 못됐구만. 아기 토끼야 지금.
맞아. 실패하면 어떡하실래요?
하라는 거 다 해야죠.
오.
저 그 진짜 각오 같아요.
저 시켰어요. 이거 하라는 거 다. 하라는 거 다 한다 그랬어요 지금.
아 하는 거 다 해야죠. 근데 그런 게 있어야 또 더 열심히 하지 않을까요?
오. 진짜 못하겠어. 그럼 어떡해? 번지점핑 하래. 아 뭐 예를 들어서 뭐 그 정도 하래 번지점핑. 번지점핑이요?
해야죠.
오.
해야죠. 어떡해.
오.
내가 못한 걸.
저는 팬들이 주면 좋겠는데 이
우와.
같은 그 기간 안에 같이 달려서 상위 5명의 팬들의 의견을 받아서 이 중에 제작진이 하나를 고른다거나
좋은데요?
선물도 좀 주고 그런 분들은 알기를 좀 주고 이런 구조를 좀 짜고 있어요.
좋다.
같이 달리는 느낌으로 하려고. 라방 생각 있다면서?
네.
악기들아, 나랑 같이 다시 악기되자.
악기 안 같은.
여러분, 우리 진짜 이제 협곡을 함께 누벼요. 선생님, 채찍질 당연한 거 알지만 제 실력에 당근도 좀 주셨으면 좋겠어요. 그럼 감사히 잘 받아먹겠습니다. 더 열심히 할 거니까요. 고맙습니다.
이쪽에 앉으셔도.
한타레지가 진짜 다르다. 아 솔직히 한타대로 못하는 게 나보다 저는 못하는 애를 싫어하는데 인프는 너무 못해서
나의 카드. 유빈님 카스플레이 하셨네요? 원래 옛날부터 있으셨어요?
좀 됐어요.
아 그래요?
네, 좀 됐어요.
한 번만 보여줄 수 있어요? 의미가 뭐예요?
의미요? 이제 방황이죠. 방황한 거.
방황 언제 하셨는데요? 왜?
이게 18년도인가 했던 것 같아요. 하필 18년. 이게 18년도. 그러니까 모르겠어. 한 17년.
미국에 계실 텐데?
네, 미국에 있을 때인데 아마.
뭐 하고 지내셨어요?
저 때요?
네.
맨날 술 먹었죠.
아 술을 또 좋아하신다.
아 좋아하죠.
술을. 주사 있는 거 아니죠?
주사 없어요.
아, 그래요?
주사는 이제 취하면 집에 가야 돼요.
오.
집에 가서 자야 돼요, 빨리.
태관이 알려진 이미지와는 좀 다르네요.
많이 달라요, 사실. 아직도 뭐 하면은 이 형 안 죽었네 이러는데
네.
사실 그 방송에 보여줬던 이미지랑 실제는 좀 많이 다르거든요. 인터뷰를 할 때마다 약간 세게를 말했잖아요. 근데 세 보여야 되는데 어떻게 세게 말 안 해요? 상대 잘해요 이러면은 저기 자신감 살아가지고 잘할 수가 있잖아요, 경기 때. 그걸 미리 조기는 이제 약간
그게 성격 아닌가?
쫄아라 이런 거죠.
그게 성격이죠?
그런가요?
학생들은 뭐라고 보통 얘기해요? 막 선생님 뭐
맨 처음에는 다 사실 말을 못 걸어요, 저한테. 무섭다고. 뭐 저도 이제 목소리를 그냥 깔고 우선 들어가요. 애들한테 지면 안 되니까.
어떻게
안녕하세요 이러면은 안녕 이러면서 그냥 좀 가오를 잡아야 돼. 애들한테 처음에 지잖아요. 못 이겨요. 걔가 알려주는 방에는 빡다가 실제로 있어요.
그거 왜 있어요?
이제 애들이 뭔가 이제 말 안 듣고 이제 좀 시끄럽게 한다 그러면은 그걸 가지고 와서 제 책상에 올려놓죠. 이러고 있다가 이제 애들 좀 조용해지고 말 잘 듣는다 이러면 다시 넣어놓고.
저희 은빈 아나운서님을 교육을 시켜주셔야 되는데 은빈 아나운서님은 현재 랭크가 아이언 3입니다.
아이언 3.
솔랭을 거의 해본 적이 없어요. 그리고 원딜을 하고 싶어요.
네.
초보자가 하기 좋은 챔프들도 있어요.
제가 생각했던 건 우선은 미포진. 자야는 그 난이도가 좀 있어요. 그 저티어가 할 원딜은 아니에요.
그걸 제일 하고 싶다.
자야를요.
깃부름이 가면 기가 막히게 봐서 기가 막히게
올때 그런 때 쾌감이 재밌잖아요.
아 그럼 아니 하고 싶으신 거는 그러면 오케이. 그럼 자야도 해도 돼요.
해도 돼요?
그럼 은빈님 한번 플레이하는 거 좀 보여드릴까요?
그럴까요?
네. 제라스로 연운을 가네. 근데 괜찮은 것 같아요.
진짜요?
스킬 그래도 쓴 거면은 이렇게 쓴 거면 그래도 괜찮은 거.
오케이. 골드 갈 가능성.
골드요? 근데 게임 그 원딜 게임 하는 거를 아직 보진 못해서.
그래도
그쵸.
피날레신데
뭐 저는
그래도 아카데미 선생님 지금 연차가 지금
원딜 레전드.
분들 레전드.
말 잘 들으라고 하면 돼요. 그분한테. 안 그러면 이제 제가 아카데미에 있는 빠따를 가져올 수도 있으니까.
은빈님한테 한마디 할까요?
카메라를
카메라.
보면 되나요?
저 착한 사람이에요. 아니 그게 아니. 아니 그 말만 잘 들어주세요. 그럼 골드까지는 무조건 갑니다. 무서워하지 말아주세요.
예, 고생하셨습니다.
네.
makes me stronger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. And yes, it is time for more of this tinny ping stuff that has been going on, that has infected the LCK for this week.
It's so fitting, though, for the Korean League of Legends server, and just any game server, though, in general in Korea, because we have teeny ping. Usually like sub 5.
That's true.
Teeny ping. You're playing over in North America, you're Europe West. You're looking at like 30 plus at best. Teeny ping here, we're looking at like sometimes 2 ping, 2 MS.
That's actually crazy, because I thought it was a reference to a children's TV series.
No, it is. I'm just saying, like, it's a great name, and it works well with the LCK.
Yeah, no, because we do have a very small amount of ping. Yeah. Wow, and as an Australian, I've really appreciated it, I'm not gonna lie.
That's what you call extra large ping.
Yeah, I remember League of Legends on 270 ping, and that was not great fun. Although, when it was being played with a whole bunch of Australians, it was very funny because no one could dodge anything.
Now, the game score between these two teams is 37. Okay, I just keep it's every time I see it, I'm like, wow, the numbers are big. Sometimes you gotta say the number.
Yeah, but how, like this negative 33, how much of that was done in the quantum realm?
None of it. Really.
Exactly, because they are undefeated in the quantum realm.
That's right.
Okay? You talk to Ant-Man about how scary DNF are. He'll tell you. He'll be like, I'm Paul Rudd, I don't really understand what LCK is about, actually, or something like that. That might be one of his lines.
I liked the bad
otherwise,
guy in
I'd be
Ant-Man.
scared.
That's all I remember. I like the actor who plays the bad guy. He was great in House of Cards as well.
Wait, is he the guy that's also in Vikings? He plays the, like...
I don't know his name. I just think he's great.
Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about.
Great, you know?
He's just got a bit of a scary vibe.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So
what also has a scary vibe is teeny ping.
Let's...
I feel like that it could be nightmare fuel.
Let's talk about the momentum of these two teams, because D+ come off of a 0-2 loss.
Yes.
And DNF come off of a little bit of momentum returning with Quantum after their shocking, famous, now, mic-checked game against Bro. I think the momentum could not be more different between these two teams. And I think I'm going to say it. I've said it already, but I'll say it again. The coordination we saw from DNF in their first match of the week versus the coordination we saw from D+ in their first match of the week was DNF favored. They looked like the better team in terms of how to actually play out winning positions, how to play around objective fights, how to 5v5. This has been D+'s issue for a while, but it was like, oh man, there's some issues here. They can't quite beat the top teams. They dropped a little bit low down to the Rise group. They barely fell into the Rise group, but now they're getting defeated by Rise group teams that every D+ fan who was crying when they didn't make it into the Legend group would have thought they'd never lose to. And in this Rise group, opponents like DNF felt like a free win. A few weeks ago, you're like, oh, D+, I mean, they're going to dominate this group. They're 100% going to be the first place team in the group. And they probably still are because they have a lot of points. They have a huge advantage. But will we say they're the best team out of the Rise group in terms of current form when we hit the end of round 5? Right now, I think D+ has a little bit of convincing to do.
I think you might be right. I think they're cruising a little bit at this point in time because there's not really all that much to worry about. But that loss against B&K was certainly not what they wanted to see, because that is a team that is hot on their heels at the moment. Bulldog with some pretty decent stats, actually, as he was a large benefactor of their recent win against DRX. It was pretty historic there, not going to be losing 11 times in a row again.
Yeah, you can see he has...
Yeah, Bullmom back here again.
She's always here. But I wanted to mention that, like, Bulldog's damage percentage is actually the highest in the LCK for these rounds, right, for second half. And that's very surprising, again, considering how important we think Berserker is on this team, how we talk about Berserker, and also how much damage he did on Yunara the other day. But, like, it is crazy how consistent Bulldog has been here in the second half and how important he is to this team. And Showmaker, on the other hand, when he's off, D+ really struggles, so could be a point of contention here in this best of 3.
The thing is, they never struggle in the first 20 minutes. In the first 20 minutes, they are almost always absolutely crushing. This team was built to bat. You know, they are smashing balls way out of the park, and then they're caught in the crowd, and then things become a little bit of a problem, unfortunately, for DK. Throwing games away has been their biggest enemy here in the Rise group. And I think what they need to do is stop resting on their laurels, start taking it all seriously, and just deliver the smackdown we know they're capable of.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people had a different take than me when D+ got Rise Group relegated, but I was worried because to me, D+ has always been a team that, even when they're not in form, would play amazing series against T1, Gen.G, Hanwha Life. You'd be like, oh man, D+ are the underdogs, but look at that game one, they almost won it, they had so much control. But then against Rise teams, you would go, oh, this is a shoe-in. Showmaker's not feeling it today, and then they would drop games, and you're like, oh man, what's going on, D+? Like, you just almost beat Gen.G, and then Bro made you look like the weaker team. Now they're in this Rise Group. It's only Rise Group teams you play against, and you gotta stick the landing. You gotta show you were one win away from being a legend team. This is a team that is holding so much roster power as well. Some of the best rookies that we have to offer here in Korea, as well as Showmaker, a world champion.
Yep, and Beryl,
a two-time world champion.
Exactly. Aiming as well, the Gold King of 1 billion weeks in a row as well, which is pretty impressive. TF going to be taken away here, as Showmaker has certainly been back on the TF train. There's a reason why he has a skin for the champion, all that sort of stuff. We mention it all the time. But it does mean that now a lot of the pretty obvious bans are likely to slip through.
Yeah, looking at Wukong and Inara. Always going to be looking at those. Pantheon, Azir, Taliyah, the other outskirt bans. Seen a lot of Varus blue side bans this week, which makes red side a little bit more comfortable, as Orianna will be taken away. That is an interesting one.
So, Aurora still up. Yunara still up. Wukong still up.
Yeah, I think you don't want to ban Wukong here, or they'll just get first pick Yunara with no Wukong into it.
Yeah, let's not do that.
I don't think you want to ban Yunara either.
I think you just ban Azir and then just hope, or ban the Aurora. But you're red side, so you don't want to do that. I think it's Azir. You just have to get rid of that.
You could ban Taliyah also, but then Bulldog gets the free Azir.
Yeah.
Maybe you just ban Vi. Okay, they ban Yunara.
I don't mind this.
So now we could trade Azir, Taliyah, which Showmaker is fantastic at both.
Vi first pick is very interesting.
Does keep the comp quite simple for DNF, but I didn't expect this, especially when Wukong is also still available.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that can be picked into this. I think the Gwen is probably a pretty comfy option. The Aurora could also... Just Aurora Wukong would be very
Aurora
strong.
Wukong is insane. Wukong Gwen is insane. You don't have to get the Wukong right now, since the Vi is locked in, but looks like they're going to consider it. The question is, do you want to take the Taliyah away so they don't get Taliyah Vi? Is another consideration, as they're just going to grab the Wukong and use that timer to consider which of those mid picks they prefer. Azir is very strong, but is on a losing streak right now. I think teams overvalued him and have played him in a lot of weird drafts.
Yep.
Actually, the losing streak was broken by Vicla, but was on a losing streak, has a bad win rate in the second half here of the LCK.
And with the Taliyah left up, I think it is a little bit of a dangerous one.
I would like to see Taliyah here. I prefer it to the Azir in this situation, and Showmaker will agree ultimately here. It took a long time to get there, but I don't think that as DN Freaks, you don't play Azir still, though. I think you probably do. They're going to grab Rumble and Ahri, though, so they are going Vi Ahri. We're turning back the clock a little bit, and this is just going to give over the Gwen Wukong.
So, I mean, Gwen into Rumble is pretty even as far as the matchup is concerned. I'm a little bit worried about, you know, the power levels of Dudu and Xiu at the moment. Xiu has been struggling a lot on tanks, but I think that he could still certainly run the Rift on a Gwen if you do give it to him.
I think that's a very good assessment of some of the recent stumbles of Xiu. It has not been on carry picks like this.
The good old 0-9 Cho'Gath was not really what we were looking out for.
No.
Unfortunately.
I mean, I also think right now, these are 3 of the strongest champions on this patch together with great synergy versus 3 champions on the other side that have are past their prime. Still very strong, but past their prime in terms of where the prio lands. Although it's much easier to execute Vi, Ahri, Rumble than it is to execute the finesse that's required to, you know, Weaver's Wall objectives and side lane correctly with the Gwen. But you should expect that D+K will have that better macro.
Yeah, I think that they should be able to do it. As the Kai'Sa going to be taken away, I actually like that. Kai'Sa Vi is so strong.
Yeah, it's so strong in this draft for DNF. Xayah also strong into this dive, so both of these bans were kind of no-brainers. And now I wonder if you're considering an Alistar ban as DNF, because it really empowers so much of this draft here for D+.
Yeah, Nico is also something worth considering as well.
Definitely.
Might be a trade that they're looking for. The Alistair did take a bit of a hit on the patch, and that has taken down his win rate just a little bit. I wouldn't mind a Lucian ban, so that you can eliminate any sort of doors being set up, as that's a Lulu.
Lulu is
very curious.
Different type of lane dominance, and works incredibly well with Vi, because you Vi ult and then Wild Growth.
Yep. Adds to that wombo combo quite comfortably.
Jinx also is really strong with the draft that DNF have, because it's easy to get resets. You and I talk about Jinx all the time. People probably think we're crazy because Jinx barely gets played, but she's on the edge.
If they're following LS on Twitter, they would also be yelling at the TV, saying stuff about Jinx.
I mean, the thing is, like, Jinx, I think, is very good. We've seen it as be very fringe, but still incredibly strong in a few different drafts. I think this is one of those drafts. There's the Alistair I mentioned. The Nico could go over just to kind of guarantee a powerful lane on the bottom side. Works well with the rest of this draft, too. Here for D+. They have Wukong for engage, so they don't need an engaged champion per se, because they also have the pick potential of the Talia. And we'll go for the Sivir. I think this is actually the safest pick you can grab right now, and Aiming loves it. It's mid-control. It's Spell Shield into Ahri.
Yep, feels pretty good. And if the Vi goes in on her own, doesn't have Smite, then you can also get out of the way of the ulti as well.
The Lucian they did not ban, though, is now going to potentially be how DNF decide to try to crush this lane.
It does mean that you're, like, because the Nico wasn't banned, you're at the risk of just running straight into a Nico as the Lucian Braum, which is less fun.
Yeah, Lucian Braum often feels bad when you don't have other tools to engage, and you're not playing into a comp like what D+ are running, but D+ are running Wukong, Gwen into Braum. That feels like a ton of value for Braum, plus the fact that you already have so much other consistent forms of engage. The Nico, like you said, is problematic, but outside of lane, I do think DNF, I mean, they have a comp that's very all-in on what it's trying to do. But it's not Lucian Braum with Electrocute on the Lucian, you know, it's not that all-in, but it is very much see target, focus target, kill target, get map control. And if you're even a little bit indecisive how you set up on objectives, D+ Kia, I'm looking at you, just a little indecisive, like this comp just picks a target, presses R, charms it, Lucian goes in, Equalizer gets dropped, fight's over. So, I mean, this is like, I feel like how we should have expected a draft like this to look for DNF into D+.
I would agree. I do think that there are so many clones, and that is going to make getting a culling to work really, really difficult. Not to mention just like target selection in a team fight, there's going to be 7 D+ units just hanging out on the Rift. It'll be very frustrating to deal with. I do think that the Nico also makes the laning phase so comfortable here for D+. So earlier on in the game, I think they're going to be feeling very, very good about how things are set up. But this is going to be a big test for the Quantum Realm, right? Like, he's come out of the gate, he's already changed the momentum, the flow here for DNF. And maybe it's going to continue with a victory against D+ Kia, top of the group. Imagine if the DN Freaks can do that.
This game
still in with a shot, by the way. Like, if they lose, I think they still, like, they are just eliminated if they lose any series from here on out.
That's correct. They have to win every single series.
Yep.
They did the first one since that moment, and let's see how many more they can get.
Yeah, this is... Everything's on the line here for the DN Freaks. D+ Kia feels like another day at work, but they're going to have to really knuckle down this time. And Wolf, I have been doing a bit of reflection, because I was one of the people that didn't really agree with the assessment of, like, DK are not very good unless they're facing off against the top tier teams, because I always thought they were pretty good at just punching down, and, like, it was against the top teams that they wouldn't really be able to, like, have the same level of play against. I think you might be right, though, because what it seemed like in recent times is that their biggest weakness is lack of respect for their opposition.
Yes, and that's really, like, it's hard to make statements like that because you can't back it up with, like, stats. You know, you can look back and watch a ton of D+ games and remember those particular games, and if you're like us who watch and commentate and analyze every single LCK game, it's a little bit easier to remember those types of moments. But as a fan, when you hear that, you're like, Wolf can't say that about Showmaker, it's not, you know, and it's like, well...
I mean, it wasn't the case a while ago, right?
Yeah,
like,
no,
it has recently become a big thing.
I mean, the reason we talk about Showmaker Majais all the time is because he punched down so hard, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, he was the guy, especially back in, like, 2021, that year, where they were just untouchable and they were, like, happy to play close games against against Gen G and T1. on the occasion because they just won everything else otherwise, and every other team that came close to them just smashed them, and that's why those bro upsets actually felt so crazy, because no East Side team could even touch D+ at the time, or Damwon, really? Damwon Kia. But like, I feel like in recent times, like the last 3 splits basically, D+ have otherwise looked much better against the top teams in terms of their peak. Like their ceiling looks higher. And sometimes the floor they see when they play against the weaker teams. And the way I look at these 2 drafts is like I only really look at D+ and go, it's a test, right? This D+ draft has all the tools to win against DNF if they set up on objectives correctly, if they play around Reaver's wall really well, if they play around Aiming's wave clear and get prio and play decisively. Like I think D+ have the better draft and they're the better team and they have the better nameplates. But it's that test that they failed so many times recently, which is why I predicted BNK to beat them. And they lost in the exact way I expected. At least this the shot calling problem.
It does make sense. And it's not even necessarily a shot calling problem. It's just that they just get lazy.
Yeah, the coordination problem, I should say more than shot calling. So I don't want to blame one individual shot caller or like say the comms are the issue. Just the setup isn't there. Like it's lazy. It's not as coordinated and as careful as it should be.
But this is. What's happening right now is a bit of a I picked Braum lol type situation.
Yeah.
And it's not quite working. And when a Lucian lane is getting completely pummeled by a Sivir, you know things are not necessarily working the way you wanted your draft to go. Just have to see though, of course, when you park Lucian in the mid lane, that's when things can tend to turn around a little bit. And so we just need to get to a lane swap and get this sorted out. But right now, it is already 1 plate down. It is just scrounging for whatever they can get underneath this turret. And otherwise, Aiming just having a phenomenal time.
Yeah, this is exactly how this is supposed to look for the draft for D+. They had a great answer here. The Sivir was a fantastic pick. Yoshi gets a look for an early gank here onto Shiu.
Yeah, possible avenue in. That is a big minion wave, and there is no jungler to even see in sight. Lucid has just gone back to base. Let's see whether Shiu can actually survive this. Has already got the exhaust down, and Gyoshik not going to be able to tank this for much longer. Dudu does connect the harpoon, and they're going to go for round 2. Shiu desperately trying to drink as much potion as possible. Fantastic flash, but still the answering double kill, sort of, is going to come in for Shiu.
Shiu played that so well. Had the misstep early, absorbed a ton of that rumble damage. The exhaust perfectly timed there as well. And then even though Pyoshik is able to get the flash in and Dudu still holding aggro, like they communicated it so well, it's just a little bit too much damage.
That was very uncomfortable, that whole situation.
If Shiu gets 2 kills there, I mean, it's
that's
disaster.
So doomed.
It's still not great for DNF as Shiu, look at this mist is placed here. Pyoshik picks up aggro. Dudu's trying to do as much damage as he can.
The exhaust was so good onto the
takes
rumble.
So much of that damage away. And Dudu doesn't have overheat. Has to try to pull this aggro back. Pyoshik flashes in, and if that shield is enough, and only Pyoshik gets executed, it's perfect, but it's not.
And if the minion wave had have actually been there, but unfortunately, it just was a little bit too far away. And so, yeah, even Pyoshik is going to die. That was very weird. He's going to get executed, and so theoretically, maybe it's an even faster back there.
It's a win for D+, but like it's not a huge win.
No. Yeah, this is though. This is 2 plates. This is Berserker just stuck underneath the turret at very, very low health, and is at least able to get that one last minion. The turret has done so much work here for the DN Freaks, as Beryl has taken like 2 turret shots that we've actually seen on camera, Aiming just taking one right there.
The key turret matchup, bottom lane versus top turret, which one's going to get more value? D+'s top turret, insane value for them so far this game, but
yeah,
DNF side, without that turret, man, I think the game would be over. I'm going to actually
I'm gonna write down turret POM already.
I'm going to write just bot turret. I'm putting the turret POM in bot.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
Although that top turret was pretty impressive. I think like Chronicler probably votes top there.
What happens if you put turret in the jungle column?
It's Baron. It's a Baron vote.
Ah, I like that. What if you actually want it to be the grubs though? How do you specify which one it is in the pit?
Maybe it's like a really small check mark, or like 3 marks.
Ah, okay.
To dictate.
This is really good to know. I didn't know that there was an extended meta. I've been out of the Pong game for a while. You know,
3 marks to denote 3 grubs. And in the old way, you could write a 1 or a 2 to denote first or second grubs.
Well, that is going to be a Drake taken here by Lucid pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and
Ooh, Earth, Wind, and Fire? Possible.
certainly possible. Certainly a good start that way. The game here looking for D+ exactly how you want it to look. You know, you have a pretty big lead in the bottom lane as Quantum's going to look for a play.
Yeah, doesn't quite get the stun onto Beryl though, so isn't really going to eventuate in anything.
And it's not that DNF need to have a massive lead in this game, they just can't lose control over the map. And it's a small lead that D+ had, right? And it's in that bottom lane. The failed top dive doesn't necessarily end up mattering all too much for either side at the moment. A little bit of extra gold for Pyoshik, obviously a little bit of extra gold for Shiu, but he doesn't have a gold lead in this matchup into Dudu so far, as Dudu's looking for another trade.
Actually finds a pretty nice one there. Shiu does hold on to the ulti. Same to be said for Dudu, as we have the needlework coming out and almost actually killing him here, as Dudu says, well, you deserve an ult back. And Shiu says, all right, as the wave is going to dissipate. Oh man, Snip really starting to hurt. There's the exhaust down onto Dudu as he gets the flash out.
Man, Dudu is actually walking the edge in this moment.
Really is.
Like, the fact that he was able to, like, he held the equalizer so long when he was getting traded back on moments before. I was like, you might have to drop that. Then he drops it on the wave, then goes back in, flashed at the last possible second. Kind of insane, but this is a win for Shiu because he doesn't have TP.
Yeah.
D+ do have full grub control right now.
Yeah, Lucy going to come on over and grab the first one. It looks like DNF might be able to get the next two.
I mean, Showmaker has Weaver's Wall. It's something they need to consider. They need to act fast if they're going to take it back, and they do.
Yeah, and also DK, they're like, we take one, and that is all we really need. That is what they're going to commit themselves to. There's still the bottom side of Lucid's jungle to get through, as Beryl...
If they could stop him from backing here, this actually is pretty big. He's laying his back.
Yeah, it splits the shapes. He's going to be fine.
He's fine, but they are sending Gwen to the top side, and it's a free push coming through. There's no pressure bottom side. Pyoshik's still on the top side of the map, so it's not going to matter too much, but
yep, playing
that's why
Double
Beryl
Dragon.
Yeah, Double Dragon is certainly quite powerful. Although when both these dragons are out, you know, your RNG chances are a little bit lower from getting a super high roll, but it could still be Hex Soul, could be Cloud Soul. Two good ones.
Oh, Pyoshik is back to his worst nightmare, as he does see that there is a ward, does get turned off momentarily. Shiu does get full information that there is someone up there, as there was just momentary darkness.
There is no one bottom side, so
we are ganking the turret.
Yeah, like
Dudu doesn't have flash.
Just laughing, I think, because yeah, I kind of like this trade a lot here for D+.
And with turret blades, 4 people, his tower takes a long time to go down.
And also, Shiu has TP, and they're going to win the race.
Yeah, so it is just straight up a race. It's not a base race, it's just a turret race. And even though grub advantage is going to be there for DNF, it will still be this outer turret falling on the bottom side, going over to DK.
I mean that Dudu had to go mid. You know, Showmaker denied some farm as like it was a late rotation over from Bulldog, and I mean there was a lot of XP lost up there top side. The plate goal, like you mentioned, was split between 4 people. I think Bulldog's gonna get most of this wave here.
Yeah, it is going to eventually be a little bit of a gold advantage for DNF. But I don't think that DK are too worried about it.
I mean, they end up getting
control of the bottom side of the map, which is where the dragon's going to be coming up.
Yeah, and they're going to get defeat. I mean, they do have defeat. So that's one of the big wins of that one as well. I think the idea for DNF is like, okay, we wanted to get Shiu plus turret. We got seen, Shiu leaves. Now we can't just back out, or we'll lose out because aiming's already starting to hit the bottom turret. So they had to kind of commit there, and it's not the worst in terms of money. Like, obviously, they have a gold lead right now, technically speaking.
Yep.
But I think D+ are happier with how that exchange went.
Anyway, this is going to get shoved into Berserker, but he's able to pick that one up pretty comfortably. As now DK, a little bit free on this map to move around. Bulldog's Orb of Deception, not deceiving anyone right now. So who's going to make the next move? Right now, a lot of bottom side vision there for DK. Looks like 30 seconds until this Drake Double Dragon on the minds of DK still. That is going to be where we're going to be setting up next.
Yeah, they really grouped a lot towards top side there, pulled a lot of resources from DNF. And DNF do clear that vision up, but like you said, the real prize is bottom side. That's where D+ now have a lot more control, and DNF are going to have to close that gap. 10 seconds until spawn, though. And they don't have a ton of mid-prio here. Sivir just showing up now to clear this wave. Yeah. I just don't know how DNF engage this right now without a great target, as aiming might be that target.
As the shape splitter to block And yeah, it does a heck of a job against the culling.
Well, that is alone enough to get them into the Dragon Pit.
They will be able to move on over. Let's see how much of this vision they can actually clear out as Lucid just completes the Trinity Force. I don't think that they have enough time to be able to take this one down. Shi also getting his first item. There is one done for Pyoshik. He does have the Sundered Sky. That is a big power spike, and he has started off this dragon. Beryl's going to move in. We'll get information, I believe.
This is a bit of an awkward spot. Like, Shiu is so far away, aiming is so far away, has to catch that mid wave. I think DNF should be able to get this. If D+ try to both clear that wave and fight here, I think it might be a mistake.
Teleport coming in. There is the Pop Blossom. It does connect as Lucid gets the Cyclone over Berserker and does manage to knock up Bulldog there as well. Lucid finally does go down, and some needlework is flying all over the place. Pyoshik is just going to be able to complete the heist, though. Takes down the Drake, and it's Hex Tech this game as well.
Boy, the high roll is there. It's not double dragon for D+, though, and yeah, that was a really risky exchange, to say the least, there on the side of D+. Did not have prior to that set. They commit the TP for Showmaker. He's not able to Weaver's Wall anything, though, on his entry. So watch this again. Like, look at where Shiu is right now, where aiming is. They're just not here, which is why the engage comes in so quickly. Barrel ends up having a decent ult here, but Berserker can flash out. The reason why this fight ends up being relatively close, though, is because of that ult from Barrel, because Berserker just cannot get in. He cannot actually apply damage here, and Bulldog is so mobile. Pyoshik has his charge Q to get out, so they get out with just that kill. But I think if that ult doesn't go onto Berserker and he has free reign in that fight, D+ lose a lot more.
Yeah, I think that Barrel was flashing expecting Berserker to instantly flash, but the fact that he didn't and then got over the wall meant that they weren't actually able to lock down that kill, and could have been a lot worse for DNF, as I think Berserker playing it the way that he did was able to get them all out of there and allowed their jungler to be still alive.
Yeah.
Get the smite off onto the Drake. So really beautifully done there by DNF.
Both sides, I think, playing it about as well as you could have there. And Barrel's ult was nice. You know, Berserker getting out there allows them to save the play. And Bulldog has that ult, just barely able to escape himself. Just a really close exchange there.
How did Blaze miss? That was kind of crazy.
I don't know.
Whack. Well, aiming is going to be able to clear out the wave with 2 items or, 1.5 items. He is very, very comfortable doing so. So the Sivir is just going to be parked here, keeping up the tempo. As far as tempo vibes are concerned, though, I'm feeling like DNF are starting to move their direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's early to say, but the fact that they were able to pull off that heist, I mean, to call it a heist, I feel like is at the end it ended up being one, but I thought it was a good call overall. Showmaker's gonna have to leave. I mean, small moments like this make you feel like they got the tempo vibes for sure. Talia Weaver's walling out of the side lane. Doesn't feel good. However, a lot of control to Shiu in that matchup bottom side, but again, no fighting right now. If we just sit back and scale, D+ definitely feel like they are winning.
Yeah, aiming is currently about 400 gold ahead, 20 CS up. Double buffs here as well is feeling pretty nice. Does need to avoid getting hit by all the piercing lights, but I don't think he's too worried about it. As Pyoshik now looking for the Rift Herald, and Lucid is relatively close by. They spot this out. See whether there is going to be a fight, as aiming is down to 50%.
Yeah, there's no Weaver's Wall here. This is going to be really tricky unless D+ can find a shove angle.
Shiu can teleport in, so that could be a big deal. Warrior Trickster does come through from Lucid. That keeps his health bar high, but they're not going to be taking this Rift Herald away.
They got the TP out of Dudu, and Shiu's going to have some side pressure here on this turret, but he's just going to rush down. He won't be able to get the turret, but I think that's all D+ is going to get in the cross here is a little bit of health off of it.
Nice seismic shove there onto Quantum, but he just has a door, so it's all fine. Decent amount of damage. Well, I say decent. There's a bit of damage done to this inner turret. That is all that Shiu's really able to put together.
And this Herald is quite important for DNF because they need to play through Prio to win a fight on this next dragon, and that's so challenging when you're playing into a Sivir, right? Like, aiming will just sit in the mid lane and constantly shove those waves in, as he is doing, as you guys can see on the mini-map right now. He does that before a dragon, you can't get in. Weaver's Wall is back up for Showmaker, and then fight becomes a little bit tricky, but if you can use the Rift Herald in mid to then wrestle that Prio away from aiming and get into a fight setup where you can use your Vi already to its fullest potential, you can get the equalizer you're looking for, then I think DNF have a real fighting chance on this next objective. Barrel
does get the snare off, but still has to use the heal to get out of the way of the culling. 2 items are done here for aiming, so it might be that this next Hextech Dragon Could be something D+ can play around.
Surprising to see a play here topside right before Dragon, but they're going to look for it.
Yep, Pyosik does go in. The exhaust down onto Dudu one more time. Let's see whether this needlework is going to help him out. The equalizer is placed down, and Shiu is destroyed. There is feats of warfare and feats of strength over to the DN Freaks.
That's big. They get the feats. Now, how will D+ respond here on this Dragon while those critical ultimates are down? I mean, equalizer was on such a low cooldown. If they could stall this out, I mean, he may be able to have it for a fight anyways. He does not have TP, though, and DNF may just look to slow this Drake down and while he continues to push that inner. D+, 25 seconds till that Dragon spawns. They do not want to give this over after losing their top laner. Shiu also has TP to join the fight. I think D+ should definitely commit. They have a Weaver's Wall to zone as well.
Yep, Shiu is just probably going to book it towards that inner turret on the top side of the map and then wait, bide his time to get that teleport happening. There is a ping out on that top wave. Takes that Hextech gate in order to get himself over there even quicker. As the DN Freaks, with everyone in the area, Dudu just a little bit further down south, should be pretty comfortable to make something happen. Orbit Deception not really going to connect there onto Lucid as they look to clear vision. And Showmaker going to start this one up. Pyosik on a flank angle. Looking to make his way in. Rift Herald is going to be parked into the turret here. And now DK getting closed in on by the DN Freaks. Can they coordinate? Can they find the team fight that they're looking for? As Pyosik, the heist is glorious! Just presses Smite and takes the second Drake for the DN Freaks.
That's mine, baby! That's a fantastic steal!
somewhere there's that guy that keeps posting on Reddit that Pyosik's actually one of the greatest junglers.
Yeah.
And right now he's sitting at home saying, look, I told you so.
I think he'd be right in this moment. He is also a world champion. We didn't mention him because he's not on D+, but you know, at this point in time, a win like this where you can steal a fight, like this is, D+ like, oh man, they used 2 ultimates topside. We got Prio here. They don't have a great Herald drop angle. They're going to drop it bottom. Like, this is our Drake. But we got this at least, and the Pyosic's like 52, by the way, I pressed that.
Yep. And also is just able to Vault Breaker out. Like, it's not even like a flash angle.
That control ward gave him the ability to do that. He knows they can't see him. He knows.
And it was also just a little bit, maybe it was greedy not to clear out that control ward first. But DK wanted to rush it down as quickly as possible.
And I mean, Pyosik makes that play, and now all of the costs associated with that top player gone, and they just get the gold from it as well. As
oh no, he walked back into the seismic shove, put the door in the wrong direction! Oh no, he went the wrong direction in the quantum realm. He doesn't have that thing that Tony Stark made so that they could navigate their way through the tunnels and stuff and go back to the right thing.
It doesn't take quantum theory to explain that moment.
I don't know what the quantum theory was in that moment.
Yeah.
You need a lot of schooling, and I don't think there was enough.
Well, maybe they can take the gold they got from that, put their quantum bank account.
She was in a bit of trouble. He missed so many of the needleworks as Aiming comes over and is able to at least answer and gives at least an extra bit of assist gold. So there's that.
They get the flash out of Dudu as well. He has the flash to secure the kill. So that's a kind of a nice trade up here for D+. Yep, arguably.
But still showing that Dudu has a lot of power here in this side lane.
I mean, look at, like, Sivir's just like, all right, and I got the kill, and I'm going to clear this wave.
I've seen this play before.
Don't walk into this, please.
Lucid is just going to dive on top of him. He does put the door down in the right direction this time, but Berserker, he could be in trouble. The double flashes come in. Beryl reads him like a book, and down goes the Lucian.
And the question we have to ask is, why are we forcing Banana Brush fights here when it's 2.5 minutes before Drake? Aiming just got a kill top, and he's Sivir, and he pushes the wave in.
Maybe this is what KT were looking to do, is all right, there's the engage from Pyosik. He does push Aiming back, but he has a flash. And so he does get himself to relative safety, the exhaust not worrying him too much. And without their AD carry, you start a fight like that, you don't have the DPS.
No, you certainly don't. As Pyosik was not there for that.
They do get the flash out of Aiming, that is good.
That's a big win. I mean, that was a play that made a lot of sense to me for DNF. As Aiming is rotating up throughout all of this, grab red buff. He actually grabs the red buff off the ground, and then he's like, all right, I'll bail you out.
She missed so many needles that did hit that last one, and so, like, Dudu was then at half health.
Yeah, look at Sivir clear this wave, by the way. Oh, it's gone. Oh, Aiming's here. Oh, you have damage actually on this? Like, look at Berserker. Aiming's like, Berserker's like, I'm fine, I have full wave. There's no way. Aiming's like, I'm Sivir, you don't.
He very much did.
Broken right now, like,
and now he's got a PF sword as well, so It does not get a whole lot better from here. Minute and a half on this next dragon. Thankfully for like that steal from Josh is actually a huge deal. It may not be enough to save Quantum as Lucid is looking to kill a Rumble in the jungle. Beryl almost just melts, but he lives his life, you know, at 150 health, you know? That's it's just the Beryl ways. He's now backing on a ward. Giga Chad.
That's his comfort zone.
Yeah, it really
150
is.
health on a ward next to
Limit officially tested.
That was
something.
Almost really bad, but Duda does not get the kill. And see what this next fight looks like on this Hextech Drake, because it would be Hextech's sole point here for the DN Freaks. As this is Quantum struggling to assess when the correct moment to control brush vision is in this game a little bit. As Dudu tries to come over and save the play. And he does not.
No, he doesn't.
But he nearly does, but he does not.
There is a Zhonya's completed here for Showmaker. Not representing a massive amount of damage on this Taliyah, but he's been hitting the shoves, and that is the main thing. The most important item that has been completed is this Nash's Tooth that is done for Shiu, because these autos are now going to really be hurting.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about like the 2.5 item Sivir in this fight. If they can't kill aiming, like Showmaker has a utility build, but aiming will just do a lot of damage. And even if those shoves don't hit, like this comp doesn't have to be played around shove for D+. It could just be played around Sivir.
And it doesn't need to be like third item Lord Doms or anything like that here for the Sivir, because there's no tank, so he's just free to build an Infinity Edge and then just do so much damage in this next fight as Berserker looks for Beryl, who is just dead, guys. But now the fight is going to break out in earnest. The Cyclone's coming in, down goes Berserker, and that is not a fair trade for the DN Freaks, as the equalizer was not really able to do too much. And DK will take a free dragon.
So 2-2 on the Drakes on this one. These fights have been so messy.
Is this double dragon now?
No, it's double dragon's only first two. This is just a 2-2 dragons.
Oh, you'd have to get like 2 in a row and then another 2 in a row on the other side, not 1-1-1-1-1.
I guess that would kind of be a double dragon, yeah.
Yeah, but this is.
Berserker goes in here, and then Lucid finds the angle. You can't play like this around Wukong, or you will be punished, right? They just didn't have enough information to look for a play like that. Beryl is actually correctly like inting there. Like he's like, I'm
tactical inting.
Tactical inting, yeah. He's like,
thank you very much,
out there
for that one.
I'm out there. Like maybe you guys should come for me. And then Lucid's there, like with the flash cyclone.
Yep.
No, you can't be there.
And when Berserker died, if you were to pause it like right before he gets bonked on the head by the Q out of Lucid, there was also a seismic shove underneath him. Like there were a million ways he was gonna die. Kind of like that movie, you know, The Million Ways to Die in the West, which I saw a clip of the other day. It's been a long time since I've seen that film, but it was very funny.
Well, they got Beryl. So that famous last words of many teams.
Yeah.
We got Beryl. You know, we got Faker, similar vein. Got him. We did lose everyone for it, and the Nexus exploded, but got him. Unfortunately here for DNF, they've lost a ton of advantages on the map. They don't have a lot of control anymore.
Oh, Chief does.
I thought he saw that.
He did definitely see that. I think maybe he likes the fight, but he probably doesn't actually. As let's see, there he able to dash, so keeps himself alive for a little bit longer, but is still dead. Lucid now trying to come down, but they're not going to get there in time.
And she had a bit of a rough set of games. In this case, like, maybe he thought he had enough damage with the Riftmaker and Nashor's Tooth there to win it out.
They had killed Dudu a lot of times in a row quite recently. Like they were even on deaths at the start of this play. So
I gotta assume he had tab up or something.
Yeah, dashing in for that one was not really what you'd expect. But still, it is a nice little catch there from Kyoshik, and maybe just expecting that it was Dudu by himself, but yeah, that is a bit greedy.
Either way,
there's an Infinity Edge for aiming.
It doesn't necessarily matter because, yes, Showmaker is relevant in this game because he has Seismic Shove and Weaver's Wall. And, like, Rocks on the ground, somewhat relevant.
Rock's cool, yeah.
But he's Taliyah, he's an architect of the map. He's just going to zone in team fights. And Shiu is still on 2 items, so actually doesn't really care about dying there too much, especially because the kill went over to a Vi. And aiming is the main carry. He is the biggest gold lead. There's the most gold in the game. Problem they need to solve.
That
Beryl killing him
the
is
real
hard.
Beryl. He was trying to trick them there just a little bit. and it did not quite work. As now he's gonna split his shape.
Look at where Lucid was there.
Baron.
Too, he's like, let's try it again. Maybe they'll all in on me.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Second time's the charm, Beryl.
Beryl's so silly. Why is he out there like that? And then boom, Lucid strikes. Lucid didn't have flash this time. But also there wasn't really an angle there. They did not overextend. CSU can win 1v1.
Let's see, because yeah, this is actually an honest one, but the needlework now on cooldown as DN Freaks looking for an angle. Pop Blossom's going to pick up 2 of them though, as now Bulldog could be also, no. Never mind, not isolated because Showmaker jumps off a little bit late and isn't able to land the shove. So the DN Freaks just once again kill Beryl. She was able to push Dudu away.
Yeah, Dudu decided to TP for the fight and didn't even have to equalize, but that means his turret's going to go down, so that's a win for Shiu, who wanted that gold very badly, but now I've seen this one before.
Yeah, I know.
Shiu, I think he knows as well again.
I know this movie. We have seen this one as, all right, well, he's out. Yeah.
Into the death realm, yeah.
Out into the death realm, yeah. So saying he's out is not it. He was out of the game.
He got 2 flashes for TP.
That is a good point.
And he got a turret. Like, it's not the end of the world for him. The problem is that they lost control over this zone on the map here, where DNF are going to clear Baron vision.
He did also get a 5 in the death column.
That's, yeah, the number goes up.
Indeed. Lucid is hitting the Baron momentarily, but I don't think they're going to actually start that.
I think when you look at the game state here, I mean, Shiu doesn't have TP. DNF, if they're bold, they can actually pull the trigger.
Oh, Speaking of bold, that is a great ward here from Beryl. He could smell it. He's ex-jungler. Not going to be catching him out. But Pop Blossom going to find 3 here as Beryl also connects a fantastic snare. Oh my goodness, they killed him that one time, but then they all just fall. Pureshit caught by the seismic shove. They will take down Lucid, but Showmaker taking matters into his own hands, getting a bunch of flashes, but now sets up the wall and finds the rumble. Nothing Bulldog can do. The flash forward from aiming and the cleanup from DK is swift and decisive.
That's the kind of play D+ fans have been waiting so long for. The clutch, the turnaround, that type of engage from Beryl, the big ult to come through, an insane swift punish that's decisive from Showmaker. This is the D+ that we've seen. This is the Showmaker that we've seen win that world championship. These are the kind of moments you want to have. You see a greedy overextension like this, you're happy to look for the punish.
Beryl, look at my boy fly!
And then Lucid follows up. Showmaker is not going to let them get away. Some really good plays here on DNF side to actually try to get something out of this. They get the stun there barely, and Bulldog is able to pull down the second part of that Q to get the kill, and Showmaker confidently re-engages. Bulldog with a nice stasis here to try to survive. Showmaker will match, and they get routed. They get Baron, and they get the Dragon here as well. D+, Soul Point, now they're going to contest.
Yeah, it is not quite a Dragon.
I thought they got the Dragon, actually, but they did
have not. Lucid is still able to get over here. It's going to be a 50-50, and never mind, it's actually not because they couldn't get into the pit. Lucid is going to have an exhausted clone as Shiu gets in amongst 5 people and is dead.
I think we're going to have to run that replay back. I think we're going to have to go a little bit before when we jumped into live there.
No, I'm down. I'm down for not. I don't think we need to watch.
I think we need to go a little bit more back. I think we need to press the rewind button a little bit.
Well, we're going to press Weaver's Wall. As DK's still actually pushing.
I mean, they still have Baron, yeah, on most of their players.
Yeah, the ones that are alive, they've all got it. All right.
I just don't know if it's going to be the most effective Baron like it could have been.
1,000 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play, but it's still a 4.8k gold lead. Like it's kind of massive. But still, DNF with Hextech Soul Point. We have seen Hextech Soul lose.
Well, here's the thing, Atlas. Like that fight is the exact kind of fight where I was talking about D+. It's D+ versus this comp for DNF. Like that's this game for me. It's not DNF versus DK. I'm like, can D+ just make the right decisions against this comp that will punish super hard? And on that Dragon, they failed the test, but they got the Baron before it, right? They made the defensive turn on the turret. Moments like this, look at where Showmaker is.
Look at where aiming is, dude.
Yeah,
like he's in the base.
Yeah, like Showmaker also doesn't have Weaver's Wall, so why are we fighting here? What are we doing? This is why, when I looked at the comp for DNF, I'm like, if you just make a silly, they kill you, by the way.
Yeah, don't make it
Doesn't matter how many thousands of gold you are ahead. If you do a whoopsie, if you do it not good, DNF will press the R buttons and, you know, suddenly you feel like the game is closer. Now, it's still not really, right? Like, D+ certainly won't do that again, right?
I mean, there's Soul Point, and that is, I think, a big deal. Thankfully for DK, they do manage to get the Baron. So they do manage to at least progress it to about 1,300. It's still going to be very valuable. 5,000 gold is nothing to scoff at, and there's 4 items on aiming. But there's also 4 items now on Berserker, which is kind of crazy that he's been able to put together so many. He is a legitimate threat here in this game. And Pyoshik is pretty tanky right now as well. As you can see, 3 items are done. It's a lot of damage with the build, but also with that GA, he's difficult to stop.
I mean, DNF have weathered the storm of this Baron. All they need to do now is not actually just engage into D+ when they're grouped like this, play slow. Because the real prize is the Hextech Soul. If DNF win just one more fight on Dragon or Pyoshik steals it away, this game is 100% playable.
Yeah, they just need to keep their side lanes in order and not int for the next 2.5 minutes.
I mean, they want to engage.
Win another flip.
They want to engage, I think, because they're scared of the scaling Sivir, but I don't know if this is the angle.
Well, there's a Pop Blossom. It's going to connect onto 2, but it's the 2 tanky ones, and there's the cease and desist from Pyoshik. But oh my god, he gets shredded in an instant as the Cyclone is doing so much work from Lucid. Down goes Berserker. It's exactly the target they're looking for, and aiming will be able to chase down Dudu. Lucid is dead once again. He's kind of been doing that a fair bit, and now aiming with the passive is easily able to run the Rumble down. Speaking of running people down, there's some revenge here for Xiu towards the top side. And TK, maybe it's not about waiting for a dragon to come up. Maybe it's about a little bit more than that. Oh god, the ring around the Rosie is going to come on through. As Xiu, he will be able to at least follow Pyoshik over this wall. There's the dash in, Weaver's Wall, just to stop all the funny business from happening, or wait to join in with the funny business.
This is actually significant that Pyoshik buys this time, because...
Yeah, he might actually just be able to get out.
They saved this bottom inhibitor because of it.
Yep, well, that's a great sidestep there from aiming. As did, of course, still have the GA, but that was just so weird and comical.
Pyoshik just used his charged Vault Breaker to save a bottom inhibitor by tricking D+ into chasing him.
Yeah, they could have also just let him live.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of chasing him that whole time.
Why are we engaging into Nico, Wukong?
The problem was, they weren't. Beryl just said, no, you're not allowed to be in mid lane.
They're fighting for Baron vision when Baron just faded away. Like, we're fighting in the river where D+ are all grouped. Don't do it, D+. Or sorry, don't do it, DNF. D+ absolutely do it. Yes, press your R buttons and punish them.
Yeah,
okay.
And there was a bottom wave that was knocking on their door as well. So maybe it was a little bit about let's not be overextended in mid lane altogether, and let's maybe do some of the homework.
Now, D+ are going to get this dragon. It's not Hextech Soul for them. But it's just a nice way to rush this one down and then go back to set up for Baron. DNF are going to try to clear as much vision around Baron as they can because they know this isn't Soul for D+, and they can play around Baron themselves. But D+ can then also group and threaten that bottom inhibitor because Showmaker has his ult. He's level 18. And if they grab an inhibitor plus Dragon, you know, the Baron might not necessarily matter. Showmaker also has TP.
Yep. Xiu is just going to come and take this inhibitor turret. Nothing that they can really do about that one as Beryl's moved on over as a fake version. Pyoshik is going to steal away the enemy red buff. And so there's that. Showmaker's moving up, looking for him, as Pyoshik will just walk over and say, hi, Showmaker, how you doing? And
got his verdant barrier?
Away. Yeah, the good old, this is the most utility build out of a Taliyah I have ever seen. It's the, I just would prefer it if I didn't do damage, actually, type build.
Yeah, I also would prefer it if they can't do damage to me.
Yes. There's the Banshees. Let's actually go back and complete it. A couple of control wards there in the inventory as well.
Actually, I didn't realize that the Banshees didn't reset the verdant barrier. I thought it would be up when he bought it. Interesting. At least the cooldown shows on the item in our screen.
Yeah, I think it's the same name as the
Yeah, I don't know why. I just thought it would reset. Huh. Thanks for that one, Showmaker. Today we learned.
I mean, technically, the arm guard that resets.
Yeah. Lucid is being engaged on. He is a Wukong.
That is a fantastic charm to come on through there as Beryl finds himself a Pop Blossom. Aiming's amongst it, but I don't know whether he really wants to be. The spell shield's decent. And Lucid is going to find himself on the floor. DNF, they get the target they're looking for. They make their way out. Could this mean Baron? Because there's no jungler here for DK.
I mean, they also have no ults really to try to engage here. Dudu sitting on his equalizer, he's just going to play passively. As long as he doesn't get caught, he can get a ton of value here. You're going to see a TP from Bulldog, but that's going to buy some space here for D+.
Oh, their health bars are going down pretty low. Tanking this Baron has looked like a bit of a difficulty as now Pyosik gets on top of Beryl. He wants to get back. Okay, they are just going to back away. It's Bulldog. That teleport was insanity, but he does manage to get the kill onto Beryl. A little bit of a mistime there on the seismic shove, but I don't know, man.
That was
like the
so
queen was just taken
indecisive.
by a pawn is what it looked like to me.
That was so indecisive. Notice the equalizer in that fight. Oh wait, it's not, they didn't use it. Dudu was on the flank. They had so many zoning tools. They have
just burst the Baron? Yeah,
also, look, DNF had, there was a minion wave pushing through. They back. We're going all the way back to the initial pick on the loser. This is fantastic here, and D+ did not have any vision on this Baron because they were playing around bottom side instead. They get caught here. Baron is being started now by D+ on live, so let's go back to that.
Okay, well,
Equalizer's still up for Dudu.
They have some information as this is going down very low. Pyosik is just going to get thrown out, but he manages to get the ulti off. He's inside the pit. Can they kill him in time? No, they can't! Once again, the Thief is going to be able to do it. The flash away from aiming, though, and these shurikens hurt so much! It's almost an ace. There is at least a Baron or two left alive. Yeah, Berserker and Dudu, they've got one. Okay, Dudu's is short-lived. He does do some sidestepping, and it's not quite enough. Look at the tankiness of this Showmaker right here.
I mean, ending this game is not possible, though. I don't think the inhibitor's going to respawn. Like, there's no way aiming can just walk up and do it. Like, so we kind of reset, and this next dragon will actually be Hextech Soul no matter who takes it. But man, I swear these two teams are just the same, Atlas.
I just think Pyosik has an absolutely immortal smite button, man. It does extra damage.
But he also has an equalizer. The rest of the team is zoned away here. This is a very risky call from the side of D+. And aiming is carrying this game for them. Like, it's Pyosik versus aiming in this game as far as I'm concerned in terms of the value we are
I think
seeing.
Showmaker as well is doing a fantastic job. Look at, like, 1-7, 4-6, and then 4-0-8, 9-0-9.
Yeah.
Like, these carries are going insane.
They
DK.
are, but they need to make sure that they get all their ducks in a row in this next fight, because we saw the really scrappy fight.
Do you know what the ducks are called? Shiyu and Lucy.
Yeah, I'm going to need those ducks.
And a bit of Beryl, but we already knew. I think that our expectation... I love that it's like Shiyu's like a rookie. He's been around for a really low amount of time.
It's so fun.
And we're like, Beryl, I mean, he's not going to change.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, like... It's funny that the Berserker's the one who has the Baron bomb. Pyosik just going to face check.
Okay, Weaver's Wall is going to mean that he can't get out and he's just dead. Pyosik giveth, Pyosik taketh away, as he is dead for longer than the timer on the Drake. And so that's Hextech Soul.
That might just be the game. That might actually just be it right there. D+ had control over the Baron, or sorry, the Dragon Pit, which is more valuable than Baron right now. And Pyosik face checks, and that's it.
Do you know that word, what is it, anticlimactic? It's a good word.
Yeah, this game had quite a few near climaxes, didn't it?
It did. It was on the edge, but it didn't quite reach greatness. As DK, they may not even need a Hextech Soul. They are going to take 2 inhibitors and then back away, so it is going to be Hextech Soul that they will gather for themselves. Look for another reset. It's a 3,000 gold lead for Asiva. She's got 6 items.
Yeah, this is a Rise group game.
It is. You are absolutely right.
I don't know what else to tell you guys, but Pyosik, like, if you look back at it, I don't know if we will. Look at all the vision that's still there, by the way. I was going to say, you look back at the replay, you see the vision's there. It's still there for D+ around the Dragon Pit. They have a comp that absolutely smashes you if you face check. And, like, see the vision? See the clear? Lucid knows. Pyosik doesn't know. Pyosik's just trying to go over here and get
Lucid
information.
walks out of the sweeper vision as well. It's nicely.
Yeah. Quantum has to flash out of the shove, and that's 2 inhibitors off that play alone.
He had flash, just didn't have a way to use it. Get himself to safety as Pyosik, once again, just going to walk in and press R. Pop Blossom is going to be the answer, though, as Pyosik is dead once again. This time he takes Quantum with him, and Bulldog has to ult to get himself out of the wall. It was beautifully placed there by Showmaker, and now Berserker, he needs to throw the culling out in every direction. He needs to transform into Samira, as there is the shove to collect him as he's coming back up again. That Guardian Angel just not really doing anything. And the DN Freaks, man, they made this competitive for so long. As she turns up, goes golden, can we go dashes away.
Can we go 8?
Well, actually, I think that she might actually finally find himself an angle, and there it is. Gets the solo kill onto Bulldog as the game is well and truly over. Showmaker just, yeah, surprise Teemo. No surprise here at all, I don't think, here for DK at the end, but they had to work for it here in this game. And man, if you're a Pyosik fan, you would have, that must have been a difficult one to watch.
I think for 7 players whose names are not Pyosik, Showmaker, and Aiming, you do not want to be in a coaching booth right now after this game.
I mean, I don't know. I think there was, and Showmaker, like, Pyosik did need to try and get into his jungle to try and get stuff, and I think it was actually like the vision was played around really well by DK, so I don't want to harp on about that too much, but him dying there lost the game.
Three players maybe in our esports bathroom right now together being like, you've been contacted by any legend team. That was on both sides. There were serious issues. Obviously, D+ playing the much better, much more controlled game of League of Legends. But that test I said they had to pass against this composition, they failed at. Luckily for them, not the most critical moments several times. But they had such a lead from the early game that Shio nearly dying 8 times there wasn't enough to turn the tides. Barrel getting caught was used as a boon for them. Showmaker following up that big play in mid, that turn on the outer turret in mid, I think was really one of the big decisive moments for D+. They made some mistakes after that, but they never really left the control back to DNF. But man, I feel like we might be in for a 3-game banger if that game 1 is anything to go by.
We certainly might be. The DN Freaks probably not going to move off the blue side, so we are going to see what they're going to make of it once again as we come back from a short break in the space. Oh God, I'm sorry guys. I hope you've got something prepared after that game. We'll see you soon.
근데 우리 다 여기 바이 나 봐줄게 봐줄 수 있어 나 W 집었는데 야 이거 뒤에 야 개좋다 각 개좋아 나 이거 루시안 지를게 나 갈게 루시안 와봐 가는 중 우리 루시안 노플 왔어? 말이 어디 갔냐? 루시안 노플 야 아리 미드라인 내가 할게 얘네 인코에도 있어 페일 탈래? 나 있어
OK 저축은행 브리온이 1대0으로 앞서고 있고요.
DN프릭스는 위기예요 지금. 온갖 경우의 수를 다 겪으면서 결국 패배하거든요.
DN프릭스와 EMS는 OK 저축은행 브리온의 두 번째 세트가 시작되겠습니다. 보죠.
태영아 핫팩 써도 돼? 나 한 5초만 써도 돼? 감사. 마음씨가 고와 우리 막내가. 하하하.
모두 대전.
모두 다 함께 차차차.
모두 다 함께 차차차.
잘해보자.
화이팅.
화이팅 해보자. 오케이. 네. 4대4 어때 보여? 난 좋아.
나 좋긴 해.
오케이. 치면서 보자, 치면서. 미리 같이 간다, 얘가.
니코 봐줄래?
리크 좀 봐서.
연애 노플 러버. 확인하게. 연애 노플 러버.
나 빼면서 봐요.
내가 용 먹었어. 사실 쌉니다 이거. 여기 앉아서 투삼초 어때?
빼면서. 초아치 노동이야, 노동이야, 노공.
그 2초, 1초.
일단 잡. 야, 가져줘.
잠시 말할게.
가져줘. 살짝 천천히 했으면 나쁘다.
내가 풀을 못 썼어.
괜찮아.
나 궁 되고.
내 CC에 궁 써준 게 나을 듯? 봐줄래? 천천히?
나 좀 천천히 가는 느낌이야.
없진 않아.
야, 궁 천천히 맞을래?
나 필요 없어. 내가 볼래? 내가 볼게. 둘이 잡을게. 나이스. 세나공은 생각 못했네. 후반 멜로 보고 하자. 중후반 멜로로 해야 돼. 맞긴 해. 용 잘 먹어놨고. 전령 깔게 이번에. 나 좀 많이 세다. 초가스가 치면은 2차까지 보자. 좀 맞아 그냥. 2차 박치기 갈게. 태워 깰게 그러면. 깼어. 니코 왼쪽이야. 니코 봐줄게. 여기서 정면 맞아 얘들아. 마우부터 맞아. 마우부터 볼게. 천천히 해봐 얘들아. 그쪽에 볼게 얘들아. 나 공 썼어. 천천히 해봐. 천천히 해봐. 공대 얘들아. 천천히 해봐. 빼면서. 나 그래 미쳐 얘들아. 오른쪽에 살짝 볼 거야 나오면. 요네 살짝 봐. 요네 맞아. 난 줘도 돼. 이러면 굉장히 이득이고요. 이거 아타칸 때 우리가 쇼 보긴 해야겠다.
나 이거 그냥 아예 여기 숨어있다가 나오면 걸게 이거.
이제. 나 공 쓸게.
야 아들부터 볼게 이거. 야 아들부터 갈게 아들을.
아래 볼게. 괜찮아. 앞에부터 봐. 싹 좋아.
카이다. 나한테 살았어. 못 잡았다. 빨리 아래 올까.
이거 잡았다. 바텀 가면 끝나지 않냐 이거? 바텀 근데 생각해보자. 끝날 것 같긴 하고.
게임은 안 끝날 것 같긴 한데.
다이브 할 때 좀 조심해야 된다 이거 그래도. 너네 조심해. 내 뒤에만 있어. 내가 먼저 해줄게. 계속 앞에서. 우리 너무 몸만 안 빨리면 돼.
있어서
나랑 노텔만 빨릴게.
난 돌아갈게 이거.
빨리 가려. 돌아볼게 얘들아. 아들 볼게. 나머지 지금 뒤로 해줘. 오네. 위로.
아들 봐봐.
잡았어.
빼면서 와야 돼. 야 싸워.
니코 노공이야. 노공 너플.
빨리지 마.
노공이야. 빨리 노공이네 이거. 볼게. 한번. 싸워. 나이스. 친구 내겨놓고. 보자.
앞라인부터 밀자 이거.
세나 뛰어볼게. 세나 뛰었어.
어떻게 이겼냐.
야 용관식으로 용 갈게.
이거 그냥 너무 몸 집어넣을 필요 없을 듯 우리.
이거 나 지키면서 해줄래?
옆에만 있어주면 될 것 같아 대형이 지만.
그리고 이거 투옥제기라 우리 너무 느슨하게 하면 안 된다. 야 심호흡 한번 하고 천천히 하자. 일단 이거 바론부터 잘 막아야 돼. 얘네 더 들어올 거야 이거. 천천히 싸움 볼래 이번. 야 세나 볼게. 세나 볼게.
세나 우리.
어때?
우리 앞라인부터 이렇게 나도
빠져. 야 세나 잡았어. 빼야 돼. 아지를 지켜야 돼. 아지를 볼게. 아들.
야 싸움까지 봐. 싸워.
필요한 게 있다. 나 뺄게 그냥. 빨리
이러면 세나 노플이고 담턴에 내풀 돌아서 내가 다시 풀로 이번에 세나 물어줄게.
이제 한타 한 번 싸움이야. 잘 싸워보자. 그냥 앞에 거 계속 치면은 질감 없다.
은혜랑 카이사 마크만 해주면 될 것 같아.
일단 나 준약금 들고 와서 다시 쳐야. 야 나 아질 좀 밀어낼게 기다려. 나 여기 이런데.
나는 세나한테 막
아질 했다. 야 한 너무 없겠다.
야 그럼 아들 볼게 이거. 야 아들 갖고 앞라인.
세나 지켜. 카이사 높을 세나 지키면서 봐.
얘들아 세나 봐야 될 경우 세나 봐야 돼. 세나 노플이야. 얘들아 시체.
야 세나 뛰어.
얘들아 바론용 하자 바론용.
나비. 그래도 우리 세나 지르라 계속 싸우면 볼만해.
아질 풀이 있어서 다음 싸움 잘할 생각해야 될 듯 이거.
그냥 진짜 잘 막아야 될 것 같아.
이제는 나 얘 못 막긴 해.
마우. 이리 와봐 나한테 와봐. 타원다. 볼게. 야 세나 뛰었어.
야 탑 경우 탑 갈래?
아들 막할게. 아들. 치면 내렸어.
장채형도 싫어요?
나 특히 너무 삥 났어. 미안해.
나 너무 힘들지. 우리 팀이 최고다.
이 판을 말이 안 된다.
K존 중은행 무려 11,500원 차이를 극복하면서 오케이! 이런 경험은 앞으로 4라운드를 해내감에 있어서 굉장히 좋은 영향을 많이 줄 것 같은데요?
전 세계가 경악할 만한 역대급 경기가 나왔습니다.
예.
It was a fight of the top and the bottom teams of the Rise group, and you
No, Digon. We don't call this Rise group anymore. I think we should rename to the Legend group match. This is true Legend group game, guys. Such a high quality. Don't you agree?
They are.
I think we all agree on the chat now, because this is the match that we were waiting for. We should call it Legend. They deserve it.
It was long. That's like an L, right? For like Legend. Yeah. How are you feeling, Cronny?
Not so good, Degon. Thanks for asking. I really appreciate it. It's very nice of you.
Just checking in on my boy.
Yeah, I'm obviously checking in on my, but they're not doing so hot. I don't know what happened to Shiu and Lucid, but that was truly a tragic. And I want to remind everyone, 3 months ago, what this team looked like and what it looked like right now, because it is so dire. I think we also have to give credit. I do think we're seeing the continued improvement of DN Freaks. Even though they didn't end up winning, let's be real, this game was just as pure as a 50-50 as you could possibly get, which also meant we had plenty of 50-50 smites. But I think right now we probably put DK below any other team that isn't DNF, and even they might end up still losing the series after what we just witnessed. Could still happen, which is kind of mind-boggling to me.
You just got to rise and survive. D+ were able to do that. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. 28 minutes.
Highlights?
Highlights? Look at this. Look at the coordination that happens here. Boom.
Okay, so this was actually one of the few clean moments in this game.
Into boom.
We have a really nice multi-tiered engage. They're able to get themselves into first the ult from Barrel, then the ult from Lucid, and then Showmaker actually knocks it down. This was great. They end up getting so much gold from this. Really, the only thing that in hindsight makes this an infuriating, it's a beautiful stopwatch right there from Showmaker, infuriating highlight, is that they should have won the game off of that.
Yeah, great breakdown, Crony. But yeah, DK played really well. I appreciate. But I gotta say, as a DNF side, if you said one sentence, it can actually prevent everything. Nico is missing, guys. Nico is missing.
Oh, what would she be doing? Is she gonna four-man ult? That's happened 15 times every single day.
When Nico is missing, you can't hit the mid turret.
I go home, I get Nico ulted. I watch someone else on the TV get Nico ulted. Oh, it's a plant. No, it's Nico.
Well, did they learn their lesson? That's the question.
This is the cool thing. We kept trying to figure out what actually decided this game. And we'll let you answer that one, audience, because we don't know. Well, we do know. We're gonna end on it.
Yeah,
I might think it was this fight. Nope.
Yeah, I thought this is the one that we actually had the game deciding match, you know?
Yeah. No.
So we picked this highlight as the final highlight.
This should be the final highlight.
Yeah, right? But let's see what happens next.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean,
you decide at home. It's interactive replay here because there were multiple moments that D+ looked like they won, or maybe the DN Automotive Freaks came back, couple of steals.
But it is the way, really, this game is a tragedy because it feels like two teams lost here. Even though the nexus of DNF won that, I'm not joking. For DK, this game really came down to a single mistake from a player, but it could have been one of a single mistake made by like 4 or 5 other players. I really want to hammer that home because this game ended, obviously, if you watched with Pioshi getting caught, there were like too many game-losing moments like that. I think on either side. There were just people, I think, having a shambolic Rumble game. We had both Shiu and Lucid dying so many times in very unnecessary fashion. When Lucid goes in, while aiming is doing red buff, which, because he buys a GA from full, and then aiming is like halfway through, and Lucid's walking up.
I feel you. Now, like, this is such a like high quality of breakdown, you know, like from DK.
I am breaking down.
Yeah.
Yes, I am, Wooded.
So yeah, I mean, I thought this kind of situations like that happened every single moment. Like, we thought it will end the game, and that actually naturally happens in the Legend Group games. You know, when the big team fight happens, that connects to the objective, and that's gonna lead to the game. Like, yeah. Right? This one too.
This one
is pretty huge.
Oh, Berserker caught mid.
Yeah, Barrel looking for the play, and it's over for the Lucian because he wants to snowball.
Oh, doesn't end the game.
This one, right?
It's this one. We saw this one earlier. Good barrel ult. They clean up afterwards, right? This ends the game, right?
Ooh, no, actually, counter engage is. Oh no, okay. So they get into the back. Sure.
Right. This should be the end of the game. Because Lucid landed this huge engage on the
No.
AD carry.
Still no.
Still no? No, don't tell me that's true.
Don't get
tell me.
mini-nip, which is nice. Doesn't end the game. And we want to be very clear. This is a mistake from Pioshik. It happens. Someone has to face check. It was him. Probably should have waited a little bit. But this is not about Pioshik getting caught here. This is, for me, symbolic of this entire game. Because so many of this game, and we always do our very best, try and make it look. It got to me, Deacon. It got to me good.
Well, don't worry. If that got to you, we've got more for you. Game 2, again. Tournament Live's on the line here for the DN Automotive Freaks. D plus Kia, they are trying to get any mojo going right now in this Rise group. Let's send it back on over to Wolf and Atlas.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate that Chronicler's hair is really breaking down alongside him as well. I feel like the style today has really exemplified his feelings, while DK just kind of run it down.
I mean, earlier this week when DNF won, Valdez and I, we were able to determine "do not frazzled" was an acceptable acronym for DNF. Not for Chronicler's hair, though, in this case.
He also invented a word, I'm pretty sure, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. It was a very fun one. I'll try and remember. Now that I've brought it up, I've now just immediately forgotten. Shambolic.
Oh yeah, shambolic, yeah.
Which, I guess, like, it's symbolically in shambles. It's like the symbol of shambles.
See the guy in the back enjoying his what looks like takoyaki?
Yeah.
Sorry to call you out, guy. He like looked up right when I said that. Yeah. That's like me right now watching this series because I think Chronicler hit the nail on.
You don't have any takoyaki though?
What?
You don't have any takoyaki.
No, I know, but I mean that's me metaphorically with this series. We just like him eating the takoyaki, we just ate the first of the 3.
I could get you.
He has 2 more.
Nuggets.
We have 2 more.
Do you want some chicken nuggets?
I mean, maybe in the break.
All right. Just before game 3.
Because Chronicler really hit the nail on the head when he said these 2 teams are right next to each other. And I didn't want to say it, but now Chronicler said, I'm like, all right, we're saying it. We're admitting it that these 2 teams look like they're on the same level right now, which is insane because this is a team that has 2 wins, DNF, and 21 losses. And we're talking about D+, who Chronicler mentioned 4 months ago, in LCK Cup are 5-0, and we were considering them to be the strongest team at that time with the same roster.
Yeah.
Now, even though the standings say otherwise, they might be our 9th best team in the LCK, which is insane. And I want to see a turnaround here because that last game, like I said, was not convincing. Anyone could have won that.
I think they're still better than DRX.
I think they're better than DNF in game 1 of this series, but we'll find out soon.
That is a very good point. We'll just have to see how things are going to be turned around. See whether or not there has been some adjustments in the mindsets of both Shiu and Lucid, who are playing some fast and loose League of Legends last time around. Yunara and Varus both going to be taken away here immediately. Yunara on blue side is actually kind of interesting here. I wonder what DN Freaks are going to be angling for.
It's interesting because there's no Vi, there's no Wukong.
Yeah, it felt like
there's no Talia, there's no Nico. Like, I'm like, I want Yunara in this case every time. We see Berserker play it last time, how well he played it.
Yeah.
Maybe they're concerned about Nocturne, but either way. There's going to be a Orianna to be banned away. Perhaps DNF want to play some sort of other dive or engage comp, and this Ambessa first pick, which is quite unusual, does kind of indicate that in fact is true. They don't want to play a slow, scaling composition.
Yeah, and maybe this means what they want to do is capitalize on the fact that Shiu was having a little bit of a rough time in the last game. And Dudu's like, no, just pick me Ambessa, it's time. It might be the angle. Ryze going to be a consideration in game 2. Ryze has really grown in popularity. As, oh god, it's kind of terrifying when you see big giggles like that out of Showmaker as they lock away the Trundle here for Lucid.
Trundle could be paired with the Ryze, and it gives you a lot of power and sides. We don't know what that top lane matchup is going to look like just yet.
Yeah.
But there was a consideration of Aatrox and Aurelia in the hovers. Hopefully the Aurelia just stays a consideration. The Aatrox could be a pick. Like this a lot more.
I mean,
you have Trundle on your side.
It's a self-counter pick, though. I don't know, like, oftentimes, like, Ambessa is just chosen into tanks.
It means, though, that you're probably not going to get solo killed and you don't have to do a lot of finesse. And we've already mentioned multiple times Shiu's inability to do said finesse.
Okay, Jarvan.
Jarvan into Jace. feels pretty good. Galio feels pretty good with this composition. They already have an insane top side of the map to dive on any immobile backline target.
Oh, it's Kassadin time. Come on, Showmaker. You can do it.
Maybe it should be like Ezreal time and just play safe like Ruler did in the last series and stay away from those frontliners. Maybe stay back.
Maybe it's Twisted Foot? Aurora, okay. That's a consideration. As of course, this could also be a flex, as Showmaker has played a lot of Jace in the mid lane as well, has an okay matchup into the Galio.
I don't think you want to try to play Xayah into DNF's comp, because there's just too many ways to get on top of her, but we always see teams go, well, it's a dive comp, it's got a hard engage, we want to stay away from that and go for the Xayah. So DNF will probably ban Xayah. The other pick, again, that I'm thinking of in terms of safety for the AD carry is going to be the Ezreal.
Corki. I think Corki is fine.
Yeah, Corki's a solid shout. Kai'Sa, obviously going to be banned here because of the same things. Like, this second part of the ban phase feels so obvious. We usually, what's the front line, our solo lane archetype? Okay, we ban the AD carriers that are good into that or strong with it. It happens every time. That's why Xayah goes in this spot like almost every game. Fearless baby.
Yep.
And so I think that one's going to be locked in. What comes next, though, is what gets a little bit more interesting, because the Corki, like you mentioned, does feel really good here, actually, for D+.
I think paying attention to the support options that Beryl has is going to be a good one. Poppy, a big deal. I think Alistair, a great choice as well. The Rakan still up and available at the same time.
Rakan, yeah, really scary for DNF to play into. We don't know what the AD carry is going to be for D+ here, but Rakan could get a lot of easy follow-up value in this draft.
Yeah, I think I could almost see DK banning that one away here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's actually fairly decent on both sides.
Yep.
But I think D+ should probably ban it. Ban the Lulu instead.
Okay.
Again.
Taking that one away from Quantum does deny some of the more hyper-carry comps that could be coming through here from DN Freaks. And with the Galio in mid lane, I think a hyper-carry does fit the composition quite nicely. Let's see what this last ban is going to be. Pick your poison. Alistair, Rakan, one of those. And the Alistair is going to be taken away.
I like this because I thought we were just going to see that, you know, it's just a Xayah ban no matter what, even though I don't think Xayah is strong here. Tristana, really interesting option.
It looks a little bit like CV Max is cooking something up right
now.
Yeah. That might be the Tristana angle.
I wonder what the answer is going to be. Tristana very safe into this comp as well, but also does a ton of damage and is incredibly punishing into it. And can even use its engaged against itself. Now, instead we're going to see the Corki that you mentioned.
Okay.
And this is a strong pick. I think you and I both universally agree on that. And CV Max ultimately decides it's better than the Tristana here. Although I thought the Tristana was pretty cool.
I like the angle, you know, because like you got a Flag and Dragon Jarvan looking for you. You're like, ha.
You just Buster shot him back into the team and you're like, I win.
Yeah. That could be the angle. But instead, they do just opt in for a little bit more early game damage. This is the problem, though, right? And this is what they sort of get for banning the Lulu instead of the Rakan. The Lover's Duo just comes through here for the DN Freaks without too much recourse.
And what do you play into this? Are you just going to go for the Nautilus? You're going to go for Rel? Rel being the main form of engage here with a Jace into this comp, so scary. Nautilus at least denies you the ability to dive turrets a little bit. Janna for Beryl?
That's actually so
sick into this comp. Look at so much value, the knockups.
Like, the amount of disengage is insane, man.
Finally, a team is willing to lock it in. Beryl has hovered it in these types of situations so many times. This is one of those picks we talk about in these types of niche scenarios where we're like, it's LCK, we never do anything weird. We never actually think outside the box. We never actually lock it in, even though everyone knows it's a solid option. But they're going to lock it in.
And also, look at this.
Look at this swap as well. Shiu playing the Aurora top into the Ambessa, and then they get the Jace mid. This feels way better than me than the other way around where Shiu has to play this Jace.
I called this at the beginning of the draft. It was just kind of beautifully orchestrated here by DK. This Janna option from Beryl will give them disengage for years. Like, if you remember back to Janna metas of the past, it'd be like Janna Gragas versus like any amount of engage that you could ever want, and no one can ever get to your backline ever. Unfortunately, there isn't a massive amount of range for DK to play around, but still, I could see this being an absolutely monstrous addition to this comp if they can make it work.
I think it's also relatively dangerous. Now, if you're not able to get those disengages off, you're a very fragile support. If you're behind in map control, if you're trying to clear vision, you're going to have a hard time. But in 5v5s, the value cannot be denied.
This is very, very cool. It's also Toboggan Corki as well, which I think is a great throwback. Let's get on the Rift game too.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On to the Rift for the second game of this series. DNF, they kept it so close for so long in game one. And we're looking to see whether Xiu and Lucid can really sort of tighten up the gameplay just a little bit here for the DK fans. And on the DNF side of things, can we actually correctly explore the Quantum Realm this time around? It was a 3-game series last time, and they did manage to win up against DRX. They're going to have to do the same thing up against DK, bring us to that third game in this series.
Lots of pings going down here, but it's a passive 5-point start. Showmaker on the Jace has been... It's a rarity these days, but it was pretty normal, pretty much a staple pick. Showmaker was one of the kings of swapping picks like the Jace and the Renekton into the mid lane. And this is one of the things we heralded about the flexibility of D+ for so long, is picks like this, the Talia that we also saw Canyon play jungle a lot. And level 1 here, gonna feel pretty good if you can find an angle as Beryl.
Yep. Beryl not actually opting to go for the Weather Woman skin, which I am a big fan of for the Janna. So voice lines, they're just so incredibly good with that skin. But instead, I think this is one of like the super old ones from well and truly back in the day. Beryl, a little bit of a connoisseur on the more elderly skins.
Yeah.
So I can respect it. Aiming also with one of the oldest skins ever, celebrating like the 2012 Winter Olympics or something. I don't remember exactly which year.
I hope that Reckless is watching. That's all I can say.
All right. Well, it has been a while. 1,300 days since Lehens won with it against the Kwandong Freaks. Oh, dear.
Hoyt.
It was Hoyt last time, who was Beryl's first lane partner.
Yeah.
When Beryl was an 80 carry.
That's right. And same org in that DNF is the new name DN's new name sponsor for Kwangdo Freaks.
Yep. A lot of,
there you go. A lot of connections there.
Certainly is. Pretty cool stuff. As once again, DK with a little bit of lane control. So the Lovers Duo not quite able to hit level 2 first or anything like that. Still able to stay relatively close as far as farm only won the difference between the two squads, so nothing really to write home about. Level 3 gank for the Jarvan.
Yeah, this is a Jarvan moment. Try to punish Xiu. She is Aurora that, or he is Aurora that he is looking to gank here. Well, still a potential opportunity.
Does get the information, but there are the dashes from Dudu. Gets on top of Xiu. Can he actually get himself out of the way of this one? What? Okay.
Well, that wasn't the flash direction that was going to save him, but if he was going to do that, might as well not use it at all.
Yeah.
Either way, he is dead, and he lost his flash, and the kill went over to Dudu. We can say the facts, and we'll leave that flash up to everyone's interpretation and imagination.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it again. Let's hope that there is no replay, and we can just move on from there. Maybe we need a Chronicle cam as the replay comes up, and we'll just see how he feels about the replay.
No, but Chronicle was right about this Challengers player. She was
really nice tornado there from Beryl.
I want to taunt Chronicler about this one. This one just feels sad.
Yeah. There are quite a few like shieldable targets as well. Obviously, Beryl's E is going to be pretty good for making sure that you can get a bit of extra damage out of your carries. And so onto Showmaker, onto aiming, going to allow for a lot of like poke and things like that, which is pretty cool.
Just a small thing, Lucid did take away the Krugs here, was able to get that cross map, and Pyoshik just found out. And so, you know, at least there was an exchange.
Yep.
More than Beryl's tornado. A little bit of trade back, but this go for Xiu, put Xiu out of the game strategy seems to be working pretty well for DNF so far.
Yeah, not too bad. There is still a 9 CS lead for Xiu there towards that top side, but there's no teleport used yet here for Dudu, and he's also taken Electrocute.
If they do this again, like, it just becomes so problematic for Shiu. Or if he ends up just getting out-traded, because 2 longswords come through, and like you said, the electrocute procs here.
And
it's common to see this electrocute in the matchup, but still, I mean, he's using it really well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to do. Like, go for those short trades, try to capitalize, and if you are going to have your jungler kind of camp, it does make you deadly if you do get a little bit of an advantage. But he's still sitting on teleport. Like, that's the crazy thing about it.
Yeah, I mean, he can force these issues repeatedly. Getting the kill, though, now is kind of what they need to do if they're going to get more value out of it, as the wave has crashed in here to Shiu. Tunneling Claw for Pioshik means he's got a little bit of extra damage. They're going to play for this. Yeah, I don't know if they should, though. There's no wave.
Yeah, so Dudu might be able to clear this next one, but, I mean, it's a couple of long swords, and he walked back to lane. Maybe he wants to go for another reset, does now have that public execution, as Pioshik gives Shiu the thumbs up.
It's such a smart play, because you know that either A, Shiu messes it up, or he doesn't play respectfully, or can't clear the wave, and then you dive him and you kill him. But if he doesn't, then you crash the wave, he has to back. And then if you flag drag because you're Jarvan, you stop that back. He doesn't have TP. Like, you mentioned this so long ago, and it's finally really starting to come to a head here.
Yeah, now they're even. They're completely even in farm because that entire wave was missed on the top side of the map. So even if there wasn't actually a gank that went down or anything like that, it is still Shiu so incredibly far behind. Lucid is still going to be able to get this dragon most likely. So not end of the world.
Well, now they can swap the lanes to where they wanted them to be with this top side Galio. Put Bulldog into the Aurora matchup.
Yep.
And, you know, it's been a pretty good series for Pioshik, I gotta say. You know, we were joking about the one fan who was like, no, Pioshik's actually one of the greatest, but he's having a good day.
He certainly is.
And face checking at the end of game 1, I think doesn't actually delete all of the great plays he's had.
Nope. And also, like, someone had to face check.
Exactly.
That moment. So not really going to be too much of a big deal as the taunt does connect, but not really anything to come of it there towards the top side of the map. Pretty even across the board here between both of these teams, but a 400 gold lead is going to be represented by the DN Freaks, largely because of that first blood going over to Dudu, as Beryl has found a few of these decent tornadoes, but right now you can see aiming taking a lot of damage. Actually gets lit on fire just for fun here by Quantum.
Yeah, Quantum's got unsealed, so low cost to just drop that and guarantee the lead.
Public execution is going to connect onto Showmaker, who tries to boop Dudu back, but the turret is not going to be there in time. My God, this Ambessa is so strong right now.
Dudu's having a bit of a resurgence late in the year.
Yeah.
He has had some really great moments, especially in 1v1s. Threatening another solo kill here, and is going to get a plate gold, or get some plate gold out of it. Showmaker also does not have teleport, so he's going to have to run back as fast as he can. Luckily for him, he is Jace, so can just use his transformation and his gate to speed his way back, but even still, it's going to take quite some time. A wave will be lost.
Yeah, there's a lot of CS that's being lost just by Dudu outlaning his opposition. It's pretty impressive.
It's now a plate that goes over to Dudu as well, who still has TP, by the way. It's,
yeah.
He can make these impacts and then be anywhere, as we are going to see a TP behind Showmaker.
All right, it is definitely a pretty aggressive one. There is no flash available as DK are going to get charmed up momentarily. There's a heroic entrance. Lucid is the one that gets knocked up with that one, as he does use the subjugate finally. Flashes away, will be able to get that health bar back, but Berserker follows him and he's able to lock down that kill. Decent tornado there, but Beryl, I don't think he's getting out of this one, as between worlds goes Shiu, but doesn't really find very much value for it. The flash, the desperation, but they do manage to get the kill onto their Zyres. Over the wall they go. Dudu now diving back in, and the solo kill in the bottom lane is so nice, but now aiming is just auto-attacking them down, and he picks up a triple DNF! Guys, it was fine.
Yeah,
it was okay.
When they saw the double time, they were going to stay, and oh boy.
He is just dead. Well, he does try to get out, but he's not going to work. And that is just Pioshik finding the right lance at the right time.
Well, there's a bit of an aiming stripe in this game, but otherwise, big DNF tempo vibes right now, Atlas. A big swing from what we saw there at the end of last game, where things were decided somewhat abruptly, anticlimactically. As Dudu, let's watch this. So he Showmaker just gets up here and tries to space him, and then he realizes he's playing against Ambessa, so there is no spacing with this champ. Dudu flashes, gets on top, gets the last hit.
Oh, right? And there it is again.
Oh man, look at that player cam. You saw that, right?
Yeah, that was also first pick.
There it is
Ambessa
again.
just getting the work done. Yeah, Showmaker's like, it was not very good, everyone.
You know, if you read that in a book, you know, and then Showmaker slumped down in his chair. Doesn't fully do it justice because he's got that Showmaker grin, but when you see that Showmaker grin, if you're a D+ fan, you know it's not a good thing.
Yeah,
We've seen that one in some of Showmaker's worst moments. But this is one of Dudu's best.
This is a great look for Dudu, as we're going to have a look. Oh, did Beryl actually just... okay, fair enough. Just takes a grub. I like that replay more than this one, because this was just Showmaker getting ulted and obliterated.
Just walked around the left side of the fat wall and got max range ulted.
So that's 1,000 gold in the lead here for Dudu against Shu. They are even on farms, or at least there's that for Shu. But once again, Showmaker is back in this lane against the Ambessa. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive this time around. 0-2-0.
I mean, look
not
at
what he wants.
Look at the items, or lack thereof, right now for Shu as well. Like, if they wanted to swap back and put the Aurora into the matchup with the Ambessa, like, he doesn't win that either, as they're going to commit Lucid up here. He's going to sweep and look for a gank. Maybe they could bait Dudu. Let's see if he falls for it with the cannon.
He is going to be able to get that cannon, as now Dudu thinking about going aggressive.
His ult's back up, so maybe Showmaker baits him.
He's just playing it so safe, though. You can see the Trundle has already gone back. Showmaker is able to get that wave shoved, so not end of the world or anything like that as aiming. He has a lot of money. Trinity Force completed now. The Corki is the win condition for DK.
100%.
As aiming just generally is.
Remember when they used to only play through aiming and give all the CS to him?
Yeah.
I think they should probably go back to doing that.
Let's do that again. That's a good idea.
Oh, that does seem like a winning strategy for them at the moment. It worked out really well in game one.
Well, you can see he's being quite frustrating for the bottom lane of DNF right now in mid lane. Yeah, continuing to do so. Just gets the little Janna shield, just uses it to trade.
This is mini barrier.
Yep.
This is just a dragon, looks like here. I don't know if they can fight this. Bulldog is unseen.
Yeah, there's the Justice Punch onto Shu. Still going to get taunted up. Does eat some honey fruit as out goes Pioshik, and Lucid says, all right, well, I think I might be the one taking this dragon. DNF is still having to deal with aiming just being the most annoying little toboggan rider ever. Look at this damage with the Trinity Force. Berserker is not going to be fighting this, but it is enough to get DK off this dragon, and Bulldog picks up the aggro once again.
This is really greedy here for DNF. They need to be decisive, and they are certainly not.
Yeah, that is an exhaust down onto Quantum. The dragon is going to be secured this time as Lucid. Okay, that's what he did. He went into the practice tool, and he just practice smites.
Yeah, I was going to say, rare miss from Pioshik on this one. 93, I think, was the number at the end. Well, what's so surprising about that exchange on the initial part was Pioshik was there on Dragon. They had Shiu, no flash, by the way, in a really awkward spot. I thought they were just going to turn and drop Dragon. They did not. And then they held Dragon, took a bunch of extra damage, and then couldn't decide whether they wanted to commit onto aiming, who had Valkyrie, or commit to the Dragon. And it kind of half did both. And D+ were like, all right, we'll play this 50-50 out. They win it. And this game is still really close.
Yeah.
Even though we've seen this complete dismantling of the side lanes early, they are still a Jason Aurora who have been able to continue to farm CS. I mean, they're dead even in farm, basically only 10 CS the deficit for Shu in that top lane matchup. So good recovery here for D+, and 2 Drake lead into Cloud Soul, feeling pretty nice.
Yeah, and it has to be like this, right? They're a poke comp that doesn't have any engage. And so staying ahead is going to have to be the aim of the game here for DK. So they want to play around their range advantage and make things work that way.
Remember, Bulldog got that same taunt combo onto Shiu when Pioshik was there with Flash Cataclysm. They didn't want to commit and played it super slow. I think they want to save that ult for aiming. And, you know, D+ are like chilling because they played it so slow as well. They're like, oh, if you guys aren't going to commit, we'll just let the Dragon actually do the work.
Yeah, they just wait for it. Aiming here just gets a shield from Beryl, who just continues to walk away and get as much vision and things like that as possible. Getting wards down is going to be a little bit of a difficulty later on in the game, even though Janna does have a fair bit of that movement speed. It's not quite what it used to be, but still, you're able to use that tailwind quite effectively. Is aiming with this shield from the Janna, I think gets like an extra buff in his playstyle, where he just goes real crazy.
he is in a really nice spot in this game and just continue to try to leverage those advantages.
Oh god, okay. Shock Blast is going to push Berserker out of this lane as in goes Pioshik, but he immediately gets knocked up. The Janna is being so frustrating as there is Quantum making his way in, but the tower does go down. They do take out the Trundle as Bulldog just gets boot back. Great flash to get out of the way of Dudu. That could have been 3 dead because this Ambassador is so big. The hammer does come down once again. Great knock-up from Beryl. But DK, you do not want to fight this Ambassador unless you're absolutely sure about it.
I'm not sure if they wanted to really fully commit there. I mean, they ultimately decided to because Dudu TP'd in. But when we watch the replay, I want first everyone to look at the side lanes. There's an Ambessa and a Galio pushing 2 turrets. They could have gotten 2 turrets here and then defended and been happy with that. They instead decide to, after this shenaniganry, right, where Lucid takes a ton of damage, Quantum has a fantastic charm, then they force the issue. Berserker's timing on his ultimate is beautiful. He still dies here. They commit, though, the teleport, and so Bulldog goes in, flashes for a triple taunt, which amounts to nothing. Dudu's teleport is also wasted. They could have, I think, really gotten 2 extra turrets on top of all of that. Well, 1, because in order to make that play happen, Bulldog did need to come mid to save it. But either way, D+, I think, feeling not so bad about that because they ended up losing neither turret. They got the turret themselves, just the exchange of 1 player.
Yep. Man, it really is.
Or 2 players.
Aiming versus DNF at this point in time, as you can see in that goal graph that we can see right there. Now has the largest gold lead in the game. Dudu is still a huge problem, as Berserker just going to get smashed here by Lucid. Taken down to 50% health, does have to use the flash, and so no Featherstorm, no flash, no ghost. This Xayah is pretty vulnerable as we look towards this Rift Herald, which is coming up very, very soon.
Quantum now the target here. May have to flash.
There is no one to battle dance to either, as the Zephyr does come through there from Beryl. Does literally nothing at all outside of a small amount of slow, so not literally nothing at all.
Almost.
Almost nothing.
And you know,
I like how we have 2 of the least impactful Qs in this one, as the Gleaming Quill and the Zephyr, both of them, really just not a lot to it.
Pioshik is seen here, but they do complete their backs, and now he wants to push out Shiu before they decide to potentially start this Herald. Berserker's going to have his ult back up, but does not have either of his critical summoners, so this is a really awkward moment here, trying to team fight for this Herald, and they may just ultimately have to give it up. You know, in terms of the ults, like, they have all of them, but they don't have enough control to actually commit to that fight right now, unless they're able to, you know, pinch aside, which they tried to, but Shiu played too respectfully, played too far back, and now D+ should be able to get this Herald, I think, relatively for free. It's tough to contest. Maybe they trade for Dragon here, as that's where DNF are now posturing, and D+ just don't want to do the trade. They want to guarantee they can get both.
I do think that Cloud Soul is so broken for DK.
It really is.
Any composition that has Janna is generally pretty good with it, but Janna can just be so annoying with just how fast she gets. And that is something that they should be able to leverage if they can get a couple of these dragons. Already one of them has been started up, but DN Freaks not going to give this one up without a fight.
Showmaker going to miss that Shock Blast with the acceleration gate, and they don't have great engage here, to be honest. Like, D+, they're going to have to try to close the gap here. Their Aurora is so far away.
They're looking to walk their way in. Bulldog is just checking these flanks.
Dudu's angle is really good.
Flag and Drag doesn't get the knock up there onto Lucid, as that pillar position is pretty good. And now we're going to look for the 50-50. It's stolen there by Lucid. The boot back is fantastic, as we can see, but Lucid is in amongst it. He does have the subjugate, though, and it keeps him alive for so incredibly long, as Showmaker even surviving in that backline after distracting them for so long. These knockups from the Janna are the most frustrating thing in the universe. Oh my goodness, it's monsoon season here for DK, and they love it.
That was a great fight for D+. They didn't have great engage tools, but they were able to group and then close the gap, and then DNF didn't know which target to go on. They ultimately decided Lucid was the target, but he had Subjugate. He was so tanky, he survived long enough. They swapped targets, but it's just too late, and D+ get a huge team fight win. Lucid gets the secure, the steal there on the Dragon. And Showmaker's on this flank angle, can't offer much, right? Pioshik takes some damage, and then they decide, okay, don't get the smite, we go in. Lucid is charmed here. They try to focus him down. The Galio goes in, but the subjugate value is so real. Pioshik decides, okay, we turn on Showmaker, but he's got flash. He gets out, and then Berserker just doesn't have a target to hit. He's too low range, and they try to go back in, and then boom. Tornado cannot actually get in, and they're just spaced away. Really clean fighting, showcasing I think D+ have definitely been playing around this Janna in scrims because they know what it's capable of.
Yeah, I think Beryl's been playing it really, really well at the same time. The disengage, even if an Ambessa makes it into the backline as well,
crazy,
is kind of beautiful with the Monsoon. And he only sort of pressed it for a few moments. What's going to happen when they try and engage on them, and then he presses Monsoon when there's a Spirit Visage Trundle in the middle of the fight? He's not going to have it for the next little while because it's not what he's building next. Is now Shu might just be dead.
Yeah, Shu does not have a Spirit
Dash Cannon
Flash.
comes in, the flash is going to come out. Not going to risk that one.
Yeah, he lost a lot of health there and his flash, but does have TP, and it's all a bait. It's all a bait.
Aiming is flanking. Okay, let's see whether Bulldog is going to die here, as Aiming is flashing after him. He's a madman! There's the rocket, and he just kills him!
All right, now DNF need to get something on the cross map here, otherwise it's just a massive free one, because remember, Shield, like I said, he has TP, so he's going to TP to the top side here and can slowly push this top wave out and deny any sort of Herald fight here for DNF. And DNF get nothing on the exchange. I mean, sure, they get a flash out of Shield, I suppose.
Oh my goodness. This,
Aiming is, by the way, like, unquestionable palm. I want to say, like, yeah, Showmaker had a good Taliyah game, but
yeah, not when it's palm. If it's POG, then maybe Showmaker might get a look in, but even then, I think it's debatable. This is like a man
he has red buff
right now.
He has red buff, so Bulldog is just dead no matter what. Doesn't have flash anymore. His hitbox is too big to avoid the rocket. Aiming doesn't miss those. Down he goes. Nice flank there from Aiming. Good read. Taking his topsider, who's having a real rough series, and saying, well, I'm going to turn that into a big W. 5 kills for the Corki.
All right, Pioshik, can you do it again? Is it worth even trying to do it again?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he was definitely dead, as Aiming is even going to be the one that grabs a little bit of extra gold.
Gold King, baby!
Yeah, I think he might be getting it this week. As, all right, Pioshik going to get the trophy treatment, as he does flag drag, but the burn is still going to come on through. There was even a rocket following him. Subjugate going to be enough to finish him off. And DK, all of a sudden, this game, like, the tempo vibes have just gotten stuck, right? They were all over the place. We were skipping. It's like you're driving down like a really, really rough road and you've got a CD on, and it's just a real problem. Maybe it was a scratched up one as well.
Maybe your cassette player isn't working too well.
Yeah, it's like you've been listening to Aqua Aquarium for a really, really long time, and you're like, oh, he's a Barbie, good, instead of actually it working.
Yeah.
That may have been an actual anecdote of my life when I was 10.
The Otacon does go over to D+ here in return for that big win for them, and they have Soul Point. You mentioned the Cloud Soul being incredibly strong for them. You can take the Otacon buff, reset, go contest Prio. There's 2 wards, one of them being a control ward here for DNF on the other side. But just watch this, like, Pioshik is trying to take his buff, his blue buff. He's like, I want it, but I'm a lonely Jarvan.
Yeah.
And Aiming is super mad that that kill didn't go to him and his rocket didn't connect, but I think he'll get over it, to be honest with you, Atlas, as they are going to take that into Otacon, get a TP out of Dudu here, but yeah, this is a fight that is going to take some real shenaniganry by D+ to, I think, lose.
I would agree. And just to finish my point, I think at this stage, DK have just gotten like an MP3 player, like the iPod has been connected.
For sure.
And now the tempo vibes, no more skipping.
Yeah, no.
Because I was making a real point, I promise. It's now we've got a bit of an engage on the Lucid, who is at this stage of the game with his Deadman's Plate, like almost impossible to kill if Beryl's there. Because Beryl sees everyone, shields him up, and has the Monsoon if there's ever any actual problem. As let's see whether Dudu is actually going to be able to start something here. Does have the Eclipse and is Ambessa, so there's a lot of shields.
I think they've lost control of this this choke point. Bulldog is going to rotate over.
Yeah, decent position here for Bulldog as well. But it's Soul Point for DK. They will be able to wrestle this one back.
Berserker eating a huge shock blast. That is why Xayah is weak into Jace.
Yep.
And the Showmaker is just staying on this flank angle. They're going to try to collapse on him, but he knows.
Yeah, Grand Entrance. Ooh, that shock blast could have really made things impossible. As Pioshik,
where are you going?
Well, to the Death Chamber, Wolf. That's where he's going. Like, Bulldog is going to get a big old taunt. Down goes Showmaker. So it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, but the smite is still here for DK.
I mean, that's It's a Corki that has cleanse. I don't think you can go back in on
but
this.
also, like, engage on he's got Monsoon. So, like, there's no way for them to really do anything, even if Dudu is able to find an angle. Oh, wait, maybe now, because they are nowhere near him. There is a public execution. Aiming just gets the Eye of the Storm. And the knock-up is not going to connect. He does get slowed down by the Zephyr, and the Phosphorus Bomb doesn't connect. But man, like, it just feels like DK are just stronger.
Yeah, no, I've had so many people try to tell me, by the way, that when I talk about DNF's coordination, they're like, no, it's just Pioshik is bad. What? Watch this fight. Pioshik, look at his teammates. Look at where they are. Like, if Dudu can hit an ult there, which, by the way, he's pillared and denied with the Bulldog engage, maybe that works. The rest of his team is focused clearly elsewhere, and I think in the longer fight, even if you do get onto aiming, you probably don't kill him there, or if you barely do, you still lose the fight. You still lose everyone else, while the rest of your team is focusing Showmaker there. Like, I see the angle. Like, 3 players on the top side of the map knew we can maybe kill aiming if she hits his ult. Get pillared, though.
Yeah,
and that's the end of that.
The pillar was so incredibly good.
The call was very decisive. I think it was
answered well.
Split. And yes, the pillar was great. But I just don't know if you win that fight, even if you don't get pillared there.
Well, I mean, that's a good point, but that's a different story. I like the fact that they at least had a plan. You know?
Yeah.
My cup's half full on this one. As there's another taunt. It's going to connect onto Shiu, who might need to drift in between the worlds, and he does. Gets himself out of the way. But now it is a 4,000 gold lead. There are bounties on the map.
And, I mean, Aiming has 6 kills, and he has 3 items. And he has both of his summoners now.
This Corki is very large. Look at Lucid. Just walks towards them. And there is not a whole lot of counters to the whole situation. There's the knock-up as they look for aiming. Monsoon says no. Quantum is going to be able to catch back up to him, but somehow the Ambassador is already dead. The 2 strongest members have been taken down, and maybe actually I was wrong. Maybe, in fact, Lucid is the strongest member on this team, because this Trundle has taken his tribute, and he might be taking it to the Baron Pit.
You got Aiming this time. You got him this time. Unfortunately for Aiming's KDA, it's got a 1 in the middle as Pioshik.
Okay.
He does not have flash, but maybe he could get a cone. Maybe he gets another flag in there. I don't think so.
I don't know whether Shiu survives if he tries to go for this one, as Beryl is just being annoying. He's like, "Hey Pioshik, how you doing? How's your world's medal doing from 2022? How you feeling, buddy?" And Pioshik is just going to leave. Baron is going to be secured. And yeah. Not this time, DN Freaks, is what I'm starting to feel.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. It's this moment here, again, everything is used. Barrel's fantastic peel, buys enough space, Aiming still dies, but DNF have to go so deep.
And they press every single button.
And it's like, if you kill the 80 carry by using literally everything in your kit, then you basically like lost 5 before the champions even die to kill Aiming, because they can't do anything after that, and D+ were there to punish. But Barrel's Janna performance has been phenomenal. Aiming's Corki performance has been phenomenal. They're working well in conjunction with each other. I mean, his Cloud Soul, I don't know what else to tell you guys. DNF had some nice soul lane leads, but it just doesn't matter anymore.
Yep. And look, I actually think that it's not an aiming boat. And I'm going to say this with zero bias, obviously.
Sure.
But it's Beryl.
I mean, I knew what you were going to say, yeah. And I knew there was no bias attached.
No, it's no bias. He has the genius Janna pick. He plays it beautifully. His Nico is hitting multi-man ults every time.
All right, maybe they get Showmaker, question mark?
Yeah, there we go.
He has no flash?
Probably not going to get POM, not for this one. Although, Pioshik almost just dead, as they'll trade Showmaker for an inhibitor in the mid lane. But honestly, for DNF, any way to get a bit more money is going to be a good thing.
Well, if they can survive to the Elder, and then Pioshik doesn't walk into a brush without vision, because he has no vision, needs to get it, maybe they could fight for an Elder. The problem is D+ have Baron for the time that's left until Elder spawns, and they don't have the mid inhibitor. But they got Showmaker. Got it.
Yeah.
Pioshik, it's like, thank you.
Look at how god he was.
He was very godding, included, but no batteries. And it's his 4th death of the game, but I don't know if him 5 times will fix this, and they're going to need a little bit more than that, as here comes a TP.
All right, public execution onto the Trundle. Let's see whether they can actually kill him, as Between Worlds goes out the Monsoon to try and keep him alive. The taunt does come on through, as Shiu will be the first one to fall. The flash out from Lucid, the triple knock-up from these tornadoes as a teleport to come in from a respawning Showmaker. Will push back the DN Freaks. There are 5 members. Berserker is pretty high health, but the shock blasts are now raining down. The knock-up almost not going to really work out, though, as the Justice Punch is going to work.
They have to be so careful. If anyone dies here, D+ might be able to end. They do get away, but that was very, very scary. They can now clear this wave. 45 seconds until the Elder spawns. D+ get a free reset here. As, man, DNF, the shot calling we criticized all year long. In this game, they're just like, they're yelling one player's name and they're all going on. Unfortunately, in this case, it's Trundle again.
Yeah.
And then accidentally, I feel like they got Shiu there right on the edge. And Barrel again with a nice knock up there, nice tornado to help disengage. Showmaker has the TP, so they need to leave. He hits a big shock blast, and that is the end of that. If anyone dies, though, I think they just walk down mid and end the game. You can see how close to death DNF really are. As DNF do wrestle away prior for this Elder, they got the mid wave cleared. Maybe one flip could get them back in.
Why is Barrel just in melee range, but they're not doing anything about it?
They don't like the
Janna is just that annoying.
They only go for Trundle or Corki.
Yeah, and honestly, the Corki idea, I like that one. I think kill and aiming is going to be a... Oh, God, okay. Showmaker is supposed to be like, what is he, 1 and 4? He's not supposed to be very strong. Why are these shock blasts hurting so much?
He has a lot of items.
Yeah.
So he has deaths.
It is a worrying sign. It's okay. There is it's a nice little trophy there, Lucid. Ultimately, not really anything going to come of it. It's all Between Worlds from Shiu. He's making up for that horrible early game as he bounces around the circle. Finds a gorgeous angle in the end. A double kill for aiming will be the result. And now he slows down Berserker. Showmaker chasing after him like Jaws, lurking in the ocean. He wants to kill Quantum because he knew the rest of his team was coming. And there it goes. It's a double off the back of it for aiming. And I've seen this movie before. Lucid, you can't get over that wall. You don't have flash.
Yeah, this time, though, the base is still going to die.
Wait. Oh, no, we're doing it again. Do you remember this game?
Oh, yeah.
The Nidalee versus Udyr situation?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to deny it this time because the next is going to go down as DK at 2-0 over DNF. The first game, it was a close back and forth. This one, we had the CD skipping a little bit. Finally, we bought an iPod. The tempo vibes were sorted out, and DK, all teeny pinged up, looking real good.
Well, if we're going with the MP3 player analogy, it felt like it was more of a Zune with the Janna coming through. It was a little, it was a little indie, a little bit like everyone on the bus has an iPad, but you're like, oh, I run Janna, by the way. Did you know my Janna can play MP4s?
Yeah. Do you know it has an extra 5 megabytes of storage?
Yeah, no, that Zune guy on the bus, man. I mean, looking back, I'm like, okay, fair, but at the time, I was like, God, just let it go, man.
Yeah. If I hear you say yes, well, any more times, I'm going to come and get you.
Oh, I got to put POG and they're coming for me. I'm talking about MP3 players.
I hope it was a support vote.
You'll find out.
It probably wasn't, though, I guess.
You'll find out.
As we're aiming for the top, is that your POM comment?
I will think of it, POM comment.
Okay.
Right now, I'm thinking of how to frame this because it was a great performance from 3/5 of D+, I think, across the board. Showmaker didn't have a great time in the side lane in Game 2, but did a lot of damage and made a high impact in Game 2 anyways. And then obviously aiming was incredibly strong this series. And
I mean, Barrel was the biggest turnaround from Games 1 to Game 2, and I think that made it almost impossible for DNF. I think Shiu, once again, having a really tough time, but Lucid was much better as well. And I think that that's why this looked so much more one-sided.
I think that despite the fact that D+ came in as massive favorites, like even though they lost, like at the beginning of the week, let's say, they came in as massive favorites, you know, they crushed DRX, and sure, they lost to BNK, but you're still feeling like, well, surely they'll get this done. This was a game where, in parts, you felt like, okay, Showmaker, a little bit of a return to form, as Talia looked great, that's an old favorite of his. Aiming looks to be a win con you could play through in the future. You're not worried this team is going to drop out of first place after watching this series, but you're not really convinced that this team could go toe-to-toe with any team in the Legend group right now.
I reckon they'd be close with Nongshim.
I don't know if you're convinced they could beat B&K in a rematch tomorrow after this series. I'm not sure you're convinced they could dispatch of DRX handedly a second time. Like that's where I'm at. But
I think
there were some good parts.
KT is an interesting series.
I mean, that's always an interesting series. It was interesting when it was a Legend Rise decider as well.
That is a very good point.
Or tiebreaker, I should say. But like D+ remaining a bit of a mystery here. But I like that it's like when they lean into I can flex Jace mid, we can play Janna, we can have fun with League of Legends.
This is why we like this is why we like this team in Kesper so much, because they were playing around like all of these like flexibilities that they had, these massive champion pools, like the advantages that these particular players bring to the game.
I mean, it's like everyone's favorite thing about D+ after they won Worlds was just how flexible they were. And like Showmaker Canyon, that was an amazing mid-jungle duo. Early on, Lucid Showmaker looked fantastic as well, but it was those flex picks like, is Canyon gonna play Karth this jungle? And now it's like, okay, is Beryl gonna play Janna? What else has he got? You know, remember Beryl played Hui for KT? Like, we know he has those champions in, and we know they can flex Jace to mid, give it to Showmaker. He's had phenomenal performances on this pick in the past. I want to see D+ lean into this, and maybe with CVMax now at the helm, loves his crazy draft, so we don't always agree with. Maybe this is the way. Just play through aiming, play through picking Janna to protect aiming. I don't care what it is, but I want to see this D+ that we saw in Game 2 in most of D+ games. Please, I think it's what D+ fans deserve.
I agree. This wasn't what, Berserker deserved, though, as aiming picked up those 3 kills and really ran with them in this particular game. And you can, I can imagine the comms after that initial play where it was actually a positive gold swing for DNF, but it was a triple kill for aiming. And you could imagine DK were like, all right, we win. That's what I assume happened. They were obviously so confident that this guy could get it done. What is that? 21-1-16.
Yeah.
It's not a bad KDA. That's
pretty good.
That's close to 40. It's doing relatively well. I think maybe could be in contention for Gold King once again, unless
Ruler did get a lot of,
yeah,
he did get a lot of gold, didn't he?
Might be a bit of that. But now we get a conversation with aiming as well to discuss what has been happening over in the DK camp, and how CVMax has been fitting into the squad as well, and how they're going to fix some of the obvious woes that they've been going through.
Rookies got to step it up. We know what they're capable of. We've seen it already. We have seen it so often. We have seen it. We've seen Shu be like one of the best top lane prospects we've seen in a while. Like, I want to see it every series.
Yep, I would agree. But now it is time for us to throw it over to the interview with Amy.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Aiming Ping on the side of D+ Kia. You qualified for the play-ins. How do you feel? First of all, qualifying for play-ins feels great. And I think I'm even happier that we're able to win today. Before talking about the game, we have to talk about your jersey. It's just so adorable. How do you like it? Yeah, when I first got it, the color is so cute and it's really pretty, and I just really wanted to keep it for myself. Give us a little spin. It says Aiming Ping. My nickname in the bag. I'm a little embarrassed about that, but I'm still really happy. Aiming, so which Heartspring jersey do you think is the cutest? I think the pink and the blue character patch goes really well today. And I feel like it just stands out and it just shines through. So I feel like that's what really made me shine in game today. Surprisingly, this is actually your first POM this year. So were you upset at all for not getting any until now? I used to get a lot a long time ago, so it's okay. I mean, I feel like they used to give me POM all the time, but yeah, lately I haven't been getting any. But I know that my teammates actually deserve it. They've been doing really well. And you had some explosive gameplay with Sivir and Corki, so what are your thoughts on your performance today? Personally, there are a lot left to be desired, so I would say maybe about 8 out of 10. And actually in game 1, after the Dragon and Baron steal, your enemy seemed to rise up. So what did they give you trouble with? I feel like every objective in game 1, we were actually pushed out and zoned away. So I think in game 2, we really tried to not get zoned out and really focus on getting those objectives secured. And yeah, afterwards, the feedback screen showed CV Max passionately leading a discussion. So what was that feedback? Yeah, CMAC Ping. Honestly, he's such a passionate person. And I feel like that's just so admirable. I feel like it actually does influence a lot of people around him in a positive way. So I think we're actually following his footsteps in a good way. In game 2, with Beryl locking her in, we got to see Janna for the first time after 1,292 days in the LCK. Actually, Beryl is really good at playing sharp champions, and he was actually really confident in this pick. Janna is really good with how her shields are so strong and just disrupting the enemy's front line, and just their setup is actually really a big strength and pro when it comes to having Janna in your team. And in game 2, the enemy Ambessa kept getting solo kills, scaling as intended. So what was the game plan to deal with her? Actually, yeah, in the bot lane, we're having a really good time. We were like, oh, it's going so smoothly. And then all of a sudden, I know Showmaker, Showmaping, he was actually getting picked off by the Ambessa. But honestly, we just had to keep our head in the game and just play it out. Have you noticed that fan sign? Do you like it? Yeah, I noticed that I yawn a lot during game. I think it's really funny. It's very cute. She did a great job. And now that play-ins are locked in, it's time to aim higher. Your next opponent is DRX. What are your goals? I feel like our team, individually and team-wise, I feel like we are evolving over time. So I feel like reflecting back on myself, I feel like I'm doing the best I have this year especially. So I hope that we are able to continue rising higher and performing better. And that's the end of the interview with Aiming Ping, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ping, as it was a 2-0 victory for D plus Kia in those teeny pink jerseys. They get the job done. Game 1, that was quite the magical journey. Game 2, a little bit cleaner there, and they qualify for the play-ins. Very, very important stuff there for them as we take a look at the POM. The Gold King getting the job done, and yes, just 2 people were dissenters.
We even put these votes in before Atlas requested it from us, which I do appreciate his never-ending commitment to Beryl. But for me, we knew Aiming was going to get it. I think it's kind of a repeat though of last game, or last series rather, where Beryl specifically for me has been by far the biggest underperformer relative to the form we know he can have on this roster. And in this series, he was one of the few players that actually was able to perform in the previous series, right? Or in the previous game on the Nico, set up a lot of the fights. And then this Janna pick, I think, actually won him the game. It was very obvious that DNF had zero idea how to deal with it. He carried a lot of the team fights. It was a really good performance.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the main reason why I voted for Beryl is Janna, because I think it's really hard to pick the champion that is not normally picking in the meta, is actually confusing the team a lot, because it's gonna actually help in the draft in the future. And whenever I think about Beryl's skin making productive ideas, like I'm still waiting for a words moment for Beryl. Yeah, if possible.
White hair, red eyes?
Yeah, that's the thing, you know?
Is that your type?
Is that
it's always great in the
specific anime reference, or just the archetype?
It calls Arknight. There are some characters.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
White hair, red eyes. And I think Beryl got it. He knows.
Let's get some Wadida Chad Ayayas in the chat there.
I'm waiting
for Wadid's request. Off barrel. Anyways, he played great. I think that was a good vote. Let's take a look at all the votes for the Gold King himself. The Golden Monarch of D+ Kia. A ruthless king who never surrenders.
I think it is clear that Aiming actually did have, as highlighted, right? He did have a really good performance. I think it was, for me, him and Beryl that really kept it together the series. Showmaker had highs and lows. Lucid obviously had a really good game 2, but a horrible game 1. Shiu is still trying to find his form back after the highs we know he's capable of. But Aiming, stand-up performance here. And I've actually been pretty critical of his performance in like the beginning of, I think, round 3 in particular, and even the end of round 2, he kind of tapered off. So seeing him really step it up, I think is important for DK.
All right, the mechanics, first requirement, great for an 80 carry for Gogo. Let's see what else we had. Helios, great job, Aiming Ping. Choo!
Now I wonder he's gonna actually do it. You know, he's the guy. He can actually do it in there. You know, I'm pretty sure.
Knowing Helios, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He definitely would.
Yeah.
And he'd be very cutesy about it.
I don't think Helios's pomade is like ever good, but he's really good at acting with the pomade, you know?
So basically, you're both slandering him, but you're saying his commitment is great?
Yeah.
So he's just a comedian.
What do you mean? No, I didn't say
Well, I can't believe you're being
No, I didn't
Helios
say
here.
What do you mean? I didn't play him like
okay,
that.
you can't
I
do
just say
that.
that he's such an
Can we
entertainment.
get this footage to the...
He's entertaining.
I can't believe Helios would do this.
I love it.
They would never do that to you.
I like it.
I wasn't even being mean. You know?
All right, while we get that...
Mean is hard.
While we get that set up here, let's take a look at the draft real quick here. Because the Janna stood out as a final pick here on red side.
We really had to bring it up, right? Poppy's already gone, so you can't go towards that, which normally will be your go-to here. Janna literally dunks on basically the entirety of DNF because they have only one mode. They can literally only play for hard engage because they get outranged by Aurora, by Jace, and by Corki. So Trundle alone, and we don't really see him in this manner that much, but he's really good in kiteback and poke comps.
Yeah.
But with the Janna in particular, it was a masterstroke. It was actually such a cool R5, and we were really happy to see DK pull it off.
Yeah, basically it denies all the engages from DNF, but also on top of that, you have great laning phase with Corki, which is Zion Rakan's weakness point. And I think whenever you have like Jace mid or Corki, which is kind of short range in terms of like how you deal the damage in the team fight, Janna's shield and healing definitely helps that. So I feel like even though Janna is not picking a lot in this meta, this idea on the red side was pretty brilliant from Beryl.
Yeah, and you saw how difficult it was even outside the lane just to even try to step up to them. DNF threw everything they had and the kitchen sink were never able to get on top of D+ Kia. Let's take a look at the best ceremonies from the week from our winners and their best celebrations. We had some good ones this week, including the first win for the DN Automotive Freaks in a very, very long time. Woo! Thanks to that man, Quantum letting them know.
Yeah, remember my name.
At that point, he was 100% win rate.
Now he's 50.
I think for me, as a ceremony, this one's pretty basic, but it's the connotation that carries it.
Oh, yeah.
As Zeus.
You know what Zeus actually tried here? He tried to actually move his eyebrows, but
he couldn't.
Can you actually recognize it?
No.
This one's Kellen's.
아니다. 더 위다.
So, Wadid, can you maybe explain? We don't get.
All right, later.
Lastly, we had this one from Duro, who
they put it in,
knocked it out of the park today. He had himself a game.
I'm not gonna lie, I think that's the best one. I actually think we have a last-minute finish.
Before we vote, we need to hear what the one from Kellen was about. So hold your votes in the chat.
Okay, the meme is, I think it's from One Piece. You need to know that in Korean community, we call Doflamingo the character. We call the Emperor Doflamingo. I don't know why, but we call.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. We don't
need to know it anymore. We do have an anime expert on that side, Wadid, so that's okay. Thanks, Wadid.
It's hard always. I need to.
Yeah, I know.
It's all right. It's okay. All right. Hug it out while you guys in chat vote. Let us know who you think was the best celebration of the week. As we take a look at the standings, D plus Kia qualify for play-ins, and DN Automotive Freaks, with that loss, only 6 games left in the season. That means they will not be able to catch the Bros, and that does mean that their season does end here. They still could theoretically leapfrog DRX for the standings for pride's sake, but it's been a tough 2025 for the DN Automotive Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, it feels sad because it was doable. From their performance, their in-game performance-wise, they had the lead many times, and they managed to lose like mid-late game. So that feels really depressing. And at the same time, if they had some decisiveness in the in-game, at least if they had the great in-game leader, I would think that they could beat most of the teams in Rise. But it didn't happen.
You're part of our team now. You know what? You're our great in-game leader. Please.
What do you mean?
Stop letting go. I know you're a great in-game leader, but you know we like you here on the desk. Sorry, Connie.
Yeah, we need you, Wadid. Don't leave us. Why would you leave? That's so rude. No one should ever leave.
Wadid.
Yeah, what the hell? You can't do that. That's mean.
Here's our matches for next week. T1 and KT do battle. Nongshim and KT will be the Saturday showdown. Which ones jump out at you?
Bro, DK. I'm not gonna lie. That actually might end up having pretty big standing implications. Bro needs to get every single win that they can get. So I actually think the Bro series here might be the most impactful because with how DRX has been performing right now, I think that again, BNK looks to be ahead, but we also know the form of these teams can change at a moment's notice. I'm looking at the Bro matches.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure what's the talent schedule for that match, but I want to have you both here, like for that match.
For Bro DK?
Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's for Sunday. That's okay.
Just sit there and be like, hey, we'll make that happen.
No, we don't need to do that. That's fine.
Unlucky.
Oh, I'm free.
Connie's off.
I am not gonna have to witness that because actually I think I'm predicting Bro.
Really? You did?
I'm not sure
you're
yet.
gonna do it?
No, but like Bro has a winning record against them.
Okay, so he's actually trying to jinx the
Doing
Bro.
the curse. The man who doesn't believe
to
in
make
curses.
DK win, right?
No, curses aren't. No, curses aren't real. They have a winning record against them this season.
We all know. Chat knows.
You know.
Frank jinx.
Y'all, it's been a heck of a week here. Thank you so much for watching at the LCK. On behalf of everyone here, we thank you so much. We'll see you guys next week for the end of round number 4.